of the Youth Climate Summit on a sustainable future. My highlight today will be a very special message from Sir David Attenborough.
Yes, that's right, everyone. A very special message from the one and only Sir David Attenborough, coming to you after 2 p.m. today as part of our closing summit. Very excited about that and very much looking forward to that. And we've reached the final day of the Youth Climate Summit. We've had hundreds of sessions over the course of this week already, with thousands and thousands of you tuning in from across the country. And what a week it has been. We've tackled nature, oceans and water, travel, pollution and waste, food, farming and forests. And yesterday we looked at fashion and consumption, finishing the day with the great green quiz by the guys from People Power. Thank you for running such a fantastic family sustainability quiz. And today we'll be looking at a sustainable future. This morning we've got the Green Schools Project, looking at how schools can tackle the climate emergency. We'll be turning anxiety into action with the guys from Force of Nature and WWF. WWF will be looking at how we can bring environmental action into the classroom. And that's all before we kick off our closing celebration summit at 2 p.m. today. We've got our youth ambassadors who've done a fantastic job helping to bring this summit to you this week. Who'll be sharing a list of challenges that they would like to present to business and government. And it'll be your job, the participants, the people tuning in to the Youth Climate Summit, to vote on those challenges so that the youth ambassadors have a short list of challenges to take to business and government next week. So please do vote and have your say on that today. And then we'll be having an expert panel who'll be discussing those challenges and other issues. That expert panel consists of the climate action champion, Nigel Topping, science communicator and broadcaster, Dr. Emily Grossman, Senior Vice President of the National Education Union, Daniel Kabede, and the amazing bird girl, otherwise known as Maya Rose Craig, who is a wildlife campaigner and has already been a part of the summit this week. So, as always, join us, share your thoughts, ask your questions on Slido in the sessions today, and of course, spread the word. Tell us what you're doing today on Twitter using the hashtag Youth Climate Summit. And in a moment, I'm going to hand over to those running the sessions for the final day of Youth Climate Summit 2020. So have a great day, everyone. So much more fantastic sessions to get through, and I'll see you here for Youth Climate Summit 2021. Have a fantastic day, everyone.
Right. No, it's not right. Yeah, about 15 minutes. Okay, you got this now. Go on. Okay, ready? The Climate Crisis Committee has done many things around Woodbridge already to make it a more sustainable school. For example, last year we had meetings with the governors to enforce change in our community. One of the issues we identified was single-use plastic on the school site. Our aim is to reduce plastic bottles in the canteen and encourage the use of reusable ones. As a result of these meetings, we have already got new hydration stations installed across the school, and Year 7s and staff has received a free reusable bottle. We hope to continue working with our governors to make this school a school-wide initiative. Last year, the Climate Crisis Committee had many gardening sessions where we planted a total of 140 trees and 600 bulbs. This is a huge achievement for the school, and we achieved extra biodiversity in the allotment as many bees and birds made their home there. We have hosted workshops for our Year 7s to create bug hotels, and during lockdown, Mini Woodbridge, the children of key workers, helped us to sow the beginning of our wildflower meadow. One of the projects we are most proud of is the installation of 2 beehives, which will now be pollinating on a 3-mile radius in our local area. It is so important to us that we protect biodiversity, as every day our area in London has illegal levels of CO2. We want the students of our school to breathe freely and know that they are working in a safe environment.
But even with this amount of progress, we can always do more. We have many plans for us to become the most sustainable school in Redbridge, and the first step towards this is by achieving the green flag status. This would be a great achievement and would show our progress as individuals and as a school community. Lastly, our aim is to educate each other and the community around us. Our school has put the climate crisis fully on the agenda by one term of lessons on the climate emergency through PSHE. Additionally, staff and students will work together to audit the lessons that we have received to make sure they are fully accurate and follow the latest science available. We, as a younger generation, must be alert in tackling the climate crisis. That means we need to know the facts, we need to know what is going on and what we can do to prevent it. Only then can everyone join together and take a stand.
This morning's inspiration session is a beautiful poem created by ex-geography teacher Kit Radley, who has collated inspiring and empowering examples of the efforts of young people from across the UK to address the climate crisis and put them into a rhythmic prose.
There are more grains of sand on this earth than stars in our Milky Way. Or so they say. So while we can dream and gaze above, let's ground ourselves. Feel the earth, hear the ocean sway. In our minds we can dance amongst the heavens, but it is here we feel, touch, and breathe. It's here we're bound to play. And play we should. Play we must. For that gives us joy in life. Joy brings us together, the urge to be young at heart, in soul, body and mind. So let's heed the youth we have. They are here. They are now. See them. Hear them. Bring them the shining future that they are trying to find. Prospective leaders to transform our world? Yes. No deed done by them is a deed too small, as they are leading today. Theirs is a bright, green future, self-driven, organised by youth, because there is no planet B, they rightly declare each Friday. The young and their allies know what's at stake. This is a climate emergency. And to you, young warriors, there's no need to look up to the stars, because they are here. They are right next to you. They are you. They are you with supernova energy. You're an eco-committee which talks, plans and do, declaring resolutely in school assemblies, be gone single-use plastic, our time with you is through. And you're doing it in style, with art, creativity and skill, fashionably so. COVID? You'll see this out, rocking a school tie mask, catching those airborne bugs mid-flow, and looking fierce needn't cost the earth. Patch up and bling those old jeans for Mother Nature's fashion show. Child's play. This is how it should be. A game of how many trees you can plant, a race to 25 or 40. Saplings to be nurtured in fields of shrubs and glorious mud. A school need not be contained within walls. Break down barriers. Connect with nature and its playground of plenty. From 40 trees to 40 acres, or for all your effort, just one, it's enough. But together, what about 300? Farmers, landowners, conservationists will partner with you on a Brecon Beacon's bluff. Just faith and trust is all it takes. Follow in their footsteps. Set off a chain reaction and restore nature away from the rough. Get inventing. Put that child's imagination to use. Science, tech, engineering and math. A high-tech composter. A solar power go-kart. And STEM is not just for boys, you know. Think that and you're having a laugh. See, we need more plant-based solutions, from vegware storage, packaging, to eating less meat. Try veganism one day a week. Get it on that school menu. You'll be pleasantly surprised how it can be a tasty treat. And no more sibling rivalry at the dinner table when a hearty meal makes the soul complete. Dear young people, you are the soul of the community, and so become the centre of it too. Lead. Join, run an event, pick up litter, clean that river, set that example where elders may have failed you. Create news and spread the word so others can follow what you do. You are Greta. You are Maya Rose. You are Scarlett. You are Theo, Ella, Hannah, Max, Lena. Be proud. Be fierce. Hold our generations to account. It's your time we are running foul. And from those in power pulling the strings of privilege, demand change and ask, why not now?
Why not now?
Why not now? Why not now?
We can do this. Let's get started. Why not now?
Hello, my name is Naomi Frost, and I'm a musician, activist and student at Allsort Community College in Cumbria. Today, I'm going to talk about one of activism's greatest assets, creativity. Creative viewpoints are essential for setting rightfully ambitious goals, inventing innovative technologies and raising awareness within our local communities and the world. We cannot achieve systematic change without first reimagining the world we want to see and the ways to fix issues that come with achieving it. The climate and ecological crisis is an imminent threat, so we have to think big with our solutions. To have no ideas is a very bad idea. Even if you feel your ideas seem silly or difficult to achieve, voice them. It could be just the sort of ambitious plan needed, or inspiration for someone else's ideas. Never underestimate what is possible. It's often the boldest ideas that catch the most attention and become successful in achieving their goal, as they stand out from the sensible ones. An example of this is an action my Eco Council took last year when we got all the students to come to school dressed in green, bringing £1 for charity and spell out No Planet B in giant letters on the school field, holding homemade banners, which we filmed using an air drone. We raised a total of £1,200 for Friends of the Earth, while spreading awareness to students, staff and the community. There are many ways to come up with your own creative ideas. Be inspired by watching videos of others' actions, brainstorm with others, and envisage an action and the alternative scenarios it could involve. It's helpful to keep your options open. I find that listening to different genres of music while planning can often help spark ideas too, as it creates different moods. You don't always have to come up with something new though. You can use past examples as they are or use them to adapt and build on. Another reason creative projects are so vital in relation to activism is their uses in combating eco-anxiety. For anyone who doesn't recognise this term, eco-anxiety is a persistent fear of the ecological threats facing the Earth. It's a justified reaction to the growing awareness of problems resulting from climate change and other global threats. Creativity often plays a big role in direct action and raising awareness, as it makes actions more media-worthy. Though still accessible, as everyday creative forms can be adapted for the purpose of activism. For example, I've started writing songs on the topic of the climate crisis because it's an issue I care deeply about, and I hope to share this passion for innovating positive change through my lyrics. This is an excerpt from my song inspired by one of Greta Thunberg's famous speeches.
We can't wait another 10 years to grow up and start facing our fears. World leaders leave climate to look so they need us. 'Cause we've got the guts to do what needs to be done, or we'll burn like the sun. Learn from the youth, do what needs to be done. So meters of water don't rise to what doors we can't take anymore.
Drum performances, creative writing, painting, murals, or expressive art pieces. Any of these might suit your style of activism best. Or maybe you'll help creative activism thrive simply by supporting and partaking in actions that others enact. Whatever actions you might take in combating the climate and ecological crisis, remember how vital it is that we reimagine the world into one that will support all of us in generations to come. We need creative minds to tackle architecture, aviation, transport, fashion, food production, the list goes on. The way we currently live as a global society simply can't sustain us. We can't continue blindly pretending our actions won't return to us in the form of floods, fires, and droughts. There are many creatives tackling the climate crisis in their own field, integrating awareness into our cultures and everyday lives. Like, for example, Paul McCartney in his album Egypt Station and its song Despite Repeated Warnings, that powerfully expresses his frustration about climate inaction. It challenges the damaging, defeatist attitude that the fight is over when we are, in reality, in the midst of it and still have a chance to save our planet. Songs on social and environmental issues can often have a much more poignant effect on an audience than a report or a leaflet, as they are revisited, becoming part of our lives in a social respect, reminding us of how present ecological issues are in all regards. Other artists address climate change, such as Childish Gambino in his song Feels Like Summer, Lana Del Rey with her song The Greatest, and Neil Young in his album Colorado, where he issues a passionate call for action. One example is his song Green is Blue, a mournful ballad about how much time we have wasted since we first learned of global warming. He sings, "We heard the warning calls, ignored them. We watched the weather change. We saw the fires and floods. We saw people rise, divided. We fought each other, while we lost our coveted prize." Visual artists such as Agnes Deans and Edward Berdinsky illustrate eco-issues in mediums like photography, painting, print, and sculpture. When Agnes Deans was once asked whether her concerns about the environment had changed since the 1960s and 70s, she responded, "No, it's just some of the things that I talked about 40 years ago have become reality." Scientists, artists, and many others have been alerting us of global warming for decades. Yet even when their warnings have become reality, people in power still refuse to act. However, when action is achieved, it's often through creative means and people power. We can achieve so much if we value creativity and our own power that is often greater than we realise. While creativity in art and literature can influence, we also need creativity in science and technology, thinking outside the box. finding ways to live sustainably with full appreciation of how our world supports us and how we can do the same in return. Boyan Slat, inventor, entrepreneur and CEO of the Ocean Cleanup, is a prime example of someone using their expertise and innovative thinking to solve problems. In 2011, aged 16, he came across more plastic than fish while driving in Greece and decided to devote a high school project for deeper investigation into ocean plastic pollution and why so many people considered it impossible to clean up. Later, he came up with the idea to build a passive system, using circulating ocean currents to his advantage, which he presented at a TEDx talk in 2012, and went on to found the not-for-profit company, the Ocean Cleanup, in the following year. Our world can only look to the future and be changed if we truly value creativity.
Mother Nature's life is cradled in dangerous hands, in man's never-ending quest to conquer her lands. She is a creator and a life giver. We need to understand that we can never outlive her. Sea levels are rising, but so are our voices. How can you not see? You're making all the wrong choices. You're selling a future, but it's not just a tick. Our faith is weakened by the decisions you make. The plastics in the oceans are killing our turtles. The icebergs in the falls of the melting. Rivers are dried up, the Amazon is burning. So open up your mind and start learning. We need to act now. Can you see how our leaders' judgment is flawed? In 2018, most of Greenland's ice was thawed. We are filling our planet's lungs with smoke. Plants, animals, and people hunger and choke. Sea levels are rising, but so are our voices. How can you not see? You're making all the wrong choices. You're selling our future, but it's not just a tick. Our faith is weakened by the decisions you make. The plastics in the oceans are killing our turtles. The icebergs in the far south are melting. The rivers are dried up. The Amazon is burning, so open up your mind and start learning. We need to act now. Never too small to make a big difference. Never too small to make a big difference.
And we care about our future. This is our school, Nelson Primary School. Nelson Primary School is in East Camp in London. We want our future and our world to be sustainable. A sustainable future means that we can meet our needs and leave enough for future generations too. It is vital that Climate change is discussed and taught to us so we can make a difference to our world.
We are proud to take part in the Youth Climate Change Summit and welcome all those around the country.
I think it's important to take part of the UCS because we need to take care of the world and the climate. So we can try and convince the rulers, all the rulers of the countries, to try and stop climate change. No cars, because if there's a bicycle behind you, they breathe the smoke in. In the future, I don't want any discrimination. I want my future to look like a happy environment so we can all live a happy life.
This is why we want you to write to your local MP explaining your concerns about the future.
Ask how they are going to help now, or suggest ideas to them. Perhaps you want something to change in your local area and you want them to agree to it.
I want our MP to reduce plastic pollution and reuse plastic.
I want our MP to vote against opening a coal mine in North England.
I want our MP to recycle more so Newham can be more cleaner and we can also recycle a lot because people keep throwing rubbish inside different rubbish bins, which is also bad for the environment. I want our MP to make our future sustainable. Get our voices heard.
Even at our age, we can make a difference.
We can make a difference. We can make a difference.
We can make a difference!
Our next session is What is the World You Want? A digital storytelling project with the University of Oxford. Climate change is the biggest story of our generation, but what kind of story is it? Disaster movie, heroic victory, or good over evil?
In this session, Bill Finnegan, a PhD student from the School of Geography and the Environment, will be looking at the power of storytelling when it comes to fighting the climate crisis, and how a series of digital storytelling workshops in Oxford are empowering young people to share their hopeful visions of a climate-resilient future.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining us. And as I get my screen sharing set up, I just want to thank everyone who's been involved in making this climate summit possible. Global Action Plan, and also all of the volunteers, the teachers, the learners, it's been the presenters. It's been a great week, and we're very excited to be here to kind of kick off this 5th day looking at sustainable futures. So let me just get my slides on. There we go. And so just to start off with an introduction, my name is Bill Finnegan. I am a doctoral student at the University of Oxford. I'm looking at how secondary schools in the UK are responding to the climate crisis. And I also have a background in documentary film and digital communications with environmental groups, and have been involved in a number of participatory videos over the years. So working with young people to make videos about the environment. And also I'm very happy that we have Olivia here as well, who was one of the participants in our workshop this summer. So I'll pass it over to you to introduce yourself.
Hi, my name's Olivia. I'm a biology student at the University of Sheffield, hoping to work towards a degree in wildlife conservation. So it's very exciting to be able to be part of these webinars. I've lived in the UK for about 4 years, and I moved from Oaxaca, which is in Mexico. It's a really beautiful, very biodiverse place. So I've always been very interested in things that are to take care of the planet, basically. And these sorts of projects are really exciting. Like the project that I took part in with William was really exciting. And yeah.
And great, and I'm so glad that you're able to join, and kind of the two of us will be sharing different things about this project and just kind of thoughts about the future as well. One other thing, it's been mentioned a lot in the summit, but if you have any questions, you can always be asking us things. If you're on the live stream page on Transform Our World, there's the box where you can be asking, there's Q&A, and there's also a poll we'll be using about halfway through, but you can also go straight to Slido and enter in that hashtag. And we'll ask questions as they come up. We probably won't get to them towards the end, until towards the end of the presentation, but we'll definitely make time for them. And so you're probably wondering what we're talking about. What does digital storytelling about climate futures really mean? And the easiest way to explain it is actually to show you an example of it. So we're going to share a video that came out of this summer workshop we did. And yeah, I'll just play that, and then we'll talk more about the process and kind of the why of this project afterwards.
Dear Alex,
sorry.
2020 wasn't the best.
I've just realized I don't think I shared my audio, so I'm going to have to quickly stop my screen sharing and restart my screen sharing. So sorry about that. That's one of the things I meant to make sure I did carefully. So quickly stop. And then try that one more time. Sorry, just to make sure, Olivia, can you see the screen again?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Go back.
Dear Alex, 2020 wasn't the best year, was it? However, it gets better. Not instantly, so be patient and keep doing what you can do to help. It took about 5 years on from when you are receiving this, when society took their head out of the sand and got to grip with reality. You started to slow down the burning of fossil fuels. You started to drive electric cars. But most of all, you started to appreciate your surroundings. Society opened their eyes. They saw the lush green grass, enchanted with history and beauty. They noticed the slow ripples of the clear blue seawater, stroking our beaches with every wave. They noticed the sheer elegance of Mother Nature. So keep your eyes open and breathe in that fresh, crisp air. Keep the earth in its current state of beauty, and you'll be forever grateful.
So we'll be sharing a few examples of these digital stories over the course of this session, but I just wanted to talk a little bit about why you might want to do a project like this and why explore in particular storytelling when it comes to climate change. So, storytelling is the way for most of human history, especially kind of human prehistory before there was written languages. It's how we communicated, and not just to entertain one another. It's kind of how information about human values and morals and survival were passed from generation to generation. So there's a power to story, and there's a power that really needs to be harnessed when you talk about climate change, because facts and figures can only take you so far when you want to change people. And there's a storyteller who is a fixture in Harvard Square called Brother Blue, who said that stories travel the shortest distance from the heart of the teller to the heart of the listener. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to reach people in their hearts. So why digital storytelling? And in part, it's because we live in a digital age. And so if you look out on social media, if you look on Instagram, people are telling stories. They're very carefully curating aspects of their life, crafting a story about themselves. So we've kind of combined this ancient craft of storytelling with the modern tools of information and communication technology. And then the last piece of this question is why climate futures? And for the future, in part, we're kind of following the lead of the young climate activists. The climate strikes were framed around being Fridays for Future, and the youth-driven campaign for education reform in the UK is about teaching the future. So there is this focus on the future that comes naturally from thinking about climate change. But also a lot of climate change education it's kind of looking backwards. It's like, how did we get into the mess we're in, and understanding the science, but also the solutions. But something about shifting your gaze to the future allows you to be creative and imaginative and kind of think of what it will take to make a sustainable future a reality. But another thing to mention is that when you think about the future, often we have two different visions. We either picture a kind of dystopian breakdown, which you find in lots of science fiction and movies, or we picture a green utopia, which is what a lot of people are advocating for and hoping for. But it's worth noting that it's not just an either or situation. There's a lot of space in between these two and a lot of shades of each of them. So there's kind of an unlimited number of futures that are possible. And once you start engaging with these, you can see all the nuance there. Another thing that I think is interesting is the speculative fiction author William Gibson has said, the future is already here, it's just not evenly distributed. And often that's, I think, taken to mean the good things of the future, the cool technology. Some people have it and some people don't. But I think you could also flip that and say some of the injustice of the climate crisis is that people right now are suffering in the world. And it's not just some far off thing in the future, it's happening now. And on the flip side of that, there are other people who are experimenting with alternative ways of living right now. So we can find the future even just by looking around to what we see around us. And one last thought before I turn it over to Olivia is that in this project, we kind of pose this question, what's the future you want? But there's also the question that's related is what's the future you think is coming? And sometimes those don't align perfectly. And so I think when starting a project like this, it's really important to create space for people to share both their hopes for the future, but also their fears for the future, and to realize that any future vision is going to include kind of a mix of those two things. So with that, I'll pass it over to you, Olivia.
Yeah, so I found this project really interesting because, again, as William said, I find it's a very interesting concept to kind of get people's fears for the future and compare them to what you would want to happen. And obviously for me, as you'll see in the video, they don't necessarily align. I guess the story that I created is kind of an expression of the fears that I have in terms of climate change. And so just for some context, we approach the subject through writing letters to our future selves. And I picked roughly 50 years in the future. And we went around Wytham Woods, these really beautiful woods in Oxford, taking pictures to kind of have a visual aid to the video. So yeah, I'll let the video play.
Hey, it's you. Or me, same thing, except I'm 50 and my reality is very different from what I can remember at 18. I'm hiding in my basement with Layla. Yes, you do remain very close over the years. She's visiting from Oaxaca, or more like living here for the time being. The flooding has been awful there. Her beachside home finally got swallowed into the sea. I know it's really hard to picture. I won't tell you where I live, just to leave you some surprise for your future. Just one piece of advice, though. You may want to rethink your dream home. Trust me, the summers here are unbearable. Believe me, when you get to my present, summer will no longer be your favorite season. I guess I'm just experiencing the consequences of inaction. I know you have trouble sleeping at night. I am you, and not to be pessimistic, but it doesn't get much better. I'm coming to realize that whichever reality you're in, you will always feel like there's a million things you could and should be doing, but it's so easy to spiral, especially when so many surrounding you don't seem to understand how deeply concerned you feel for the state of the world and for your future. You would think we'd all be on the same page, as we are all coexisting on Earth. I'm sorry this letter isn't particularly inspiring, but I don't want to lie about the state of things. Don't get me wrong, a lot of progress has been made, and I think people have definitely started to see the natural world for what it is and all its beauty. It is hard, though, when humans have sprawled so rapidly that you kind of forget what the natural world was in the first place. I'll leave you there, but keep your eyes open. Take care.
Olivia, did you want to say anything else
Yeah.
after watching it?
So obviously you can see it takes quite a gloomy, more pessimistic approach in comparison to the previous video. And it's quite like, even watching it now, I find it quite unsettling, especially hearing my own voice and just thinking about, what the future could be like if no one does anything. And it does cause me feelings of like worry and sadness. And I'm sure some of you viewing that also felt the same way. But I think what this illustrates is that it's really important to have a balance. So it's kind of like, I feel like the previous video was obviously a more optimistic tone. This one's kind of polar opposite. But it's so important to have a balance between both, because if you have excess hope or too much gloom and doom, then it puts people off, it disengages people, and it kind of makes you feel like you can't do anything, or like everything's being done already. So I think it's something very important to address, because it's very difficult to communicate about climate change without obviously causing a lot of fear in people, because it's a very scary thing, and obviously it's so widespread. You kind of sometimes get the feeling like you're not doing enough, or you could do more. So I think it's always important to have that bit of hope that keeps everyone motivated. Yeah.
That's great. And yeah, thanks again for sharing the story. And I think hope is a theme we'll come back to later in the presentation, because it's kind of creating that space for hope while also engaging with the reality of the issue, which is, I think, a real challenge for educators, but one that we have to tackle. So to look a little bit at the process,
Hey.
Kind of the how of digital storytelling and climate futures. I wanted to share, what created that video. I've also done another workshop, and so this is in case you want to do this in your own classroom, if you're interested in doing this kind of project, kind of the nuts and bolts of it. So the first thing is the locations. So as Olivia said, we're at Wyndham Woods for the summer, where those two videos that we've already seen were captured. And that was a one-day workshop in the summer where there was a larger event going on related to science communication. So there were a number of small teams of people working on different types of videos. And so we had this particular thing on a letter from the future. And the visuals, as Olivia mentioned, kind of came from just walking around taking photos in these woods, the kind of research forest that's on the edge of Oxford. And so those visuals of the forest itself, but also of some of the kind of rundown buildings became kind of part of the story and kind of visually supported the script. But it's also just interesting. It's just a handful of photographs in each case, but it really, I think, takes you into the scene, into the narrative that the picture they're painting. For the second workshop, we were able to do another kind of small trial run of this at the Oxford University Museum of Natural History. And that was over October half term, and we expanded it to 2 days to have a bit more time to dig into some of the production and editing side of it. But also we took advantage of the fact that we were in the museum, we were able to engage with the building and the collections. We had a very small group, we could do it kind of socially distanced, and it was again, well, before the second lockdown came in. We're planning on trying to do more of these workshops at the Natural History Museum in maybe Christmas holiday and February half term, if we're able to. So if you're in the Oxford area, please look out on the museum's social media or get in touch with me if you'd like to participate. And I'm also kind of exploring other partnerships as well. So the next piece about the how is really the process and the model. And in this case, we're using a model that comes out of the Story Center, which is based in California. And for the past 3 decades, they've been doing story work and kind of created this specific definition of what is digital storytelling. So you might actually think it could mean lots of different things, digital storytelling, because we're immersed in digital media and there's lots of stories out there. But for them, it's something very specific. It's this facilitated process that happens over a workshop 2 to 3 days long, where people are encouraged to share an important story to them. And so it's very much a reflective process, looking back on some moment in your life where something important happened, and then turning that into a narration in the video. So scripting it out, recording it, and it being very much a first person thing. And then because of the limitations of that time, it's a couple of days, and often people come with very few kind of media skills, they tend to be relatively simple. So often it's just a series of photographs like we've seen, maybe some video, but pretty minimal in terms of the kind of production. But that combination of voice and visual and music and sounds still being very powerful and helping people, again, share these stories that maybe they've been holding on to. And maybe not shared very widely. It's also sometimes used in very specific settings. So there's a group that has a program in the UK called Patient Voices, and they do digital storytelling with NHS trusts, where they'll bring together healthcare professionals and people who've been navigating the healthcare system to share their personal stories. And that's a system which can often be very kind of impersonal, and they kind of bring in that human dimension. And then another piece of the Story Center is the process model. So there's they have 7 steps of digital storytelling. I abridged one of the steps slightly. So it's, again, there's that initial part where you're reflecting on your story and thinking about the insights and emotions, and then you write it down in the second step. And again, you're focusing on a moment. The twist we did in this workshop was that instead of looking backwards, you're looking forwards. So you're using your imagination to project into the future, but the best stories come not just from kind of doing a laundry list of what you think might happen in the future, but more putting yourself into that scene and thinking about your relationships and what the world is like. Then after you've written it down, you start to see it. So you start to think, what are the visuals that can help tell this story? And those might be your own photos that you've taken over the years that you have on your phone, or they might be going out and taking some pictures wherever you are. Or it could be using particular imagery that you can find online. There's copyright issues there, so you have to be careful about that. And then in the software we use, you also have access to some stock video and stock photos. So that can also be a way to bring the visual layer in. And then the hearing your story it's that voice again, that kind of how you record it, how you deliver it. So actually, if anyone's interested in kind of public speaking or dramatic speaking, this can be actually an interesting process to go through. But then also thinking about how the music supports it and how you might use sound effects even to kind of focus the viewer on certain things. And then you assemble it, you edit it together using software, and that itself is a bit of a media literacy piece of kind of building up those skills. And then finally you share it. And sharing is a very important part of the Story Centers model, where you actually have these story circles. You come together to share various points in the process to share kind of what you think your story might be, and then an initial draft of your story, and then your final story at the end. So I'm going to talk about a few of the other things that came out of this process, and kind of, again, things you can incorporate if you're thinking in a classroom setting. So it's a great opportunity for media literacy. And there is even another session this week about media literacy, which goes into it a bit more depth. But if you're worried about misinformation, disinformation, when you create media, when you produce a video, it really impacts how you consume it, because you understand how it's made and you've kind of looked under the hood and behind the curtain. And so you can see the tools that filmmakers use to craft a story, but also to manipulate how you feel about the story. So we, as an example, watched a clip from Planet Earth 2. There's a scene in the Galapagos, iguanas versus snakes. If you haven't seen it, you should Google it, because it's actually an amazing scene, kind of a masterclass in natural history filmmaking. But what we do is we dissect it and we talk about what are the characters, who's the protagonist, the antagonist, what's the crisis, what's the resolution of the crisis, and how is drama and suspense created through music, through pacing, through sound effects. And it's worth noting that filmmakers really create a reality. The reality experienced by these wildlife filmmakers was very different. I mean, they capture if they're honest, they capture animal behavior, but we treat it as a scene where there's one single iguana running away from a bunch of snakes, and they've constructed that. It might have been filmed over a series of days in a number of locations, but they turn it into a reality that's just one scene. So when you create media, you become, I think, a more critical consumer of media, which is really important these days. Another thing we dig into is climate change. We don't spend a lot of time on it in the workshop, but we want to make sure that there's a baseline of shared knowledge. And in particular, looking at kind of visuals of climate change. So I've got the climate stripes as my background on this. We also look at the climate spiral, the Keeling curve, how data is communicated, but also that kind of shows our kind of shared understanding of the state of climate change. There's another issue to this too, which is also thinking about how you communicate with others around climate change. And that could be, again, it could be in a classroom, it could be with your friends, it could be with family members. It could be if you're interested in journalism. So if you're involved in the Young Reporters for the Environment program, how can you effectively write an article about climate change that actually connects with people maybe in a different way. And so 2 resources that I'll share here. There's a group in Oxford called Climate Outreach, and they have a website, climatevisuals.org, which is a database of photographs related to climate change, but covering lots of different themes. And it's all based on their research that they've done on which photos really move people and engage people, and are beyond kind of the usual suspects of maybe just seeing a polar bear or a kind of cracked earth in a desert. So that's a great resource. And then another thing that came out recently by Frameworks Institute and On-Road Media is kind of synthesizing other sources of information around climate stories that work, and they come up with a series of recommendations, and there's also a video associated with that. So there are great resources out there if you're interested in how you communicate about climate change. And for these workshops, I'm also thinking about adapting it to also look at the future of biodiversity. And in that case, some of this material would change. It'd be more around how you communicate around biodiversity loss, but also opportunities around rewilding, nature-based solutions, and biophilic design. So the next piece of this is the actual editing. And so we use a program called WeVideo, which is browser-based editing software. It was recommended by the Story Center, and it's been working really well. So again, if you're an educator and you're interested in doing media in your classroom, it's licensed, but the fee per student is relatively low versus if you had to buy software and install it on a series of computers. It can work across different devices because it's browser-based. So this is where you really kind of get into the process of figuring out how you're going to tell your story with sound and visuals. And we actually have some warm-up exercises. So at the museum, we had, there's a poem that was written by the poet in residence at the Field Museum in Chicago, Eric Alstein. called Such Frozen Zoos. And so we listened to the poem, and then the participants went around the museum and took photographs related to the poem. And then they went back to their laptops and layered in these visuals with the poem and some music as a chance just to get comfortable with the editing software, but also to kind of engage with the space we were in. And I think that was kind of a nice piece of the process before we dug into their personal story. And so that was that kind of first day, all of the learning about climate change, storytelling, and then that project. And the second day in this workshop over October half term was really focused on this letter from the future. And it's the process that Olivia described. And it starts with writing, kind of just finding a quiet place, getting some words down on paper, sharing an early draft, and then working some more on it, and then moving to recording the voiceover, and then you kind of just spend the rest of the time figuring out how you're gonna bring visuals and turn it into a standalone video. So I've got some screen grabs here, a bit of the script from one video, and then I'm going to show a second video in just a second. But something I liked about this was the visuals. You can see how you use visual metaphors, especially when you're thinking about the future. So this visual of life kind of growing up through the cracks, I think was an interesting one that came out of one of the video projects. And also in the script, you can see this combination of the kind of positive and negative view of the future. There is in one sentence both this idea of repetitive, intensifying cycles of floods and heat waves, but then also ever strengthening communities getting stronger. So I think there's something that we can't just focus on the negative. We can't just focus on the positive. We have to somehow engage with both of these at the same time. And I think this next video example is also a great example of that.
It's 2050, and I don't mind where I live, but the world feels cold. Places don't hold the same unique cultural identities. Everything is shifting all the time due to the huge migration movements from drought and flood-ridden countries. These have eased in the last 10 years, though. No doubt there will be more, but I think things are improving. You don't have children, but most of your friends and their children have voted for Green Party, who have introduced more renewable energy methods and made them more readily available to people through a new scheme they have put in place. However, their place in government remains unsure. The community you live in is small, but we all do little things for the good of the earth. People are more conscious when it comes to sustainability, and we've all had to accept those who care less about this. There will always be people who care less.
So that video also used that stock footage that's in WeVideo to kind of create the story, again, using somewhat abstract images, but to paint that picture of the future. So we're just going to take a moment now just to put the question to anyone who's joining us live: how do you feel about the future? And we do have a poll in Slido, and I think that might be something we can also share on screen, the word cloud. So if you're on the live stream page, and also if you're on Slido itself, go to the poll and just type in however you feel about climate change, about the future. And as people do that, I'll describe how we did something like this in the workshop. So at the museum, they had done a previous program called Let's Talk About Climate, and it was aimed at teenagers as well. And they would come in over a series of Saturdays to talk about different aspects of the climate crisis. And kind of as an icebreaker, they had created these cards that had different words on them. And I think we pre-baked the word cloud with the words that was used in Let's Talk About Climate. And you can see just from this photograph that they're color coded. So there's kind of orange, reddish ones that are fairly negative. There were blue ones, which were fairly positive, and then there were green ones, which were a bit more neutral. And as for the icebreaker, you were to grab like 3 cards and then go look for someone who had very similar cards to you and talk about it, and then go find someone else who had very different cards from you and talk about it. And so in the workshop, we did the same process where we grabbed cards and we talked about them and we tried to arrange them just to kind of see what how people were feeling and how were the group of us feeling. And sometimes it was even the same person had cards that might seem contradictory because it's such a complex issue. We engage with it with complex emotions. Because I'm screen sharing, I can't actually see the word cloud. Olivia, is there anything happening on the word cloud?
Can't really. Oh gosh. I might not be on the right.
If you can't see either, that's no problem.
I can't see it. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if it's possible to also have that word cloud results be on screen, but oh, there we go. Okay. So yeah, just to take a moment to look at this. I mean, again, so we, I think, started this with the words we used on the cards, but it's interesting. The ones that other people have put in are the ones that are now getting much bigger. And it's, yeah, there's that combination there. We've got worried and anxious at the same time that we've got inspired and hopeful. And so the, yeah, and more uncovering in it gets a bit more of an interesting shape. So the thing that that I was going to share, and well, we can go back to my slides in a minute. I'm not sure if I have to start that again. But we did that. I had that picture of what happened early on in the workshop. We came back to it towards the end of the workshop after we watched the videos that had been produced. Just again, it was a small group, just two participants in October half term. And after watching their videos and talking about them, we went back to the cards and grabbed a few of them. And they weren't looking at each other, but they picked the exact same 3 cards. And I just thought it was kind of interesting that they picked worried, accepting, and curious, which feels like a good place to be. I mean, we should be worried. At some level, acceptance is kind of the opposite of denial, accepting that change is coming, accepting that we're complicit in the problem. Just not denial comes in all sorts of, big and small. And so acceptance is in some ways the opposite. And then curiosity is going to help us and curious about what the future will be. So I think we could probably turn the word cloud off or remove that from the screen. And I'll need to share my screen again. Okay, let me just do that. So again, these are the cards that were picked at the end of that process, which was, is not a research finding because it was such a small sample, but it was striking to me. And I'm curious about how that will happen in future sessions. So just wanted to bring this back to the research I'm doing. So as I mentioned, I'm looking at how secondary schools in England are responding to the climate crisis. This involves looking at kind of what they're doing in their school, the school facilities. So we've heard a lot about zero carbon schools this week, which was a great campaign from Ashton, but also green schools, eco schools. There's other initiatives out there that are helping schools to tackle this. But then there's the question of what's happening in the classroom. So learning in both the curriculum and the hidden curriculum. And then this piece around preparing young people for the future, if you're going to teach the future, what is the future you need to be preparing for, and looking at themes around resilience and adaptation. So the digital storytelling fits into that last bullet, but for the rest of my research, I'm hoping, as soon as I'm able to be able to be connecting with a number of secondary schools, especially in kind of Greater London and the Thames Valley, so Oxfordshire, Buckinghamshire, Berkshire. And I'm looking for schools that are engaging with this in some way, are already trying to figure out what they're doing around climate change and energy use, but maybe are stuck on certain things. And it would be helpful to have a researcher come in and just interview people, different stakeholders, and perhaps also work with a young group, maybe you have an eco club or something on some sort of media project. Could be similar to this digital storytelling, or it could be something more around kind of just investigating what's happening at the school or what the opportunities are. So please do get in touch if you're interested in being part of this research. I've got my website at the end, which is again is at the Environmental Change Institute at Oxford, or the School of Geography and the Environment. And okay, I'll pause that for a second. Another theme that's emerging in this research that I'm hoping to explore more is that for lots of people, so for your classmates, for your friends, for family members, they might not be as engaged about climate change as you are. So if you're worried, but also hopeful, you're kind of in the thick of it. And other people, when you talk to them about climate change, the reaction might be a bit like this. So it's not a huge priority. It's not to say that they don't realize it's a problem, but it's not their biggest concern. And then I think there's a bit of a trend where as soon as people start to get engaged with climate change, you kind of quickly go from the shrug to the scream. And, both of these reactions are understandable. But it's the speed with which people go from kind of disengaged to despondent, or from, blissfully ignorant to fatalistic, that seems like a real problem, and also a real challenge when it comes to climate change education. And so it comes back to the same idea. There's a lot of space between dystopia and utopia, and there's a lot of space between these two reactions. And that space in between, I think, is where you find hope. And just to make a distinction between optimism, which is that you think everything's going to be okay, versus pessimism, you think everything's going to be not okay. Whereas hope is you think things might be better. You think there's the possibility of a better future. And there's a particular idea around constructive hope that that we all have a hand in shaping the future. Kind of, it's up to us. We can make a better future, a better reality, but it's going to take some work. But that we shouldn't give up yet. So with that, I was going to turn to the Q&A, and I also want to make sure we have a couple minutes at the end for our kind of closing statement, which Olivia will do. So again, because I'm screen sharing, I can go on my phone on Slido, but Olivia, I don't know if you have seen if any questions have come in. Oh, I do see a couple now.
Sure, this isn't loading for me.
So I see one, not all educators have the time, energy, or maybe the skill to take this kind of approach. Yeah, I think the thing that I did over this 2-day workshop is a pretty intensive commitment from the young people who participate, and also, would not be very easy to do in a classroom. However, there are ways, I think, to just bring in a bit of that media literacy and kind of space for thinking about the future. I think even in the little video that played before we started, there was a primary school where clearly they'd been talking to young people about the future, and they were just drawing a picture, it looked like, and then asked to share what was in their picture. And even that was covering a wide range of ideas about the future. Justice issues were being incorporated, as well as environmental issues. And there is if we have time at the end, I was going to show a short video, but we might not. And it's called Imagine for 1 minute. So it's a 1-minute video that's just to get you to think about the future. So that's another thing that would be really easy to incorporate into the classroom setting. And then how do we get teachers excited about getting involved in projects like this? I think, Olivia, you might have ideas about this too, but for me, I think showing that you are excited about it could help teachers get excited, in the sense that if it's going to make it easier for the teacher to get through a subject that's important for the curriculum or important to them, finding some way to get the students in the class really engaged with it, and creatively, and kind of, maybe even working in groups, it seems like that's an opportunity rather than a challenge. I think we probably, so too many competing priorities for teachers. Targets, Anyhow, there is a challenge for teachers, so that's the other thing, is thinking about maybe there's other partnerships outside of the classroom, or in different settings. I want to make sure we turn it over back to Olivia for our closing, so I'll pass it back to you for these final slides.
So I think because there's been so much chaos this year, and it's hard to know what to focus on. It kind of almost seems like everything's coming together, and it's like too much to handle, and I think it's really important that we keep hold of what we want the world to look like. And obviously the cool thing about this whole future storytelling is that you have that chance and that space to kind of see your goal, and then you know what you're working towards, because all of this can be so abstract. And so I think obviously everyone wants a world where we can all breathe clean air and not be so worried about, you know, a existential threat, and then we can all actually focus on working together and having a more kind of sustainable way of living. But obviously it's hard to do that when there's things like coronavirus and all these things on the news that are obviously very frightening about climate change. So yeah, I think we must all start putting all our actions and all our words into actions and start really being aware of what we do. And obviously sometimes it's hard to see the direct impacts of your own efforts on the world. And obviously you're not gonna see a direct change immediately, which is why it's difficult. But you know, small things are always important. Small things like what you eat, what you buy, what being a responsible consumer is really important. And obviously just staying hopeful, as William was saying, that hope is really important. And with that hope, we can keep demanding that, you know, governments implement strict sanctions to limit fossil fuels, and also something that isn't on the slide is to push government leaders to also push for climate education in the curriculum. And I think that's really important, especially for teachers, because it's a hard thing to implement individually, and there needs to be a more structured framework. So I think that's something very important as well.
So thank you, everybody. I feel like we've run out of time, but thanks everyone for joining us. And yeah, please think about your own stories for the future and your own vision for the future.
The next session will be on the inequality debate with self. This is a global conversation about what inequality means and the impact it has, led by children who are living or have lived on the streets in Uganda.
October's question is, how can we best reduce pollution and how important it is for our futures? The session will showcase the international discussion around the October inequality question and then demonstrate how participants can get involved in the November debate.
My name's Nicola. I'm one of 3 co-founders of Salve International, or in long version, that is Support and Love Higher Education International. We work in Uganda with children who have been living on the streets and their families. And our aim is to help them to leave the streets successfully and go on to have a brighter future through education. So underlying everything that we do is this idea that there should be no street called home. We fundamentally believe as an organisation, and hopefully all of you do as well, that there should be no street called home. We don't think any child or any adult should have to be homeless in this day and age anywhere in the world. I think every young person we manage to help leave the streets takes us one step closer to that. So our work is all about trying to create solutions. So this starts from the streets itself, and we have a street outreach team who's out there, and the main thing they're trying to do really is to build trust with young people, because until they can trust us, you can imagine when you're living on the streets, an awful lot of adults sometimes might abuse the children there. So trying to build their trust, trying to help them to feel that like we are on their side is a key first step in the process of what we do. From there, we have halfway homes, or a drug rehabilitation program that the young people can be referred to help them in that transition off the streets, with the eventual aim of them being reunited with their families and resettled back at home. And this could be anyone within their extended family. We then assess their situation to see, what were the push factors that sent them to the streets, and therefore what might we need to do to try and help them to be able to stay at home, if that's help the family to start a business and get training and mentoring in business. If it's ensuring the young person can go back to school, we'll try and work hand in hand with the family to make sure that that young person is getting the opportunities they need to succeed.
An inequality debate question is a question we come up with, we as children, concerning issues affecting our lives and the communities we live in. So every last Thursday of the month, we go online and chat with different people all over the world about the inequality question. During the inequality debate, we share different views and ideas, and we respond to each other.
Be curious.
Ask a question. What is inequality?
Education.
Poverty.
Relatives, guardians, or religious leaders.
Go and please. Join the debate.
Our debate makes me strong. Join us.
Come and join online.
Sharing our views with other people.
Being heard by people across the world. It helps us to gain self-confidence.
We learn IT skills when debating.
Gaining new ideas on important issues like climate change from friends all over the world.
These inequality debates have been of great benefit to our children here that we work with. Firstly, they've helped them to gain IT skills. They are able to use their computers. They are able to share ideas with their friends at the center, but also worldwide. It has also boosted their self-esteem because they believe in themselves. They are confident about themselves. But these debates have also helped us to get more close to these children, to build a relationship with them, but to also better understand them at a personal level.
So one of the really brilliant things that the inequality question debate helps us to do is to challenge negative stereotypes. Some people believe that because a young person has been living on the streets, they're worthless, they're a thief, they're a drug addict, they don't have something valuable to say or valuable ideas to share that might help to create a better world. So this is something that we're trying to use this project to try to do, to challenge some of these negative stereotypes and to show people that just because someone has lived on the streets, it doesn't mean that they're not an articulate, bright young person with some fantastic ideas that could really help to improve the community in which they live and also to improve other communities right across the world.
The inequality debate question. This is a question that the children themselves come up with every month to discuss issues affecting their lives and the communities in which they live. So every last Thursday of every month, these young people go online, share ideas with all the people around the world, and through doing this, they feel listened to and have a sense that they are contributing to the development of the world. So during this debate, they also respond to one another and share ideas on this inequality debate question.
One of the brilliant things about the inequality question project has been quite how many people all over the world have gotten involved with it. So obviously the young people in Uganda are the ones coming up with the questions, but we've had adults and children, both individually from home, sort of with extracurricular activities, also within their school classes, getting involved. And we've also had other street connected children from other organisations across the world sharing their opinions too. So if you look at this map, it gives you just a bit of a flavour of some of the different countries that we've had people getting involved from so far. The whole debate is conducted in English, so people do have to be willing to share their opinions in English to be able to participate at the moment. But we've not found that a barrier so far to young people from all over the world getting involved and wanting to share their opinions.
Which adaptation measures need to be taken now to cope with climate change to ensure a sustainable future for us all?
Reforestation of all deforested places.
Investing in drought-resistant crops and modernizing irrigation could help farmers from rising temperatures.
So it's really, really easy to get involved and to join in with the inequality question debate. You just type in inequalityquestion.com and it will bring you to this web page here, which is on the South International web page. So there's also a chance for you to learn more about our organisation here if you're interested. As you scroll down the page, it just reminds you a bit more about what the inequality question is and why we're doing it. And then to join the latest inequality question, you just have to click here. And this will take you across to our special debate platform. So this platform has been designed to be child safe. So that means you have a choice on it whether or not you'd like to set up a login. And that login could be the name of your school, or it could be the name of any name you choose, really, a pseudonym. So we have some of the young people in Uganda have chosen to use a pseudonym instead of their real name as part of protecting their identity. So here you can see the archive of loads and loads of different inequality debate questions that we've had over time. So it might be well worth going back through there to see if there are any topics that you think would be really interesting to learn more about. But the latest topic is always at the top. So you can see that last month we were looking at how can we best reduce pollution and how important is it for our futures. And this month we're looking at which adaptation measures need to be taken now to cope with climate change and to ensure a sustainable future for us all. So if you click on that topic, it brings up the debate platform. The nice thing with this is you can join in at any time during the month that is suitable for you. You can just come on here and post your response. But it is on the last Thursday of the month that we give the young people in our drop-in centre in Uganda access to internet, and that's when they go crazy replying to everybody. So if you want to join during the live session, then you should come during that last Thursday lunchtime of the month, which is currently between 11 till 1 UK time and 2 till 4 Ugandan time. But obviously that might change depending on which season we're in, because obviously we're now in winter time in the UK. So when you've got the question at the top, you can then start to see some of the responses that we've had so far. So far we've had Aziz has posted an answer, talking about protecting the mangroves. We've had David posting an answer talking about reforestation. We've had Junior posting an answer talking about drought resistant crops. So if I wanted to post my answer, I just need to come down here. So as I said, right now I'm commenting as a guest, which is absolutely fine. But if you would like to set up an account, you can also do that here. Like I said, maybe in the name of your school, if you'd prefer. Either is great. Ideally, if you could just say the country that you're writing from, because it is really interesting to know which country someone is writing from. So I, for example, would say Nicola from the UK. So one of the things I think is that maybe more people should consider having a vegetarian diet. So I could write here, or and I just come down here, make reply. It goes, simple as that. However, if I want to respond to one of the earlier posts, for example, this post from David here, reforestation of all the deforested places, well, what about planting why just stop at reforesting places that have been deforested? Why don't we go even further and plant even more trees? So that's how I would respond to someone else's comment there. So as you can see, it is literally as simple as that. You can log on at any time. It can be that teachers might choose to log on and put the work of their students onto the platform, or it can be that young people can go on directly themselves and post their own opinions, because it is also a good way of developing more IT skills and using different platforms.
Hi, I'm Ruth Till. I'm a secondary school geography teacher and a trustee of SALV. As you'll see that I've used the inequality questions in lots of different ways from the left-hand column. I've used it in lesson time across the geography curriculum. So in the UK, as a secondary school teacher, I work with students from age 11 through to age 18, and it's fit into schemes of work really, really well. I've used it as an extracurricular activity through Debate Club, and also as discussion points in form time as well. There's lots of benefits for both students and teachers. The top one in both columns being exploring topical issues. These questions are set each month by the young people of SALV, so they're things that they care very, very much about, or that they're experiencing firsthand and want to address. For our students, it's really important that it gives them that global platform of issues that they can engage with and different points of view and perspectives. It helps our students to break down complex issues and to identify the key challenges in those debates. It allows them to see points of view that may be similar to their own, or that might be different to their own. And particularly with points of view that are different to their own or their own experiences, it allows them to think about how they can articulate those differences appropriately and to show empathy to other people involved in the debate. From a teacher point of view, it's really important, as I've said, about keeping up to date with those topical issues, and it forces the teacher then to keep up to date with these important issues when they arise. The platform, as it is a safe platform that is monitored by SALV staff, that allows the young people to be empowered to take control of that discussion and debate and decenters the teacher, which I think is really important. And sometimes when you want to revisit previous debates, fortunately, it's all saved onto the SALV website, so you can go back and access previous debates and pick up these discussion points at later dates.
The vision of the world we want is one where children are listened to and help to solve issues of inequality and climate change.
Join our online debates this month and share ideas together with us. We would love to hear from you.
Then after the debate, please write to your political leaders with the best ideas we have come up with together, so they can put our great ideas into thought and action.
Our next session is Bring Environmental Action into Your Classroom with WWF Youth Ambassador Hattie. Drawing on her experience organising a student climate conference, secondary school student Hattie outlines her top tips for raising awareness and driving change in your school community.
Right. Hello, everyone. My name's Matt Larson-Dorr. I'm the Education Manager for WWF UK, and we're joined by Hattie.
Hello, I'm Hattie. I'm a WWF Youth Ambassador, campaigning for the climate crisis, an ecological emergency at school, but also in local areas as well.
So we're really excited to be involved in the Youth Climate Summit, and this session in particular, I think is really fantastic to be running. We're talking today about how students can bring about real impact through action at school, and Hattie's going to draw on some of her experience initiating things within school. So before we ask her to outline some of her previous experience and to draw out some of the learnings from that, I just thought it was really worth saying just how much impact you can have through action at school. I think it's tempting to feel when you're a young person that you're just kind of learning how you can have action, but actually the impact that you have will be something that happens when you're older. And that really isn't the case. And it's not just because school is where you happen to be, and therefore that's where you can actually do things. You have a huge opportunity because schools have a really important role in society and in communities. And if you can actually bring about something that happens at school, it can have a huge ripple effect. So it's not just a case of acting where you can and it not being as important as action you could do later on. It's actually a real opportunity to bring about change that not everyone has the chance to do. So what I mean by that really is if you think about all of the different facets of school life, and it's not just about coming to school, getting an education and then going home again. A school is a business, it has other companies and organizations working with it. You have a site, and you have all of the different families of the students that are at the school who understand what's going on at the school, hear about things, come in for events and so on. So there's this huge opportunity to actually drive change. So with that in mind, I'm hoping that all of you watching today or watching on the recording will be really excited to think about what you could do that can actually start this ripple effect of change through action in your school. So that's the context. Hattie, do you want to bring us to reality and talk to us a little bit about the things that you have started in your school?
Yeah, of course. So, like Matt said, it is quite hard doing it, and I'm not gonna lie. You know, there are some barriers and things you face, but I'm gonna go straight on and talk about the real change that's happened and that we've seen. But then there's also a lot about a change in mindset and how the school's mindset has changed to more environmental stuff. So the first thing that I really did was I ran a week of climate events last year in March. This was basically when all of the strikes were happening and all of the climate strikes and Fridays for Future. And I was very young at the time and it was all quite new and very exciting, but I decided to do some activities in my school so that people who still wanted to feel like they were making a difference could do something within the school area. So we did I ran an assembly talking about how climate change can be affected in our local area. We live in a little town called Malden, and I go to a school called Malden's Plume Academy, and we live just on an estuary. So I spoke about the importance of how we can help in our local area and what impacts of climate change we will see so close to home. The school fully supported this, and it was a really great week to really kickstart everything from the students' point of view. This led on to a more of a community event, which was called a Climate Change the Last Straw. This was after lobbying my MP, John Whittingdale, quite a lot. And we decided, along with the help of the WI's climate Ambassador Jill Bruce that we wanted to set up a public meeting to really share and discuss the effects of climate change. So this happened and I got to meet some amazing other speakers, and that was where I did my first speech. So it's one of a really important thing, and if you want to do something like this, I would say that's a really good thing to get your school on board with. My school was really good with this, and they fully catered everything and made it such an enjoyable opportunity. So some other things that have happened and some ideas that you could do to implement into your school is I ran a conference. Now, I'm not sure whether your school has a student leadership team. Lots of secondary schools do. So that's a good place to start if you'd like to find some other like-minded people. We had a school conference day for climate change where I spoke with the student leadership team, and we basically railed out everything, the ideas that we have and things we can do around the school. The main idea of it was to bring non-teaching staff and teaching staff and students together. As Matt, like you said, schools are big businesses, and there's a lot more to it than coming to school and learning. There are so many other teachers and non-teaching staff behind the scenes, and it was really important that we acknowledged this and acknowledged how they can help us. So, for example, we had the catering department talk to the maintenance team, because the waste produced is what the maintenance team deal with, and then that links onto the recycling. So we had green recycling come in to talk to us, for us to talk to about how they can help and support us. One thing I've learned along the way is the school is really enthusiastic, but to begin with, it wasn't as environmentally friendly, and lots of things came wrapped in plastic. But personally, I've seen a real shift in this, and this moves really lovely onto how the catering department have done. So I think catering is a really big key point, that if you can start with that, that will really help you. They have, in my mind, made the biggest physical changes that you can see. So a really quick and easy example of this is they've changed all the plastic cutlery to wooden. This is such a really easy thing to change, but helps so much. And the school meals are now in cardboard containers instead of when I first joined in year 7 in polystyrene. Another really simple effect that you could do is switching from little sachets of tomato ketchup to the pots. Now, I'm not sure if the school has temporarily stopped doing this due to COVID, but I'm sure as soon as things start to go back on the right direction, that will come back in. So these are the main things I have done within the school, and it might give you some ideas of what you can do as well.
That's amazing. Thanks, Hattie. So I'm really interested to know how you sort of started in this process. So to see that those changes have been made within your school is really great, and the fact that the school supported you when you wanted to run some sort of convening events to discuss these issues. What was it that sort of do you feel attracted them to support you in that, and what sort of led to the things that you were raising being adopted by the school? Is it just that they hadn't thought about them before, and when you raised them, they just agreed they were a good idea, or did you put any pressure on? Was there anything that kind of helped to persuade?
There's one thing to really remember when campaigning at school and trying to bring about change. You want to be firm, but you don't want to come across as either being annoying or being too firm. So you want to draw people in, and you want people to join you on this instead of thinking, whoa, that's really overwhelming. You're throwing so many things at me. I just don't really know where to start. So I think one good thing that I've done, and this is a really good tip if you want to start off, is to start small. You know, work your way up. Trust me, I've got a to-do list about the size of my arm, but nobody gets up in the morning and does everything on their list. It's a huge thing to take on, so please don't feel overwhelmed and start slowly. And I think that's the thing that really joined the school on board, was really simple, cost-effective ways that they can make change. And remember that cost. I did a survey, which I will come on to in a minute, throughout all the teaching heads of departments and teacher heads of years. And one thing that came up a lot was cost. So that is one thing to really keep in mind, is if it can save the school money, then that is a really good place to start, and to just build your way up. Start small. You don't have to take over the world in one day.
I think that's a really good first top tip to take away. So yeah, small steps moving in the right direction can really make the difference, because I guess when you've started to have some small changes take place, people are sort of familiar with why those kinds of things are important, and they'll become more and more likely to listen when you're talking about bigger things. That's a really good tip. So I'm really interested as well to know in this kind of approach to try and get the school to take more action and to organize things at school, to what extent were you part of a group of students? Did you bring the student body along with you, or did you feel like a little bit like you were flying solo?
At the start, it was more like flying solo. However, the school have been really helpful holistically for me. So that means they checked up on a lot with how I was doing with the WWF and emails and stuff like that. However, I am in the process of trying to set up a group. And I think that's another really important thing. If you're starting this on your own and you feel like there's nobody else there, see if you can find a teacher that will support you. That is such a helpful thing. If you can find a passionate teacher that can help you and support you with sending emails and driving change in the school, that is a really good thing to get going. And then once you have that, find other people with like-minded mind to you. So not only is this good for your mental health, but it's so good for feeling empowered. It's so nice to find your tribe of people that you can understand what you're thinking, and you can move change together. So it can drive bigger impacts and have a bigger impact on the school. This can also help with your mental health, and tackle it by yourself is so hard. And so by surrounding yourself with with other people with the same passion as you, it can be so much help.
That's great, thank you. And I'll just say before I ask the next question, we've got about sort of 8 minutes left. If anyone's watching the live stream and you're kind of sparking off any questions for Hattie, do put them into the chat. They'll get fed through to us here, and we can see if we can cover those as well. Yeah, Hattie, I think it's really inspiring what you've kind of done off your own bat here, and I know when you first started, those first activities in your school was before you joined WWF UK as a youth ambassador. What was your first sort of what first pushed you into wanting to do this, and where did you get the kind of information to feel confident that you were taking the right approach to start with?
For me, I've always been connected to nature. Nature's always been such an important part of my life. Ever since I was young, I've done scouting, and I've had incredible opportunities to go to nature camps, and the summer solstice and the winter solstice, and all of these amazing times where I learned from older generations. And I think that's one really important thing, is even in today, it's very much old and young, but I do feel that if young and old work together, it can be really helpful. So that's, it's always been a big part of me. And when I saw the strikes happening, I was like, I do feel that locally I can make a difference. Also, I have been running a survey around the school for the teachers. So if you want some ideas, this is personal to my school, so your school might be different, but this might be a nice thing if you could do to send out, just to kind of get the gist of how people feel around your school. So if I read out some of the questions, and then that can kind of guide you. So question 1 was, do you feel like the school is more environmentally aware over the last 12 months? Now, out of 14 people, 10 said yes and 4 said no. So this is good to hear. This is good to hear that over the 12 months that the school has been making change, people have been seeing effects and they have thought that it's actually taking control. Also, question 2 was, steps have you taken to improve? So teachers personally, they have a really big, massive input into how with it. So I wanted to kind of understand what they have done to improve and also what we can do as well. So there was lots on physical stuff. So there was loads about paper. There was recycling and trying to use less paper as they possibly can. And one thing that I noticed with this, it was all cost efficient. So it was nothing really that costed the school money. It was very simple things like turning the lights out, which will save the electricity bills. So there was lots of stuff on this. Question 3, which very well links to the WWF and how you can get support from the WWF, is national campaigns. Now, the WWF has loads of these which you can get involved with in your school. And that was one of the questions I asked was, have you done any national campaigns? And all of them said no, but the desire to change and desire to use them was really good. Question 4 was, have you gone outside your classroom to teach in green and blue areas during COVID-19 or during using the community's local resources? Now, 6 people said yes and 9 said no. So this is something that we're going to build on a lot. And I think the biggest barriers there were, and like how we can get people on board, is having clear goals. Like, it's really important to know exactly what you want to do and when you want to do it. It can feel very overwhelming going into this and kind of not having a clear idea of what you want to do. So my advice is write a to-do list out, write everything that you want to change and start one at a time. That very much links to what I said earlier with taking your time on this, and it's not something that's going to happen overnight. That's most of the stuff from the surveys. However, the last thing was about what is the biggest barrier, and there was lots of this on cost. So it was a lot about money, which I thought was very interesting, bearing in mind a lot of the other stuff wasn't cost efficient, so it was nothing that used money. So this is something that I'm going to really take into consideration, and I advise that you do as well. So really think about how it can save the school money and time, and also breaking down that stigma of nature being not cool. There's a lot about the environment being seen as not the sad, a bit sad, or not the coolest thing in the world, or you're just a bit of a hippie. So that's one thing that I would really say to break this down and get rid of the stigma, and that can be really done well by creating a group and think outside the box when doing this.
Great, thanks, Hattie. So we've just got 2 minutes left and some lovely questions have come in. So the first one, which I think is a really nice one to start with, is in your experience of doing all this, what's the aspect of this work that you've most enjoyed? Where have you got the most sort of pleasure out of doing this?
I think it's seeing a change in mindset. The physical things are amazing, but when you start seeing the environment come up in conversations and come up in meetings, that is really nice. Because when I started in year 7, although there was some talk of it, now I really do see a bigger shift in how people think, and it's coming up more in meetings. And if you can do that in student meetings, eventually it will come up to teaching staff and the senior leadership team.
Brilliant. Yeah, seeing results must be so satisfying.
Yeah.
And we might only have time for this question now, unless it's a very quick answer, which is, did you do anything at primary school, or was this something you started doing at secondary?
I think I became a lot more confident in secondary to speak up for what I believed in, and had not the opportunity, because I did have the opportunity in primary school, but I felt there was a lot more I could implicate. And I'm not saying that there isn't in primary school, but so secondary school was kind of really where I started speaking up as I got a lot more confident. However, that doesn't mean there weren't things at my primary school. And now I'm actually going and trying to connect with my old primary school and get them on board as well, which is really lovely, so that you can work with younger people. Because if you start in primary school, then they already have the mindset to go up into secondary school, to have that idea of, okay, this is really good. How can we make this environmental, and how can we bring the environment into this? So that's one thing that I've been trying to do, is work with younger local primary schools, and then they can then take over in year when they come up into secondary school.
That's fantastic. And I think that's a lovely thing for any secondary school student to think about doing, because you've become such a role model for the students in that primary school, particularly if it's your old primary school.
So nice to connect with local schools as well and build a community.
Amazing. Well, thanks so much, Hattie. So hopefully, I think there's some really strong takeaways there for anyone watching. And yeah, would really love to see some more student-led action over the coming year.
Thank you. I hope this helps everyone. Oh, Hattie, that was amazing.
Our next session is Changing Policy for Good with Marine Conservation Society. We will look at how new policy works best when there is community support brought about by taking a bottom-up approach.
Alice Tebb will discuss how to bring about positive change at a whole community level by reaching out beyond the boundary of school. Students will learn how to better understand their wider local community and effectively work together to uncover solutions that enable positive change.
Hello, good morning, everybody. I'm Alice and I work for the Marine Conservation Society. And thank you so much, girls, for that introduction. That was lovely. So I have a presentation for you all now that I'm just going to share up. So 2 seconds. Okay, let's see. And actually, whilst you're waiting for me to organise myself, if for the people that are listening, if you could please just pop in the chat box right now what policy it is that you're interested in changing. I'd really love to see what they are. So you can reply all or just message me in the chat. But yes, please do let me know. I'd love to see. Okay, so here we are. Okay. So hopefully you can all see this. So this is my talk, and this was my chat box quickfire question. So for those of you that are listening, what policy are you interested in changing? So why is policy important? Well, policy details actions that, sorry, I'm just trying to move my cursor along. Here we are. So policy details actions within organisations that essentially outlines how we must act. And perhaps it feels dry, but it's what runs the world. And, you know, under the best circumstances, policy can make everybody's lives better. And, you know, policy is the kind of backbone of decision making around the world. And so although kind of all policy is important, in this talk, I'm mostly going to be discussing local policy. And this is because local authorities tend to be able to be more agile than perhaps national level government, and they can actually provide really interesting case studies for adoption around the rest of the country that perhaps provides kind of government with a kind of lower risk approach. So I would definitely say that it is really important to also be involved in national policy making, and you can sign up for, consultations by the government, and, taking the time to answer them as a young person is so key. And you can share them with others too. So why look beyond your school or college, or if you're homeschooled, your home's walls, and as students, you may have very specific asks of your local policymakers, but without showing that you've done that much like research into your wider area, that doesn't really kind of help your communication with policymakers. They want to know what the whole of local society thinks on that particular matter. And, don't forget that district and county councillors, for example, are voted in by their community. And so their work does need to reflect their local community's interests. And, there's also something that's really important about talking to people who think differently to you, because, diverse thinking is really important when finding solutions to issues. And so what is meant by a bottom-up approach is that there is kind of like wider community support and buy-in for policy change, and that it's not change that's being kind of dictated to the community by policymakers. So there are a lot of issues at the moment that policy is not fully addressing, and climate change is a huge one of them. But within climate change, there will be certain issues that, that you are passionate about. And so, but do others feel the same? How can you find out? There are lots of ways to understand what people think about the issues you want to discuss. For example, you can go out with questionnaires. That's kind of quite a light touch way of talking to people, quite simple, quite straightforward. However, you're talking to everybody separately, and they don't necessarily know what others are saying, or come to consensus together. And there's another way you can talk to people, which is more about like workshopping, which has a kind of deeper look at values, and you can create consensus around issues. So workshopping is where you kind of bring people together to talk out an issue. And both of these are used by government around the UK, and also by NGOs and other organisations. And so that's why I wanted to talk about these two things. I should say as well from the start that you will often find people that you think disagree with you on things, but actually we all value things and have kind of core values that are the same. So, we all want a healthy environment. We just perhaps want it for different things. And so there's always common ground to be had. And so I would like to give you an example of some ongoing work that we're doing at a marine conservation zone in Norfolk. So here is the Cromer Shoal Chalkbeds Marine Conservation Zone. It's an area off of North Norfolk, off the east of England. It was designated in 2016, and it protects seabed habitats. And immediately after designation, there's some policy that is immediately implemented with regard to kind of construction and so on within the site. However, fisheries management, so managing fishing in the area, is given a bit more time to be introduced, so that conversation can happen with local communities. And in North Norfolk, the communities are mostly rural, and I guess the biggest industry in the area is agriculture. Locally, the Cromer crab is a really well-known and celebrated brand. And so what policy is going to be brought in to protect the seabed, but also recognise the importance of Cromer crabs? And how can that policy be supported by the community so that the marine protected area policy is supported by all. So before getting started, we did our homework. Okay, we knew that we wanted to affect policy that did not already exist, but it's definitely worth checking that out. We also checked if anybody else was working on anything similar, you know, so that we could buddy up with them. It's really important to look around and see what's already happening in your area, and there's just no point in doing a job twice. We actually did find out that there used to be a community group for these sorts of discussions, but as it was funded by the EU, their funding ran out. And so there was a need for somebody to kind of bring some conversation together. So if you want to talk to people and get an idea of local thinking, you need to make sure that you've spoken to as many different perspectives as possible. And stakeholder mapping is a really good way to make sure that you've tried to contact all local ages, religions, businesses, associations, etc. And it's a really systematic approach of making sure that you don't accidentally leave anyone behind. And, you know, because you ideally want a good range of people to take part in your discussion. So then you really want to kind of do a light touch check-in, and this is where we put a questionnaire out to locals just to get an idea of what local feeling was. The reason we wanted to do it is because it's helpful to know the kinds of things that people want to talk about around the issue that you want to discuss early on. And it's also helpful to get a sense of how much people do or don't know about the issue that you want to discuss. So we researched it and sent out our questionnaire to key groups, and also circulated it widely through local papers. That is free to do if they're, you know, looking for kind of things to talk to people about. And a questionnaire can be a great way of also meeting people who are interested. But, you know, just a note to make sure that you are GDPR compliant. So that's make sure that you check out protecting people's data. So from this community outreach, we then could tell that there were some issues that local people agreed on and others that people did not. And we shared our findings with local policymakers who handle the kind of fisheries management in the area. And it actually got them interested in us and our work, and encouraged these policymakers to look at what we were doing. So after this kind of high level work, we then held a workshop. And what we wanted to talk to people about was their values and hopes for the area, for local society and sea. And we asked them again, you know, what they thought the issues were. And we actually asked them to prioritize the actions that would help us overcome the issues. So if you imagine that in a climate change sense, you're asking the whole local community what they think is most important, so that your actions, what you're doing, is really driven and led by local people. And we also looked at the potential barriers to these actions and solutions that might help you overcome these priority actions. And, you know, when doing this kind of thing, it's really important to have your listening ears on and take in what people are saying. And, you know, ultimately we did come to a consensus in the room of what, you know, key local people thought needed doing, and what needed doing first, and how it needed to be done. Not everything that came out from that conversation was necessarily policy related, but the actions that were policy related, we were able to talk to policymakers using the data from the workshops. So, and you can see from this picture throughout the workshops, we always had a person stood at the front writing what people are saying. And it's quite a hard job to do, because you have to write quickly and you have to understand what people are saying without introducing your own bias. So I guess, you know, you have all this conversation and all this writing, but how does this like paper become data that you can take to policymakers? Well, that kind of writing can be turned into this. So what you do is you then take people's statements and their kind of common themes, and you can just simply kind of count up the number of times that these themes are referred to, and the number of times that people really identified with it. Because the marine conservation zone, the area that we were working in, covers over 30 miles of coastline, we actually held a number of workshops, so we had to get all of that data together from all the different people we spoke to. And across all the workshops, the most commonly mentioned themes were then our priority actions. So we used this data to report our findings, and we shared it both with the workshop participants and also with policymakers. And what we found is that the policymakers were really interested in what our workshop results were, and that they actually made some legislation to protect the reef. It was very much connected with what they were already wanting to do, but because they saw that the community really supported it, they were able to kind of do it a lot faster and with a lot more assurance. And with the added benefit of going out beyond the walls of the school, college, home, we were able to also get wider community support. And so what you find is that all of a sudden there's lots of energy within the local community to communicate what you want to talk about. And so here we have the councils put up signage, there's shops with kind of displays based on the local sea. And so I would say that, yes, working with others and people that think differently to you and have different priorities is a challenging process, but it is really rewarding. And this whole process took us about 1.5 years, start to finish. So it does take time, but it can be like a really great way of showing policymakers that you have considered the real life impacts of the policy that you are suggesting, and also that you have the community behind you. So what are my takeaway top tips for you? Definitely get support from home or from school. It's really important that you let the people whose job it is to safeguard you do their job, because you are looking beyond their kind of immediate walls of protection, if you like. That is a really important thing to think about. So, for example, your school or college might insist on you and your friends kind of using a more generic school email account for any external communications, or they might ask that you go through a teacher, and because you're like relying on their support, it's really important that you do what they ask. And you should, because as I say, you're collecting people's details, strangers' details essentially to begin with, although you will get to know people, is that you should also talk to your school about being GDPR compliant. So that's, when you have somebody's details, you then have a responsibility to their email address. And actually the British Youth Council are a really important contact, and they have lots of great advice on how to kind of do community work. So definitely connect with them early on. It's really important to understand who your community is. Understanding local community vision and values is so important, and talking to others is so valuable. And, know from the start that there are going to be people who don't agree with each other or with you. And that's okay. People are entitled to their own opinions, and, just treat everybody with respect. As I said in the start, there will be common ground that you can find, and that, people are engaging with you because they're interested. So, don't take it that just because they are perhaps disagreeing with you, that they don't like what you're doing. Take a quick scan of local thinking really early on. You might kind of have seen this and think, wow, I really want to jump in. That sounds really interesting. But it's so valuable to have a kind of litmus test of community feeling, because it will really help you later on. And it just means that when you meet people for the first time, that you're not taking the conversation at a level that's too high or too low, and that you're placing it just right. And finally, share your learning with others, you know, not just the policy changes that you want, but also what's worked and what hasn't worked for you. You know, other young people might be really interested to hear about what you've got to say. And definitely be kind to yourself. You know, this is a learning process for everybody involved, and talking to people about your learning really helps people understand you and bring them along with you. So the takeaways, I guess, are that definitely, if you do anything, if you think that this sounds like all too much, take part in government consultations. You know, that's you're going straight to the kind of heart of policy making then, and it's a really important thing to do. And my call to leaders is to get others interested with you. So let me stop sharing. I think I have to stop now, so I'm sorry I didn't have any time for questions, but thank you so much all, and have a lovely rest of your day.
This session will be on the network of networks, brought to you by student members of the London Schools Eco Network, which was founded in 2019. They will talk live about their experiences setting up and running a youth-led network representing over 14 secondary schools from across the capital. Schools in Berkshire, Surrey, Bath, Birmingham and beyond have been inspired to set up similar networks. Find out how to set up your own group so we can form a network of networks across the UK to tackle the climate and ecological crises together.
Hello everyone, we are running a session today called A Network of Networks. So I'm Dr. Jessica Tipton, a secondary teacher of languages and founder of the London Schools Eco Network. And today we've got students and staff from the London, Berkshire and Midlands Schools Eco Networks here to talk to you about setting up a network. Our aim is to reach out to other existing or potential groups of schools to join our growing network of networks. So if I could first of all ask each network in turn to come off mute to say hi all together and give us a wave. So starting with the London Schools Eco Network. Hi. Hi.
Hi.
And now if I could ask the Berkshire Schools Eco Network to say hi and give us a wave.
Whoa.
Hi.
Hi.
And finally, the Midlands Schools Eco Network, the baby of the group at the moment.
Hello. Hello.
Brilliant. Okay, so I'm going to start off with just a very quick intro to the background of these schools' eco network. So I will share my screen. Okay, so we have this model that we've been working up since the London Schools Eco Network started up in 2019. And I'll just say how we started. So it all started with two schools, so a state school and an independent school in London, so Hammersmith Academy and St Paul's Girls' School, and they did some visits to each other's schools. So you can see us there visiting the amazing student-run gardens at Hammersmith Academy, and you might have heard about them in Dr. Patrick Kerwan's session on eco-leadership on Monday morning. This then grew to a handful of secondaries in West London. There you've got the students meeting the youth activist, Noga Levi-Rappaport. We did some primary workshops together. This is the amazing Ship of Tolerance, which give it a Google if you hadn't heard about that. Some of the students did some joint articles about some of the things that they had been working on together. And these were some of the events careers forum, and then some virtual events as we went into lockdown. And ironically, despite not being able to meet in person, actually the London network has been really growing since lockdown in March. So they went over to Zoom meetings. We're now up to around 20 schools. They're students mostly from year 10 and up, state and private, mixed boys and girls schools, students from different backgrounds and from different parts of London. So it's student-led, but it's all safeguarded, and we have staff there to facilitate and to advise. We've also got a staff group, and that brings together like-minded souls from London and beyond. So there's our first meeting, and we had some eco-anxiety teacher training with psychotherapist Caroline Hickman and the amazing Clover Hogan, who you've probably heard from this week. We have some resources we've compiled together, a newsletter, and we find this a really useful source of support for each other. And the staff are from teaching roles, non-teaching, all from different parts of different schools. We've now had some students from different parts of the UK observing the meetings, and that's what's led to the Berkshire and now the Midlands groups setting up. We've had some students from South Africa observing, and also Surrey, Yorkshire, Bristol and Bath, we're talking to them about setting up networks. So I think that's probably enough from me. So let's hear from some of the students. So here we have Tian, who's in year 12 at the school that I teach in, St Paul's Girls' School. And she's just going to give an idea about some of the things that the London group's done. So I've just got a couple of slides there.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dr. Tipton pretty much said a lot of what we already do. Hopefully I can provide a more like personal explanation of what we do in the network. So really what I find with London Schools Eco Network is it's driven by a bunch of secondary school students' passion for the environment, and we all come together, brainstorm ideas, initiatives, projects we want to do. Some stuff we've been doing this term is we've really been active on our social media accounts. We've created a fast fashion webinar for people to participate in. And we've also done newsletters, drafts for letters to send to MPs. And what I find is sort of my favorite part of the London Schools Eco Network is we have meetings fortnightly. So we routinely see the same faces, and you get quite comfortable and familiar with these people. And every week that goes by, we just become more and more open about our plans for the environment. And so, yeah, I hope that helps.
Great, thanks, Tian. And now if I could ask Cosmo to say a little bit about the Berkshire group.
Hi, yes, so the Berkshire Schools Eco Network is sort of the latest one that's been properly set up. So Phoebe and I and a couple of other students in September were asked whether we'd like to help set up the Berkshire Schools Eco Network, which is made up of 10 private and state secondary schools in Berkshire. And since then, we've been really successful. So we spent most of this term trying to collaborate and get other schools involved in our network, and that's been fantastic. So I think we have about 10 now, which is obviously absolutely superb. And we've been collaborating on quite a few different projects. We've got quite a few ideas that we'd like to do. So, for example, we're going to hopefully send out a newsletter, a logo competition, and we've obviously been working up to this Youth Climate Summit, for which we did a presentation on Wednesday, which was broadcasted on food farming and forests. So it's collaborating with like-minded people has been absolutely fantastic, and we're doing really well. So.
Amazing, yeah, well done, guys. And now Advait is going to say a few words about the newest group, the Midlands Schools Eco Network.
Thanks, Dr. Tipton. Within 5 days of reaching out, we've got enthusiastic responses from 10 schools, and that's only going to grow over time. In the next few weeks, we're going to help these schools set up their own eco committees and commit to the Green Flag Award. We're going to share our 80-point sustainability plan, and we're going to have Zoom meetings to discuss new ideas and organise new initiatives. From tree planting to influencing primary schools to a Sustainability Awareness Week, most things are still possible, even with coronavirus regulations. We're really excited here in the Midlands because there's so much potential for massive change in transport, heating, paper use, waste, not only in the long term, but in the next few months and even weeks. Thanks.
Great, what a manifesto. Good luck to the Midlands. It's brilliant to have you on board. So I'm now going to ask, first of all, the London students. So we have Tian, we have Clara, and I can see Ardash there, who are just going to have a little chat about some of the things they've got out of being in the network. So Tian, if you just want to kick things off and then hand over to the other guys.
So when I started sort of being involved with the London Schools Eco Network, it was my first year. I was new at school. I was also new on the environmental committee. So it was all very like fresh, and I wasn't sure what exactly we were going to be doing. I was a bit nervous as well. But upon arrival, everyone was just so encouraging, positive, lovely. And I think it really served to make me feel confident and optimistic about our future. So on top of having like physical agendas, which we achieved, it's also sort of an emotional support network. And I was wondering if Clara or Ardash wanted to elaborate on that.
I agree. I think it's easy to feel quite frustrated within a confined school environment, and solving the climate crisis is proving to be all about making connections, whether that's with people in different environments or across the world or in different subjects to you. And the diverse range of experiences and ideas that are to be found in the network are so inspiring, and it's amazing to feel so galvanized to action in that way.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think bouncing ideas between different schools is always great because every school does things differently and every school has a different attitude towards climate change. And just to have the platform to kind of affect change in the wider community, as well as in our own schools, I found that really, really great. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And I think building on what Ardash said, I have one particular memory of this girl I was talking to in London Schools Eco Network, and she mentioned how she was sort of the only person in her school who cared about the environment. And she tried emailing teachers, emailing her head teacher about joining, I think it was the Let's Go Zero campaign, and just none of them would have any response. I think her joining the London Schools Eco Network was just a brilliant opportunity for her to be able to speak to more voices and therefore feel like she could have her voice heard. So I was wondering if Clara or Ardash wanted to talk about their experience in school and maybe how that compares to their experience in London Schools Eco Network.
I agree. I think especially at the time of coronavirus, when people may be struggling to make connections, it's so special to feel that as though you're part of a network that can facilitate those connections with other schools, and in doing so strengthen the collective voice of the students and maybe help to put pressure on people who are in charge of making eco decisions at a school level, and also then, as we've seen throughout this week, at a policy level.
Definitely, yeah. So I joined the network, I think maybe a month and a half ago. And already I've had so many ideas from just meetings that we've had. And it's been really amazing to see the changes that we're thinking about, not just in our own schools, but things like this, things like the Youth Climate Summit and opportunities like that. They're really amazing. And we get to kind of see the different range of ideas that everyone has. So, yeah.
Brilliant. Thanks, guys. I think that's really useful for everybody to hear. So if I could now ask the Berkshire Schools Eco Network to do the same. So I think Cosmo will kick off, and then we've got Ophelia, and we've got Phoebe, I think.
Yeah, so just to pick up on Tian's point, in September when I got an email saying, would you like to be part of this Berkshire Schools Eco Network, working with schools and in particular Phoebe, it was quite a daunting prospect because obviously I was collaborating directly with schools that I hadn't done so before. And actually it was such a pleasant surprise because everyone involved in these eco networks, they're by definition really passionate and really active. So I think it's just been absolutely fantastic. It's been a fantastic opportunity to collaborate with schools that otherwise we wouldn't necessarily have done so directly, because we can make more of a difference together. And I'll hand over to Phoebe because I know that for her that's been particularly important.
Yeah, so I personally have felt the Berkshire School Eco Network has been incredibly important to me because especially that I go to a school where there aren't many people who have the same sort of passion as me for the environment. So coming to a situation where there's loads of people who share that passion is just brilliant. Especially, I think it's felt throughout the society, through the group, because everyone, like, it just doesn't make you feel alone anymore, because you have a way to express yourself where you won't be pushed down for your ideas. You'll be like, you know, you'll be brought up for it, and you'll be like, you'll be supported all the way through. And I just feel so supported here, which is amazing, which I haven't felt before. So, Ophelia?
Yeah, I'm also still relatively new to the network, but it's just been such an inspiring and positive atmosphere so far. And as Phoebe and Cosmo kind of said, it allows individuals who aren't supported by their school to collaborate with like-minded people. And it has the ability to create initiatives and projects which a single school wouldn't be able to do because of resource and time constraints.
Amazing. Great to hear from you guys. And now I'm going to ask if just some of the staff who've been involved could just say a few very quick words. We are short of time, unfortunately, but I wondered if I could ask Ms. Romero, who was critical in setting up the Berkshire network, if she could start off.
Yes, thank you. It has been great for us, a great journey, a massive experience, an absolute pleasure to collaborate with London Schools Eco Network and discover them, and then find this initiative to create something that other schools can belong to, or individuals, to have her voice heard. This is a platform open for everyone to really put out their leadership skills there and act, call for action.
Amazing. Mr. Butler, are you there just to say a few words from the Midlands perspective? If you're still there with us. Oh, right. Mr. Fussy, perhaps you could add a few words about Berkshire.
Yeah, thank you very much. What an inspiring meeting so far. I mean, I think we all know, when we are interested in the environment, how important community is and how important biodiversity is. And I think what we really value from the Berkshire Schools Eco Network is the sense of community that it gives us, and the diversity that we get, diversity of ideas, diversity of support, which you've already heard for, and just the momentum that we need in order to make things happen. So we're absolutely thrilled to be part of this and to be making progress. And thank you very much for your inspiration as well. Thank you. Brilliant.
Well, yeah, I definitely get a lot from being able to talk to other members of staff wherever they are, and it's really unifying. So thank you, everybody, and we had a real fun time preparing for doing this this live session. So yeah, I think it's a real tonic to be able to get together like this, students and staff. So we're now going to move on to our closing messages. So I think, unfortunately, we might have lost the Midlands. I'm just going to double check if they've managed to dial back in. No, we've lost the Midlands. Oh, they're here. They are here. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen again, and we have some messages to finish our session with. So here we go. So Advait, if you're there, are you able to give us our vision statement? Oh. Right, I'm going to ask Tian if she wouldn't mind reading out the vision statement.
Hi.
Okay.
Hello.
Oh, no,
Sorry.
he's here. Go for it then.
So, our vision is a network of schools eco networks across the UK and with links abroad, working together on campaigns and initiatives to tackle climate change and support the environment.
Fantastic. And then Ophelia is going to tell us an action to take.
So if everybody here today finds a friend or a teacher in a different school to work together on environmental issues.
And finally, over to Ardash for a call for world leaders on COP26.
So we're calling for world leaders and those at COP26 to enable and promote environmental collaboration between young people and their teachers, as together is stronger.
Brilliant. So we hope people would like to join us. We've been through the process ourselves, so we can give you tips. You could come and join one of our meetings, and there's the Twitter and Instagram for the London Schools Eco Network, and there's my email as well if you want to get in touch. And we are looking for a name for this UK-wide Schools Eco Network. Nothing quite works so far, so looking for ideas for that. So I will stop sharing and ask if everybody who's here could together come off mute and say goodbye and thank you for listening.
Goodbye.
Bye.
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 That was
Should we begin? Yes.
Yeah.
Hi all. Firstly, thank you to the incredible work of Transform Our World in putting this together. Paul and I are from Aim High, which is the nature first, curiosity powered online school where our mission is to make world-class live learning accessible for all. This session is a sneak peek at something that Paul, myself, and many others have been working on. It's called How to Talk About the Climate Crisis to Anyone in a Way That Makes a Difference. And it is for everyone. So thank you for coming. The theme of the day is about how we can make a difference and build a sustainable future. And so we wanted to run this today because that's exactly what we are trying to do. We think that building this sustainable future begins with really good communication and really good teaching, and the kind of communication that doesn't just require understanding the science, but understanding people, behavioral psychology, politics, activism, enterprise, and more. So Paul and I are going to run this session for you, and this first one, which is a part of our kind of larger series, is called Carbon, Tipping Points, and Our Simplest Solution. If you like what you see here, then please do join the full course, which you can go to via Aim High. It's a not-for-profit project designed to supercharge our collective response to the climate crisis, and it really is for everyone. So yes, if you like what you experience here, then please recommend this course to others and join it yourself. It is actually almost entirely booked up now, but there are a few spaces left on Sunday. With this topic in particular, there is no time to lose. So yeah, please do join us. For now, please take notes if you want to and ask questions as we go, and feel free to comment and interact using the chat whenever you'd like. There is no such thing as a stupid question, and please never feel that your questions will be distracting either. We're used to getting a lot of questions when we do the lessons on Aim High, when we have hundreds or thousands of people on the chat. So please check that your chat is working now by typing your favorite fish into the chat thread. Go. And I'm not sure if here we see YouTube chat or we just see the chat from people watching on Zoom. There's a delay between the Zoom and the live stream, so it may take a moment to come through. All right, well, we'll just keep going, but do send us your favorite fish. So yes, please also feel free to respond to one another's comments as we go along if you'd like to. This will run for about 45 minutes, and then we'll do a kind of Q&A at the end for the remaining time that we have. There will still be some optional time, the end for questions. So yes, here we go. This is not designed to teach you everything about climate and nature, the course as a whole. It's designed to cut through the misinformation and the fake news, to equip you with key knowledge, ideas, and confidence. We want to help you to be able to weave stories and understanding about climate and nature into your plans and conversations, from chatting to friends through to decisions at work, school, life. The situation is very bad, and we're not going to sugarcoat that at all. But the purpose of these lessons is not to focus on how bad everything is. The purpose is to explain clearly why things are going wrong, what needs to change, what roles we can play, how simple and near many of the solutions are, and to help you to be confident communicators yourselves. So yeah, if all goes well on this one and on others, if you choose to join the others, then hopefully you'll be left feeling empowered, understanding, keen to share knowledge, and ready to be a catalyst of change. So here we go. Let me just make sure this is all working. It is. Cool. There we go. So yeah, in this session, we are going to talk about the following things. We're going to talk about human psychology and perception. We're going to talk about tipping points, global heating, CO2 levels, our simplest solutions, and what we can do. So let's begin. To begin with, who knows what's going on here? So if you don't already know, oh no, I've got the wrong color there. If you don't already know, sometimes it can be quite hard for butterflies in the rainforest to find salt. And so if they're running low on salt, then they sometimes will stop off to drink the salty tears of a friendly turtle. Anyway, this isn't really where the lesson begins, but it's kind of beautiful, isn't it?
Okay, where this really begins is with a piece of paper. So reach around where you are, find a piece of paper, just an A4 piece of paper. Now, the question I'm going to ask is, how many times do you think you can fold a piece of paper in half before it's impossible to keep going? Now, some of you might already know the answer. There is a sort of physical limit on how many times you can fold a piece of paper. The answer is 7 for one of these. The world record is actually 12 times with a really big thin piece of paper. But a normal A4 piece of paper, there is this limit. And the reason is because every time you fold it, the thickness doubles and eventually it becomes too thick to bend. Now, I know you're probably thinking, we can't keep folding this piece of paper. But if we could, how many folds would it take until it was the thickness of the Earth? If you keep folding it, how quickly until you get to the thickness of the Earth? And this number might surprise you. Now, it'd be the thickness of the Earth in only 37 folds.
So move on from that. The Milky Way galaxy is so big that it would take over 100,000 years for a text message to get from one side to the other. And that's going at the speed of light. It'd take 100,000 years for a text message to get from one side to the other. This is actually a picture of the Andromeda galaxy because it's a bit difficult to photograph the Milky Way these days. But anyway, how many folds do you think it would take before this piece of paper was as thick as the Milky Way? What do you reckon? Seeing comments saying I could only do 6 folds with an A5 piece of paper. Oh, you can do more than 6. Anyway, to get a piece of paper the same thickness as the Milky Way, you'd only need to double its thickness 83 times. It'd only take 103 folds to be as thick as the entire observable universe.
Okay, so you might be thinking, why are we talking about folding pieces of paper, and why is this important when considering the climate crisis? Now, the reason to talk about this is because we humans aren't wired to intuitively understand how quickly things can grow when when they speed themselves up. It's nothing to be ashamed of or embarrassed if you guess numbers that were wildly wrong before, because it's how we humans all naturally think. Now, on top of this, we've only really evolved to act quickly when we're faced with immediate threats, like a hungry tiger running at us, to snatch the sandwich that we're holding, or otherwise, we've not evolved to be instinctively scared of problems that investigations tell us are going to be dangerous if they don't feel dangerous right now. So I've got another question. Does the climate crisis feel scary to you right now? Is your adrenaline pumping? Now, I'm going to be honest and say, I'm quite comfortable here. My adrenaline is not pumping. Mine isn't. So understanding this is really important if we're going to overcome some of the biggest challenges we face. To help communicate and act in ways that inspire and bring people along with us rather than alienating. So, for example, one of the most positive things that any of us can do is to remind and empower people and organizations who take positive actions but are delaying to do so, that there really is no time to lose. To patiently and kindly paint a picture of urgency. Now, we're going to talk more about this as this lesson goes on, but to say it upfront and clearly, we all have a crucial role to play, no matter how small we might sometimes feel our contributions seem. So we all have much more power to change the world through seemingly small acts that we intuitively think we do. At the end of this lesson, we're going to show you why. So unfortunately for all of us, just like the folding piece of paper, it is true that elements of the climate crisis are speeding it all up as it develops.
Okay, so let's talk about feedback loops. And also, I just found where everyone was listing their fish, which was quite exciting to see all the fish coming in, which I completely missed before, especially dogfish, great fish. Anyway, yeah, let's talk about feedback loops. So a feedback loop is a situation where something happening affects the chances of it continuing to happen. So a good way to explain this is to think about eating. So when we eat something, so we're just going to give Mr. Creosote a baguette. Yes, so when we eat, it makes us want to eat less. And that's called a negative feedback loop. Negative because acting on being hungry makes us less hungry. Now, imagine if eating more made us want to eat more. That would be a positive feedback loop, and it would end very badly, like Mr. Creosote, we would explode. So a positive feedback loop might sound like a good thing, but actually it's a bad thing. Negative feedback loops are all across nature, right? You get too hot and your body tries to cool you down. As the world gets hotter due to human activity, the oceans absorb about 90% of the extra heat, and other mechanisms work to try to cool the world back down.
But what if the world getting hotter actually started to make the world get even hotter? Imagine if the hotness accelerated the heating even more. Well, this is exactly what is starting to happen and is happening right now. So who knows why burning forests across Australia, the USA, Brazil, Russia, and more are a problem? Why is it that burning forests are a problem? So the fires are heating up the planet, but more importantly, the burning forests release greenhouse gases, which we'll talk about more in a moment. These greenhouse gases heat up the planet even more. To make matters worse, healthy forests normally work to to extract these gases from the atmosphere. But destroying the forests means that they cannot. You can see why if too many forests were burning, this would be a positive feedback mechanism that could get out of control. We call the point at which this could accelerate out of control as a tipping point. So now for something else. As the world heats up, the melting of ice accelerates. And in July 2019 alone, an amount of water sufficient to cover an area the size of the UK to a depth of 2.5 meters melted off the Greenland ice sheet. Who knows why melting ice is a positive feedback mechanism that's heading towards a tipping point? Now, we're going to draw some T-shirts here. So a useful way to explain this and to understand it is to ask the question, imagine if you had two t-shirts, one dark in color, which is illustrated here with the ocean and t-shirt 1, and another light in color, the color of ice, and t-shirt 2. So which of these would you prefer to wear on a hot day? Dark colored t-shirt or a white t-shirt? Now, yeah, hopefully you're all sat there screaming a white t-shirt. So most people would prefer to wear the ice colored one because it's much better at reflecting heat. As global ice melts though, there is less ice to reflect heat, and the dark oceans underneath absorb more heat, and the world gets hotter and leads to a positive feedback loop with melting more ice, heading towards a tipping point. Okay, so there are many more positive feedback loops with tipping points, and we're going to mention a few of these. They get mentioned throughout the course. But for now, I just want to tell you about what we're worried all of these tipping points could combine to cause. So if we carry on pushing the Earth system hotter and hotter with our human activities, then it will eventually get to a point where our planet will start heating in a way that will run away. And it will run away with itself. We call this uncontrollable accelerating heating situation, hothouse Earth. And of course, it isn't the case that there are only things going on that are accelerating the heating. Some natural negative feedback loops on Earth are working to keep us in balance, which is why there might be still time to turn things around. Now, I say might because the truth is nobody knows if we're already heading for runaway heating. The boulder might already be at the top, ready to roll down the other side. Now, this sounds scary, and it is, but since we don't know where we are, we have a duty to do all that we can. Now, this is an emergency. Everything that we do now, and I mean everything, will make a positive difference for the future.
So now we're going to talk about why carbon dioxide causes the world to heat up. Some of you may already know this, so this bit will be concise and quick. But first, what do people mean when they say the word carbon? What do they mean when they say this word carbon? So put that into the chat, what you think. And meanwhile, I'll just carry on talking. So pure carbon is a solid, and it's a solid that's normally called graphite, like the inside of a pencil, or diamond if the graphite has been compressed at high temperatures. And so, yes, the inside of every pencil is almost a diamond, kind of. Anyway, carbon, when combined with other chemicals, is one of the most important building blocks of every living thing on Earth, like this frog. In other words, carbon is everywhere. However, for some reason, the media has started calling one specific form of it carbon, and I can see that someone anonymous has got that right. And that form is carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide, or otherwise, as you'll all, or many of you will know it to be called, CO2. So carbon dioxide is formed when things made of carbon, like this frog, burn or rot or get eaten. So dying living things will generally release carbon. And it's carbon dioxide that we are worried about. Why? Because it does something strange when it's in the atmosphere. So let me switch over to this. So the light shining on the Earth from the sun heats us up. And we can feel it with our skin on a warm day, right? And as the Earth gets hotter, the heat then shines off the Earth. And we can feel that with our skin too, right? If you hold your hand above like a hot piece of concrete, then we can feel the heat radiating off back into space. Now, let's switch across this. Ooh. So yeah, the carbon dioxide that's collected in our atmosphere, I'm just going to draw it as a layer like that for now, absorbs the heat that's trying to leave. So it absorbs this heat. So it absorbs the heat that's trying to leave here. And when it releases it, it does so in a random direction. Now, this means that some of it does go out into space in the way that it was heading before, but it also means that some of it will go back down to the Earth. And that will result in extra heating. Now, we call this, as many of you will know, the greenhouse effect. And we call carbon dioxide a greenhouse gas. This is actually kind of weird because greenhouses work a bit differently, but anyway. Anyway, you might be wondering why this effect only happens when the heat tries to leave. Why does it only happen when the heat is on the way out and not when it arrives? And that's because the heat leaving is slightly different to the heat arriving. Anyway, so the greenhouse effect results in global warming or global heating, as we're now increasingly calling it. Yeah, it's true that there are more greenhouse gases than just carbon dioxide. So which one do you guys think is the strongest? What is the strongest greenhouse gas? So there are a lot of them. There's one called carbon tetrafluoride, which you absolutely don't need to remember the name of, nor the symbol for, but I'll just write it there anyway. And it's especially bad, but thankfully there's not too much of that one about. I can see, so that there's comments saying methane and water vapor, and this is a great point. So yeah, methane is a very important one. Methane is about 90 times stronger than carbon dioxide, about 90 times stronger than carbon dioxide when measured over 20 years. Now, don't worry if this bit's too complicated for you, I'll just go over it really quickly, but just for those who are interested, if you measure methane over 100 years, then it's only 30 times stronger than carbon dioxide. So it's a lot stronger than carbon dioxide measured over 20 years, but kind of not as much stronger over 100 years. And that's because methane is naturally removed from the atmosphere more quickly than CO2. So we think of it as less strong when talking about longer timescales. But anyway, methane is one of the big culprits of global heating, but there's still a lot more carbon dioxide around the methane, and CO2 lasts a lot longer in the atmosphere. So it's carbon that we worry about. Now, let me switch across to this. So I saw that someone did say this in the chat, which is brilliant. So actually up to 70% of the greenhouse effect, I say up to because it could be a bit more, but a bit less, sorry, is caused by water vapor. Up to 70% of the greenhouse effect is actually caused by water vapor because it's such a strong greenhouse gas and there's so much of it. Now, water vapor is another potential tipping point because more heat means more water vapor due to more evaporation, which means more heating. So this itself is a major tipping point. The reason that the global conversation isn't about water vapor, though, is because it's not something we can control. What we can control is carbon dioxide. Now, it might seem like bad luck that we have an Earth that heats up so quickly, but actually it's really important. The greenhouse effect is not a problem. Who knows what the average temperature on Earth would be without the greenhouse effect? What do you think? Seeing that nitrous oxide was another suggestion of a greenhouse gas. Here we go. Okay, yes, so without the greenhouse effect, the average temperature on Earth would be minus 18 degrees C. I've seen that there was a guess of minus 40. It's not quite that extreme, but yeah, it's a lot colder with no greenhouse effect. And the temperatures would be more extreme as well in general in terms of their differences. So you'd have like really cold days, but ridiculously cold nights. Anyway, with the greenhouse effect, we average a temperature of about 15 degrees C. So we have about 15 degrees C now. We need the greenhouse effect. It is not a problem in itself.
Okay, we're going to go back to the piece of paper. So throughout the history of our planet, we've not only had the greenhouse effect, but also the levels of different greenhouse gases have changed. And it's natural for them to do so, and natural for the temperature of our planet to have changed too. The problem isn't that levels of CO2, methane, water vapor, etc. are going up. The problem is how quickly they're going up and how it could trigger difficult to reverse or maybe impossible to reverse changes. Now, if the rock rolls over the top of the hill, it could just keep rolling. So some people point to times in the past when the levels of greenhouse gases were much higher, and say correctly that life got by just fine. And they use this to cast doubts on whether climate change is a problem. What they're missing is that it's the speed of change that matters. So I want to show you something that you can show to other people too. And it might be that you've got a piece of paper and you can have a go at this one as well. You can represent the climate of the world with a piece of paper. As we add more greenhouse gases to the atmosphere, we can represent this by moving more and more of the paper above our fingers. And we can continue to do this for a while, and there will be no consequence. The climate system remains stable. However, there eventually comes a point where the piece of paper and the climate changes very, very rapidly to a different state, like a hothouse Earth. Now, what happens if we go, or we try to go backwards? Any ideas? You might think that we can easily now move more of the paper below our fingers and immediately undo this, but this just isn't the case. Yeah, there's a few comments of people saying, yeah, no, everything will be fine. In fact, once we go too far, we have to go a long way back to return to the state that we were in before. Now, of course, the climate is less simple than a piece of paper, and it may never be possible to go back to where we were. As stewards of this planet, we have to be very careful. We don't want to be the generation that allowed this to happen on our watch. Now, this course promises you solutions and empowerment, and to not focus on what's going wrong, and that's where we're going. But to get there, we have to go through the reality of where we are now and where things are heading.
So you will already know that there are worsening droughts, hurricanes, the displacement of millions of people as crops fail, and that over 1 million species are on the brink of extinction. And all of this can be very overwhelming. It is really distressing to see the reality of what's going on in the world and to be a part of the people who understand how much we need to change and how little seems to be getting done to turn things around. And it's okay to mourn. It's okay to be sad, and it's okay to be angry. And many of us are there with you, and we have to show that we're there for others. However, we mustn't feel hopeless, because hopelessness gets us nowhere. Hopelessness is something that's forced upon us by a dysfunctional system, and we all have to shake it off. So yeah, in the words of the great Jane Goodall, she came on a recent Aim High lesson, every one of us can make a positive difference every single day. None of us wanted to be born into a time when there's a climate crisis unfolding. I mean, may you live in interesting times, as the old Chinese curse goes, but this was not our choice. And we all have a role to play in turning this around. And by working to become more effective communicators, we have the chance to multiply our positive impact many times over. So thank you for coming to this lesson, and we hope that you'll want to come to the larger course in general. Anyway, over to Paul.
Okay. This is one of Matthew's favourite stories, this one. It's a story about monkeys and this ladder. Now, a load of monkeys are in an enclosure, and the centre of the enclosure is a ladder with a load of delicious bananas at the top. You can see them at the top of that image. Now, one day, some humans decide to set up a perimeter around the ladder. If any of the monkeys cross this perimeter, this fence, then cold showers are activated all across the enclosure, and all of the monkeys get wet. So the monkeys don't like this, and so they start attacking any monkey that goes near the ladder. Very quickly, all of the monkeys learn that no one is to climb the ladder. And then next, over a period of time, the monkeys are replaced one by one. Each new monkey learns from the other monkeys that it shouldn't climb the ladder, even though it's never experienced a cold shower and so doesn't know why. And eventually, all of the monkeys have been replaced by new monkeys, some of whom have never experienced a cold shower, and the humans then turn off the cold showers. What do you think when the showers aren't happening anymore? Any ideas? What happens to the behavior of the monkeys? Now, what you might have thought is that for a long period of time, the monkeys might continue to attack one another for going near the ladder. even though it no longer makes sense to do so. And eventually, though, there might be some pioneers and creative monkeys that will experiment and find that the old rules are better broken. But it could take a long time to do this. So what this experiment sort of tries to simplify and show is how normal it is for living things, including humans, to adhere to ingrained normalities. So simply to do things because that's how we've always known them to be done. A good example might be, why do we wear ties? I'm sure lots of you are sat there maybe with a tie. What's the purpose of a tie? We are wired to accept our present reality, to put our trust in the status quo, even if it doesn't make sense. And many of the biggest problems in the world exist, not because we don't know they're damaging, but because we are so used to the ways and the way things that have always been done, we struggle to imagine how they could be different. Now, understanding the limits of human psychology is just as relevant for understanding and communicating effectively about the climate crisis as a graph of carbon dioxide. Why? Because the climate crisis is not just a science problem, it's a perception problem too. This is why good communication is so crucial. By helping those around us to question the way things have been done and to imagine how they could be done differently, we can create change very rapidly. So ideas are very powerful things, and we're going to talk about that in a moment. But first,
yes, first, I'm going to show you some quotes. And I want you to tell me if you recognize the names or associated organizations of the people saying them. This is our current reality, but it doesn't have to be. We are in a planetary emergency from former director of NASA. Former UN Secretary General is saying this is an emergency, and for emergency situations, we need emergency action. Now, if you come along to the lessons, the whole course, then we'll obviously give you like all of these in a pack afterwards as well, and we hope you'll come. But yeah, these are very prominent people from prominent organizations involved in influencing global decision making. Yet somehow, climate is still not the global priority. As everybody knows, COVID changed the world almost overnight, yet we're repeatedly told that making the necessary changes to turn around the climate crisis will take many decades. Now, as promised, the lessons in this course will cover many of the solutions to the climate crisis. For now, though, so for this one demo lesson within the Youth Climate Summit, we are going to start with just one. We're going to talk about the simplest and most effective solution of them all. So it begins with a question. What percentage of human-produced greenhouse gases do you think come from energy production? What do you think?
I think this is one to give a little bit of time and see if we get some responses from, because this is a good question. What percentage of human-produced greenhouse gases come from energy production? So power stations, fueling vehicles, fueling aircrafts, but all of our energy production. Any guesses?
Saying a 40%.
Yeah, we got 50-40. Okay, that's interesting. The answer is over 70%. The majority of our greenhouse gases come from energy. Now, another question. What percentage of that energy do you think is generated by burning fossil fuels? So what percentage of our total energy production comes from burning fossil fuels? There's a 70%, a 65%, 60%, 80%. Some good guesses here. So the answer is 85%. Again, it's a really large majority. So burning fossil fuels releases carbon dioxide, among other pollutants, which increases the greenhouse effect. We're going to show you another graph.
Oh, yes, we are.
So this is a graph of carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere since the year 0. So this shows it over the last 2,020 years. Now, you might be wondering what ppm means, and it means parts per million. So at the moment, we are at just over 400 parts per million. And what that means is there are 400 particles of CO2 in every million particles of air. Now, that might not sound small. Oh, sorry, it does sound small, as in, it does sound like a very small number, but it has a really big effect. And this is what has happened since the Industrial Revolution, when we started burning fossil fuels on a huge scale. And we've got this massive uptick or upturn. And in the words of NASA's Dr. Michael Fumpson, the world is quickening the rate of accumulation of carbon dioxide and has shown no signs of slowing this down. Now, I want to show you what the CO2 levels have been like for the past 800,000 years. The way that we've found this out is actually really cool. Every winter, air gets trapped in the Antarctic ice. And it's true that some of this ice melts the following summer, but some always remains and gets buried under more and more new ice the following year. And then so the deeper that we dig or drill into the Antarctic, the older the air that's trapped inside that ice gets. And the deepest, oldest is still around 800,000 years old. Is there anyone you reckon who would breathe in some 800,000-year-old air? The Antarctic ice air records, and we call them ice core data, are so accurate we can use them to figure out when the Romans started using slightly different mixtures of metals in their coins. And you can see that the CO2 has certainly moved around, and it's always, it had also not moved anywhere near so much, so high or so quickly as in the last 200 years.
Now, you might sometimes come across arguments where people say that recent global heating has nothing to do with greenhouse gases and is actually a consequence of natural solar cycles, and that the sun is currently getting hotter. Now, the internet often perpetuates things that aren't true because people share stories that sound compelling. The sun has actually been getting less hot for the past few decades. We'll send you the data showing this in the pack if you come to join these lessons as a whole. Now, who here thinks that people who believe these things are stupid? I'm really keen to know what people think. I think Paul and I agree that they actually rarely are stupid. And we don't think treating them as stupid helps very much either. These are people who like questioning conventional wisdom, and many of them could potentially have been good scientists with a disposition for questioning things. There are obviously people like Trump. There's an anonymous comment there. But it's important that we don't forget how compelling many conspiracy theories are for people. So I can see that someone said that these people are often easily swayed. But are they? These conspiracy theories can be very, very compelling, and it can be very difficult to sort fact from fiction once our trust in scientific institutions erodes away. And we'll talk more about that in lesson 4 if you come to the larger course. But for now, I just want to say that it can be exhausting trying to convince climate change skeptics to change their minds. But the best path is always with kindness, understanding, a lack of judgment, and above all, patience. Luckily, these people are rapidly becoming less influential in the world, as of quite recently. And so most of the work that we have to do isn't convincing a small number of deniers to change their minds. It's in convincing those who already know what's happening that we need to act with much more urgency. And that's much more important than I think a lot of us realize, is that a lot of people know what's going on, but they don't get the urgency.
So part of the aim high philosophy is not to overwhelm with charts and data and information, but we just want to show you one more graph of CO2 levels. So now we're really zoomed in on the last 20 years, and you should be able to see there is some sort of trend. What do you think is causing this, this wobble or this curve? Are there any ideas? It seems to be on a kind of annual basis. There's this increase and then decrease. So, should we see, just give people a chance to see if there's any ideas. what's really interesting looking at carbon dioxide is the time frame. So we've jumped around a few different time frames here, going from 2,000 years to 800,000 years, and then back now to the last 20 years. But the data looks very different depending on the time frame you're exploring. So there's some good ideas already coming into the chat. We've got someone suggesting that this could be seasons, yeah, and seasonal change. So the wobble is because every year there is summer growth of plants, which decreases the level of carbon dioxide, and then the winter death of these plants increases it. And this is all to do with there being a larger landmass in the Northern Hemisphere. So this is a sort of teaser to what we're going to talk about, and talk about as part of the course, that nature is one of our most important climate solutions, and that a healthy natural world means a lot of carbon dioxide being removed from our atmosphere. So anyway, noticing how the level of carbon dioxide is continuing to rise, carbon dioxide did not fall because of the pandemic. The rate of increase slowed a little, but it is still increasing, and increasing fast. So just a moment ago, we saw how rapidly the carbon dioxide level is rising relative to the last 800,000 years. However, we have reason to believe that our atmosphere has likely not changed as quickly as it is doing now for hundreds of millions of years. And to be precise, actually 252 million years ago, there was a rapid change in the atmosphere, which resulted in the permanent disappearance of up to about 96% of all species in the ocean and around 70% of all species on land. And many people aptly call this the Great Dying. Now, history never repeats, but it can rhyme.
So there's no two ways about it. We need to stop burning the fossil fuels that are creating all this CO2 as quickly as possible. This is our most important solution, and it is very simple. Just because the world has been powered by fossil fuels for so many years doesn't mean for a second that it has to continue. We don't have to be monkeys around a ladder, especially when doing so has us on a collision course with a catastrophe. We can and we will devise a new way, and here's how we can start. Number one, switch to greener sources of energy generation. Solar, wind, wave, etc., etc. Despite what people say, we can power the world without fossil fuels if the will is there to make the changes. And there's recognition that short-term expenses to make it happen are actually enormous long-term savings. And number two, reducing global energy use overall. A lot of the ways we use energy are unnecessary and inefficient, and we could all be a lot less wasteful.
Lots of these ideas relate to the Let's Go Zero campaign. So there's lots in common here as what's been said over the last few days. So how do we have a positive impact ourselves? So here are some of the most positive things that we can do. We can move any money we have away from banks, pensions that invest in fossil fuels. Most banks and pensions still actually do this. There's one bank in particular, Barclays, that is quite famous for having a poor record on fossil fuel investments. There's a bank called Triodos, which has a much better record. And it might be that you can discuss with your parents, or if you're a teacher, discuss with your school how your pension is invested. In democratic countries, we can all vote, particularly for political parties that prioritize the climate. We can also vote with our wallets and find a way to pay the little bit extra for energy generated from renewable sources. Now, this is another interesting one. If we ever fly, we can fly less or not at all until maybe electric planes arrive. These are some of the key and kind of most effective things that we could do. But the danger with this kind of list is that it might sound as though I'm saying that we all must take it upon ourselves to combat the use of fossil fuels individually. Now, as vital as individual change is in creating positive and often huge unseen ripple effects, our overall system won't transform fast enough if we all only make changes driven by varying levels of understanding and guilt. it doesn't feel very good either.
I could see that someone is saying, what about eating less meat? And that is something that we talk about in the next lesson, actually, if you come to the next one, which is running next week. But yeah, if you think about it, it's actually quite absurd for a government to do little itself to combat the climate crisis and to act as though the solution is to get people to make their own decisions and hope for the best. It's sort of like telling the population, right, we're getting rid of all the laws about stealing and we're getting rid of all the police, but stealing's really bad. So learn about it yourself and don't do it. We know this doesn't work. We need governments to make laws that make it impossible for the climate crisis to continue.
Yeah, so how do we achieve this if we don't run governments? Some governments are starting slowly to move in the right direction. And a really good example is that China has just announced that they're going to, they would like to emit net zero carbon from 2060. Now, net zero actually means that they still plan to emit greenhouse gases, but they also plan to find some way to absorb them as well. Now, an increasing number of countries have a net zero by maybe 2050 target, including the UK and New Zealand. But evidence suggests that 2050 could be too slow, and it could put us at a significant and unnecessary risk. There are a few countries on target for a reasonably low level of emissions, like Bhutan, the Gambia, Costa Rica and Finland, but most are miles behind. We'll talk more about this. It comes in another lesson as well in this course, is exploring population and consumption. But meanwhile, the carbon dioxide levels that we've been thinking might result in only 2 degrees Celsius of warming are starting to look like they could cause 4 degrees Celsius. And that might not sound like a lot, but nature says otherwise. And increases in carbon dioxide so far mean that 50% of the Great Barrier Reef has bleached, which is sort of on the verge of dying since about 1995. Now, people sometimes say climate scientists are alarmists, but it's the exact opposite. Their estimates and models are almost always very conservative. So how do we catalyze even faster change? We teach, we spread knowledge, we use what we know to empower everyone around us. We are living through a crisis of imagination. There is so much potential for things to change. Now, we've focused on one key solution today, and the course that we've developed through Aim High shows many more steps that people can take to help them to realize sort of climate action. And we are living through a scary time, but also a very exciting time. Things are moving and we need to be part of that change. And even David Attenborough, at the age of 94, started an Instagram account. He's doing his bit. So people are changing their perceptions, and it's up to all of us to accelerate this tide together.
I'm on mute, that was a mistake. It's easy to think that we can't make a difference as individuals, but our seemingly small actions and communication of knowledge and ideas can be very powerful. So if, for example, if one person thinks of an idea or has something they want to share, and they share it with just 3 people, they share it with only 3 people, and then they stop sharing it. And then the next day, those 3 people each share it with 3 more people, and then they stop sharing it, and so on. How long would it take for the whole world to know the idea if people always gave the idea to new people? And this is kind of going back to the folding piece of paper at the beginning. How long would it take for the entire world to know the idea if everyone told 3 other people, and everyone always made sure they told a new person? I'm going to wait a moment to see what ideas come in. So I'm seeing an answer that's actually quite close there, saying 5 weeks. The answer is 3 weeks. It would take about a day more than 3 weeks for everyone in the world to know. And it's even faster if each person shares it more than 3 times. We have agency over our own future, and collectively, we are stronger than any seemingly unchangeable inertia, especially if civilization depends on it. So please go forth and spread this knowledge.
So we just want to leave you with one last quote from Muhammad Ali as a bit of a teaser. So it says, looking at life from a different perspective makes you realize that it's not the deer that is crossing the road. Rather, it's the road that is crossing the forest.
So thank you all for coming to this session. And if you'd like to come to the course, then as we said, it's almost booked up now, but it's very solutions focused. And it's very much about empowering you and equipping you with the knowledge and the skills to be able to communicate this. And please do spread it to everyone. It's not just for students, it's for teachers, it's for adults, it's for normal workers. And yes, it's going to be lesson 1 will only be running 2 more times on Sunday, and all the spaces are nearly gone. But if you'd like to come, then we'd love to have you, because we just want this knowledge spread as quickly as possible. As we said, it's a not-for-profit initiative, and so it's yeah, we're one day hoping that we might be able to run it for free. At the moment, it's £25 for the course, which we'd love for you to join if you can. But yes, as I said, we really mean it that this course is for everyone. And also we practice what we preach about people being able to communicate once they've seen the course. And so we create a teacher relay. So different teachers teach each lesson of the course. And after each lesson finishes, we'll also send you packs of resources that can, and links to the best resources on the internet. And it'll be really nicely compiled diagrams and things like that. And we'll also send kind of quizzes and things like that. And we'll also send a certificate of completion from Aim High for those who finish the course. Yes, in the future, we would love to be able to run it for free. We think it should be free, and that's the aim. And so we're running a crowdfunder / Patreon, which you can access at the bottom of our page. So yes, if you visit Aim High, then you can support that. But otherwise, yeah, please do tell your friends, family, and colleagues about our Nature First Curiosity-powered online school and our mission to make world-class live learning accessible for everyone. We run most of our lessons entirely for free, from science to philosophy, and we host inspiring guests. We had Josh Monbiot on recently, and an amazing astronomer, and there are really crazy great people who come on to share their knowledge, and so we'd love to be able to share their generosity with you. We're also about to launch an Aim High tutoring thing, which is going to be very, very inexpensive teaching for people around the world, so do check that out as well. And yeah, thank you for being a part of this our lesson 1 of our climate course. Thank you for coming to the Youth Climate Summit, and thank you to Transform Our World for making this incredible event possible. We are very happy to have been a part of it. So we've now got a few minutes left, and we're very happy to do a Q&A. So do put in any questions that you would like to.
Matthew, whilst people are just thinking of some questions, let me jump in as well. One of the guests that Aim High had recently was a guy called Rob Hopkins, and just linked to that, sustainable futures, and particularly this idea of imaginations. There is a book that Rob released recently called From What Is to What If, and his message is all about unlocking people's imaginations, and that Aim High lesson is well worth watching, and it gets you to think about actually that what we're experiencing at the moment really is a crisis of imagination. That it's not that it goes back to that monkey story as well, this idea that we have ingrained behaviors, and all we need to do is think differently and use our imaginations to actually come up with the solutions and change our behaviors and change the way that society functions in order to have positive impacts and create that kind of healthier planet, healthier population. Was there anything else that you were thinking of, Matthew, just before we go to our questions?
I'm really interested in students and schools and their ability to create change here. Like one of the things that we're all becoming really aware of is that a lot of the kind of larger system just seems to resist change, and it's a lot to do with the fact that we live in a very self-perpetuating system, and also the fact that there's a serious lack of imagination. And I think that's why the student strikes and so on have brought so much hope to people, because there are all these young people who are thinking of things completely differently. And just because we've always lived in a world, or we lived in a world for such a long time where we've been completely oriented around fossil fuels, does not mean for a second that we have to carry on. Like that's not how things have to be in the future. We can totally build a world that is much more sustainable for people.
Yeah, for me, Matthew, that leads also on to this idea of, as much as coronavirus has been a horrible situation and it continues to be, but if there's a silver lining to any of it, what it's done is it's illustrated how quickly and easily people will change. And that if a government says overnight, look, this is our biggest priority, we're going to find billions of pounds to be able to pump in and support people's jobs. We're going to tell you that you have to behave in a certain way and that it's illegal to do this other thing. That shows that if governments did the same in response to climate change, that it could change overnight. And I think that's something that people need to hold on to and realize, is that it's almost like our response to coronavirus provides the proof that we can change and that society can overcome this challenge.
So I'm seeing a question come in saying, what one thing should schools do first? So firstly, I'll just direct you to a few of our kind of partners and friends. So one of them is the Let's Go Zero campaign, which I think just launched this week, which is a really good campaign for helping schools to reduce their emissions. And the World Resources Institute also runs a really good campaigns, but specifically helping schools to reduce the carbon footprint of their food. I think that and the Green Schools Project is also great for helping with that educational stuff. Green Schools Project, and there are others. If you check out our website, we kind of list our friends on the front page, and there are quite a few on there who are pretty cool. Global Social Learners is another one that is springing to mind. And I've forgotten the name of the competition, but the Big Ideas competition. But what one thing should schools do first in terms of a practical sense? So changing the menu in the canteen. Like that's a place where food kind of like reduction of animal products in the canteen is an absolutely huge step that schools can take. If schools are managing any kind of budget and it's banked with a bank that invests in fossil fuels, that's a huge step that schools can take. But another thing is there needs to be a lot more of a focus in general, I think, on ecology and nature. So whilst we're finally starting to get the global conversation to move a lot more towards emissions and carbon dioxide, and that's what this kind of lesson 1 has mainly been about, because that is the way in that a lot of people have now. But ultimately, like, we know that the big problem and probably the most important fix, so obviously is kind of restoring nature. And I think schools should really take a major part in helping kids to connect with nature and helping to restore nature within their own grounds as well, because then we're training up a whole new generation to value nature and want to live among it.
I think that feeds into the idea as well that the role schools play within the educational system and bringing nature into the educational system, so that there's a reprioritizing that connection and engaging children and young people with the natural world is really important. I think a lot of that is undermined by this sort of examination system and external exams that I think actually shifts schools' priorities. And a lot of it is linked to that, in the sense that until that changes, until actually we move away from that system to a system that actually encourages lifelong learning, curiosity, a lot of the things that Aim High is striving towards, so that we actually create young people who are really driven by protecting the natural world, and primarily because the natural world underpins us, that the air that we breathe, the food we eat, the water we drink, all comes from nature, and we need to reconnect young people with this concept of nature.
Yeah, otherwise we're going to end up with a slightly skewed response that won't actually work so well. So one of the things that we talk about in lesson 3 is Bea Perez, who's head of sustainability for Coca-Cola, which is a mad title. She said, I think it was at Davos this year, about how with Coca-Cola, they were sticking with plastic bottles, and we're sticking with plastic bottles because that's what the customers want, and it's cheaper and it's got a lower carbon footprint. And you're like, hang on a minute, lower carbon footprint? Why is that? And then her argument goes that it's got a lower carbon footprint because the transport is lighter weight than glass bottles, and they're slightly easier to make. And that's the thing where the argument is getting really distorted and oversimplified, where people are just focusing on the emissions, when actually there needs to be much more of a conversation about, well, what then happens to the plastic? It's going and destroying nature, and we need nature so that we don't have our planet destroyed, and so that it can actually recover itself from the climate crisis. And so that's something that we explore a lot in the coming lessons. So do join them if you would like to. We would love to have you along. And I think that this is now coming to an end. So should we say our goodbyes? Just wave. Cool. Yeah, no, thanks so much for having us. Thank you for coming to this session, and we hope to see you at the course on Sunday if you want to join.
Our next session is On Screen. What could be a sustainable future look like? Brought to you by Global Action Plan.
In this interactive session, you will learn about a project which has challenged the TV industry to rethink how much environmental content is seen in TV drama, and hear about how it's helping young filmmakers on the journey of bringing their vision, a positive, sustainable future, to life on screen.
The session will be run by Compassion, not Consumerism, team from Global Action Plan, an environmental charity which connects what's good for us and what's good for our planet.
Hi everyone, and welcome to the session On Screen, What Could a Sustainable Future Look Like? My name is Christina, and I'm from the environmental charity Global Action Plan. And at Global Action Plan, we work to connect what's good for people with what's good for the planet. Just before we kick off, a quick reminder that if you go on the Slido webpage or on the Transform Our World page, you can join in the discussion through that. So type in any questions you have at all. And hopefully at the end, we'll get a bit of time to answer those. And also we'll be doing a creative session at the end, which we'd love to hear from you as well. So yeah, by all means, get involved in that. So the first thing I'd love to hear your thoughts on is, if I just share my screen, give me a second. Right, so what programs have you watched which have environmental issues in them? So this could be on TV or on, you know, any films. So yeah, have a think about that, and then any answers you can think of, whack them in to the Q&A box or the Slido. And then a bit later on in the session, I'll come back to that and see what you've come up with. So we're all here today at the Youth Climate Summit because we want to live in a more sustainable world. We need to halve greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 to stop the world from warming above 1.5 degrees. And to do this, we need to rethink lots of things. How we get our energy, what food we eat, how we travel, and what we do in the next 10 years will determine what future we get. So what might a sustainable future look like? What type of food might we eat, for example? So have a start thinking about this. For example, maybe we'll locally grow all our food. And the great thing about growing our own food is you're not then having the food travel thousands of miles to reach our plate. For example, avocados traveling thousands of miles. You know, you can grow stuff yourself, and also it will cut down on packaging. You won't be going to the supermarket and buying things wrapped in all these plastic packages. And also there's the idea that if you grow things yourself, you connect with nature, which means that you have more of an appreciation of the food, so that also reduces waste. So maybe we'll have urban farms. So we might have these kind of farms on rooftops in cities. Perhaps we'll get free fruit and veg in public spaces.
That'd be nice. Perhaps food sharing will become kind of a normal social activity amongst neighbours and in communities. And what about travel? Perhaps we'll have more pedestrianised streets like these. So this was a proposal a few years ago. I don't know if any of you recognise this street. It's Oxford Street, which is a really busy shopping street in London. So yeah, there was a proposal to pedestrianise this, which unfortunately didn't get through. But you can think about, in this sustainable future, maybe we'll have more of these pedestrianised streets. You'll prioritise pedestrians, and you'll create more cycleways for cyclists, which would obviously be great for air quality, cut down a lot on air pollution, because where in this picture, the big green strip usually is full of traffic if you've ever been to Oxford Street. So it's that idea, could we have more pedestrianised streets and more bike-friendly roads? Could we have slower travel? So if any of you maybe you go abroad and you catch a flight, obviously when you catch a flight that, that burns loads of fossil fuels. So it's rethinking that and thinking maybe we'll travel by more eco-friendly ways, such as trains. So I kind of take the more scenic route. And then you can start thinking about maybe then when you start working and you have a job, maybe you'll be given more days off for holiday in order to, more kind of travel days. So even though it's going to take longer to get to your destination, maybe employees would consider that. And so the way we work as well, perhaps that would change. We might have highly connected rural areas, so way better transport systems. You could it would be maybe way easier to travel to the English countryside on train or by buses, or we might have electric sharing cars. And perhaps as a result, we'll holiday closer to home. So, rather than if you go on holiday abroad, maybe you'll look to destinations in the UK. So this photo is from Durdledore, which is in Durdledore in Dorset, quite the tongue twister. So yeah, maybe we'll look to going, not so far away when we go on holiday. And then maybe there'll be virtual tourism. So we could potentially explore the world in this way. So if you think of especially like protected natural areas or sensitive areas like the Amazon, perhaps we could go visit those virtually without causing any harm. And what about stuff? I'm sure you probably all heard about the kind of environmental damage fast fashion causes, and buying new things, buying new clothes takes such a toll on the environment. So perhaps instead of buying new things, perhaps we'll rent clothes, for example. And when things break, rather than discarding them, maybe everyone will repair them. There could be, repair cafes, so where you learn to fix things. Perhaps this is what our supermarkets will look like, all plastic free. And then what about nature? So we might see more urban biodiversity. So in urban areas, we could be, supporting habitats and encouraging new habitats to encourage new wildlife and increase biodiversity in urban areas. We might have more green buildings. As you know, trees obviously absorb carbon dioxide, so we could have more green, thriving buildings like this. And perhaps we'll be more connected to nature, because other than nature just being amazing for our well-being, the idea is that also if you spend time in nature and connect with nature, then you start caring for it more, which means that then you'll fight for it more, because with the climate and ecological crisis, it's imperative that we work alongside nature and not against it. So the more people who are connected to nature and care about nature, then the better. So we might spend more time in nature. What about energy? So we might see more wind farms or solar panels producing renewable energy. We might also have community-owned wind farms. So the idea being that this would generate profits for local communities and then also lower their energy costs. And then also you'd then be getting renewable energy. So it's kind of a win-win situation. And then talking about communities, what could our communities look like in a sustainable future? So, you know, if we're doing stuff on a more local level, then this might, then, you know, we might be seeing more skill sharing amongst neighbours and people in the communities. And neighbourhoods might have more, you know, develop stronger community values, spend time together more, and kind of activities like eating together, growing together. And what's really great is when we look at all these solutions about and kind of visions of these sustainable futures, we actually realise that a load of these sustainable visions already actually exist. And we've got loads of fantastic examples happening all around the world. So when we're talking about those kind of sustainable communities, a really good example of that is the Everyone Every Day project, which is happening in Barking and Dagenham in London. So Everyone Every Day is a network of thousands of people who live in Barking and Dagenham, and they're working together on neighbourhood projects around the borough to make everyday life better for everyone. So this is a picture from some of the neighbourhood projects. And so when we talked about the things happening on a local scale, these, you know, great examples of this. So the residents of Barking and Dagenham, they take part in all these participatory practical projects. And so it sees them growing things together, eating together, sharing things together, cooking together. So, you know, and it's making the neighbourhood better for everyone. And then another great thing to remember is a lot of those pictures, when I was talking about a positive, sustainable, you know, future, a lot of those pictures have been taken from things which already exist. So, for example, that plastic-free supermarket and the shop where you rent clothes, those are all examples of things and initiatives already taking place around the world. And you know, unfortunately, it's true, when you go to some of the larger supermarkets, unfortunately, there is still lots of plastic you see on the shelves, but slowly, the supermarkets are beginning to make some small changes. So, for example, a lot of the big supermarkets, such as Lidl, now sell wonky veg boxes. So, whereas before, if vegetables didn't look a certain way, they would just be discarded, which obviously creates a huge amount of waste. But thankfully, now they sell these wonky veg boxes. So, you know, the veg has the same nutrition, tastes the same, but it's, you know, it's crazy to think that just because it looks a slightly bit different, before it would get discarded. But thankfully now they're selling them and it's a bit cheaper as well. So you should look out for the wonky veg boxes. So that's a way of cutting down waste. And then this is an example in Sweden. It was the world's first secondhand mall or secondhand shopping centre. So yeah, that's a great example of the fact that they've got their whole shopping centre purely selling secondhand stuff. And then when we talked about connecting to nature in a sustainable future, already that's, you know, you see that happening a lot today. And so this is a picture of from a forest school. And I don't know if some of you may have already been involved in forest schools where, you know, you learn in nature. And there's also loads of great initiatives and scheme which gets urban residents, you know, travelling out into the countryside and having an experience in nature for themselves. So at this point, I'd like to go back to the question I asked at the beginning of the session of what programmes have you watched which have environmental issues in them? So if I just go on the Slido to see if anyone's, have a look. So, sorry, bear with me. Okay, sorry, that took a while to get to the right page. Okay, so we've got David Attenborough, we've got 2040 film, which is, I'm really glad you brought that one up actually, because we've got a clip from that at the end, and that's a really, really good example. Someone else says, so yeah, so we've got David Attenborough, Kiss the Earth. Someone else says Not Many. And so if we look at the David Attenborough stuff first, so documentaries such as Blue Planet and Extinction, they do an amazing job at helping us understand the climate and ecological crisis. You know, and I think if you look at Blue Planet's especially, you know, so many more people have such a better understanding about plastic pollution because of that. So that's, you know, they're vital and they're doing an incredible job. But then when we look at drama and entertainment, they barely even mention the climate crisis, which is a tragedy really, because drama and entertainment have such an important role in, you know, firing up our imaginations, and they play such an important role in cultural change. So, oh, and another thing to know actually, and comedy as well. So, you know, when you think of the climate crisis, surprise, surprise, you don't necessarily then think of comedy straight away. But actually, comedy can be a really effective way of communicating serious issues, such as the climate crisis, because, you know, comedy can disrupt and imagine new ways for audiences to engage with the issue. And comedy is great at attracting our attention, and also of kind of being a like gateway to find out more. So yeah, so comedy is another, you know, you've got drama, you've got entertainment, you've got comedy, you know, these are all kind of missing a trick, the fact that they're just not engaging with the issue. Some dramas do, but what we found that when dramas and entertainment, when they give us a, you know, vision of the future, the vision they give us is one which is incredibly bleak. So you have, you know, these are screenshots from Interstellar, and the film The Road, and they depict these bleak places whereby, you know, either everything's gone so awful on our Earth that we've had to move to a whole other planet, or, you know, it's set in these bleak dystopias, or sometimes it's, you know, really heavily automated and everything's like super like advanced tech, which often leaves the audience quite disconnected from it. And another problem with how kind of the portrayal of the future in this way is that, you know, the audience often feel very helpless after watching these things, and kind of just get a sense of despair really. So we believe we need to see positive visions of a sustainable future on our screens. You know, we want to see visions of a world which we actually want to live in, and visions of a future which we can then, you know, move towards and be inspired to take action to move towards. So at Global Action Plan, we launched a competition called Flickers of the Future. And it was a project working with young creatives to reimagine how the future is portrayed on our screens. So we asked young creatives to create a human story of a sustainable future. And out of over 100 submissions, 5 super talented finalists emerged. And they've been working with professional scriptwriters and some TV and film experts, and they've created ideas for some TV comedy dramas. So I would like to introduce to the session. So two of the Flickers finalists are joining us today. So I'd like to welcome Jack and Georgia. As if by magic, Jack has appeared. Fantastic. And Georgia. Hi both.
Hello, thank you for having us.
Thanks so much for having us. So to kick things off, it'd be great to hear from both of you about your ideas. So Jack, do you want to go first, telling us about your idea about natural causes?
Absolutely. So my idea is a comedy drama, and it's called Natural Causes. So the concept of the drama is it's set in a near future eco-conscious UK, and it's all about a sixth form student called Megan. She gets diagnosed with a terminal illness, and she decides that actually I'm going to go back through every moment, every choice, every decision that I've ever made in my life, and basically offset my entire life. So she enlists a group of friends to help her, and with those friends on board, she sets off on this seemingly impossible mission to completely erase her carbon footprint from the planet.
I've just put up this was the kind of front cover of your treatment, wasn't it? So everyone can see. So I'll stop that. And so Jack, what gaps do you see in environmental programs, and with natural causes, how did you want to fill them?
Well, I think first thing to say is it's just quite interesting what you're saying there about certain films, dramas and comedies where they do tackle the climate crisis and environmental issues, and yet it is often done in a way that's very focused on disasters and dystopias. And so I feel like when people are watching that, it is quite overwhelming. So the thought of trying to tackle that issue when it feels completely hopeless is really difficult. I think people just switch off. So what I want to do, and hopefully through this idea, I'm trying to get to that, is showing how people in their day-to-day lives and just sort of like what they do day to day can make a difference, and that you don't have to go on necessarily the biggest, most epic journey to make a difference. Sometimes it can just be done through your life. And then the second gap I think I've seen is the fact that often younger people are not really shown in environmental content or on TV and film, and I think that's really interesting, because obviously in terms of like the conversation and the debate at the moment around how we tackle the climate crisis, it is young people who are driving that and fueling it. And yet when it comes to environmental dramas and you know, in film and TV, you just don't see a lot of young people as the main characters in those shows. So that's kind of what I want to achieve with this, is just showing sort of young people at the center as the main characters driving the story. So yeah, those are probably the two things that I've seen.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I think, you know, the Youth Climate Summit is obviously an amazing example of, you know, all the youth ambassadors who've got involved, and the way young people have just kind of have been so enthusiastic and got involved with it. It shows, you know, they're such a driving force behind the climate movement. And so, yeah, you know, why aren't they being depicted, you know, on the stories we tell in the, you know, on our screens and stuff? I think that's really, really valid, interesting point. Well, thank you very much, Jack. Georgia, would you like to introduce Planet B?
Yes, so my idea is Planet B, and Planet B is the story of Nick, who's a hapless young music teacher stumbling through life, who one day stumbles across a planet-sized secret that not only changes his whole world, but could also change the fate of the entire Earth. And Planet B is a surreal comedy series with a romantic edge. What Nick has discovered is Planet B, a lifeboat planet being built in secret by none other than a 100-year-old interdimensional space architect whose name roughly translates to Greta Thunberg. And what Nick discovers is, when he reaches Planet B, is that he wants to juggle both his lives. He wants to juggle his life back on Earth with his mum and his mum's weird boyfriend, and his best friend is in a band. And he also wants to juggle his new life on Planet B, where he finds he's got a real purpose and he really enjoys his work. He's helping build this planet from the ground up. This planet's being built as a last resort. The idea is that we'll make changes on Earth and we won't need to go to Planet B. It's there, as I said, as a lifeboat, as a last resort. But what Nick finds is that the more time he spends on Planet B, the more he wants to live there. But the problem is, when he meets Mina, who he quickly realizes is the love of his life, Mina's got other ideas. And the other problem is that Nick's already got a girlfriend back on Earth. So the series follows Nick as he tries to juggle 2 lives, 2 worlds, and 2 girls, and attempts to overcome his clumsiness, his indecision, and if not save the Earth, then at least not make so many decisions that he destroys it, one small step at a time.
just a simple day in the life of Nick then. Yeah. No biggie. Yeah. Amazing. And Georgia, what was most important to you to incorporate into your idea of a sustainable future? Did you want to kind of focus on anything particular, or, you know, what was most important to you?
Well, to me, I think one of the most important things, it sort of comes back to what you and Jack were saying, and the pictures you showed, the sort of very grey, bleak vistas of the future. I wanted my vision of the future to be fun, to be somewhere you'd want to hang out. But I think often in environmental content, as we're led to believe, it's either all, you know, dystopias and eating rats out of a bin, or it's kind of all we do is drink sort of soil juice and then no one has any fun. And I wanted to kind of create this vision of a future where people are allowed to make mistakes, people are allowed to kiss the wrong person and then be forgiven for it. And people are allowed to sort of try their best to be sustainable, to make sustainable choices, but also have that awareness that everybody gets it wrong sometimes, and that it's okay to screw up. And I think a lot of the time in a lot of messaging is the problem is that I think feeling like you are aligned with sustainable values can split people right down the middle. And I think I wanted to create something that would appeal not only to really engage people like you folks who are watching, but the kind of show that you could share with maybe your mum or dad who maybe isn't that interested, or your friend who's not that interested, and go, look, let's sit down and watch this show because we're going to have a laugh, and you know, maybe we'll get some sort of secret knowledge of how to be more sustainable along the way. But I wanted people to watch because they were going to have fun, they were going to enjoy it. I mean, the title, Planet B, I used to work in an office that overlooked Westminster Bridge. So once a month, I'd see all the climate striking students come down and shout and disrupt all the boring meetings I was in. So that was good as well. And I just see this banner over and over again that said, there is no Planet B, there is no Planet B. And of course, we know there isn't. But I thought it was quite a good kind of creative opportunity to think about, what if there was a Planet B? What if there was a chance to start again? Would we be able to handle it? I mean, given the recent election results in America, which was a good result, I think most of the world's leaders, I wouldn't trust them if there was going to be a new planet discovered that we could all move on to. So that's why I wanted to create this idea that was like, this is a last resort. Can we really, if we're given the opportunity to start again, are we actually capable of making those good choices? Is there more we can be doing back at home? So this is what I wanted to do, and put my character in this position of being the kind of person who's got to decide, like, I know how I want to live my life, but can I actually do it? Can I reach that challenge? And I thought that was just an interesting thing to think about. So
yeah, no, definitely. I think that's a really good point you make about how, yeah, sometimes with sustainability issues, it's either seen as like, oh right, we have to sacrifice everything, and then you now have to become these like perfect eco warriors. But yeah, we're all human. None of us you can't, and especially the world we live in, it would be impossible to have zero plastic, and not just nothing new ever, and just by all means we've got to do as much as you can, but we are all human. And so it is that it's that balance, isn't it? And to show kind of those human characters rather than these kind of just people who aren't realistic. I think it's super important. And I think so, talking about characters, we've got, for those of you watching, we've got a quick creative session we'd like you to get involved with. So if I share my screen. So thinking about all these positive visions of a sustainable future, what we'd like you to do is create your own character that embodies the value that most interests you. So we'd love you to think about, name, age, location, occupation, if your character's maybe got a Saturday job, or what year do they live in? Do they live in the past, the present, the future? What are their desires? What are their fears? What are their top 3 values? What are their hobbies? What's an example of something they might say? When you write character dialogue, that kind of the real essence of characters often come out. So we're not expecting you to do all of them, but just pick a couple of those pointers, and then we'd love to kind of hear what you come up with. So like I said, if you write down any of your ideas on either the Transform Our World page, or if you go to the Slido page, and just to say, George or Jatja, any of you have any tips on this kind of character creation exercise at all?
Well, I would say the last one that you've got there, that is how I would write a character. I sort of sit there talking to myself. If I write in a cafe, it's a bit of a problem because I'm there kind of having an imaginary chat with someone in my brain. So I think that's the best way of creating a really vivid, interesting character, is have a little chat with them in your mind. How do they talk? Like, what kind of slang words do they use? What do they like? What don't they like? I think that's a really good way of creating someone who feels real and feels like they could just walk off the page right there.
Fantastic. Jack?
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I think as well that it might sound glaringly obvious, but writing what you know is so important. And sort of not just that, but writing what you feel. So if you're thinking about something like the climate crisis, about sustainability, there'll be times when you might have felt angry about it, you might have felt sad about it, you might have felt positive because you've thought of a potential answer to a sustainability solution. Anything like that, think about how you put that into words or thoughts. How did you express that? And those thoughts, that's come from you, that's come from a person, and that is how people speak and think. So just really thinking about how you've potentially thought about these things in the past and channel that into your character, and hopefully that will help create a realistic feeling character.
Amazing, amazing tips. So we're gonna we'll give you about 5 minutes, and then we'll pop back on, and then we'll, if we've got time, we'll go through a couple of your ideas. Okay, right, see you soon, guys. Okay, welcome back everyone. So I'm just gonna, okay, so let me see what you guys came up with. Okay. So we've got someone saying that they'd have a character called Rose, who's a fashion designer who makes stuff out of waste. Very creative idea. So I think it's interesting, yeah, to think about when we think of a, you know, sustainable future, that idea of all these kind of new careers which would come out of it, which is, yeah, a really exciting thing to think about. A movie like Clueless, but the main character is a girl who's into sustainable fashion and only wears secondhand or rents clothes. I love it. Great idea. And that idea of yeah, it's funny, you know, thinking of kind of movies we've seen and then how we can reimagine them with a more kind of sustainable edge to them. Travel influencer drives around in an electric camper van that travels places closer to home. That's a really nice idea and links to what we were talking about earlier about kind of holidaying closer to home. And got, that's the time. Let me see if we've got time for any more. Okay, a character called Sam, age 16, who lives in 2035, so set in the future, and lives a really sustainable life, works in a plastic-free supermarket at the weekend. So again, kind of incorporating those more sustainable lifestyle and visions. And her family grows all their own food, but then, and this is a plot twist, but then falls in love with Danny, who's an unsustainable rebel. So I think that's almost like an example of that kind of love story. And I think what George and Jack were saying before about kind of creating those human stories, you know, but having the sustainable aspects kind of a bit more in the background. And then also, yeah, I like the idea of an unsustainable rebel. Right, so just to kind of, in the last couple of minutes, at the Youth Climate Summit, we've been asked to end each session with kind of a vision statement of the world we want. So a world where sustainable lifestyles are an inherent part of our culture, and we're inspired to live sustainable lifestyles through what we see in the media and on our screens. And an action or pledge for the audience to take. Implement one of the sustainable lifestyles into your life. So maybe it's, you know, starting to grow your own food, or if you're not sure about that, you could join a local growing group, or rethinking your kind of buying habits perhaps. So yeah, so choose one of those and then think about how you can use creativity to encourage others to do the same. And then a call for world leaders to recognise the importance of the arts and the creative sector for engaging, communicating and getting people on board with the climate and ecological crisis. So I think sometimes when you think of the climate and ecological crisis, you know, we think about scientists and science, you know, they play such an integral role, but it's important to remember that the arts sector also plays a vital role. You know, we need scientists, but we also need actors acting these stories out. We need writers, you know, we need filmmakers. So we kind of need everyone to be involved. And then just to finish off, I'd like to play a clip. I know someone at the start of the session said about 2040. So this is just a really short film clip of the 2040 trailer, which came out last year.
My name is Damon, and this is my daughter, Velvet. Her major concern right now is the elusive art of sleep direction. But soon, she'll have to face a rapidly deteriorating environment.
The ice sheet is now melting faster than the scientists predicted.
I think there's room for a different story, a story that focuses on the solutions to some of these problems. So in 2040, what will the world look like for our daughter if we just embrace the best that already exists?
Instead of having governments that are reacting to disaster, we need governments and businesses that actually take us off in a different direction.
Maybe it's farming, or it can be energy, it can be housing, or empowering girls.
I'd like to see deforestation being stopped.
Oh, that would be so cool. That'd be awesome.
Just be respectful to Earth.
Imagine, Velvet, we adopted regenerative practices like phrases. pulling the carbon into the soil and making it healthier.
That's right, yeah.
And we embrace efficient local energy.
Bangladesh has 5 million solar home systems. They have that power in their own hands. This is bringing people together.
But here I am sitting on an aeroplane that is spewing out carbon. You can't help but be a hypocrite because our entire system is built on fossil fuels.
What were you guys thinking?
Well, sometimes we weren't.
The power of innovation, imagination, and creativity to sit within all people.
People want to be working on something that they can see is actually helping to regenerate the world.
Everywhere you look, you will see incredible reasons for hope.
You could feed 10 billion people with the protein from marine permaculture alone.
Wow. Not only are there so many people who want to take part in telling a new story, we have everything we need right now to make it happen.
So I hope this session has shown you that the sustainable actions we need for a sustainable future do already exist, but we really need to see these sustainable actions and more positive visions on our screens. So thank you very much, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed the session, and a massive thanks to Georgia and Jack for joining too. Thank you. Take care.
You can fight climate change no matter what career you're in. In fact, it's really important that we have people advocating for sustainability and fighting climate change and fighting the biodiversity crisis in every walk of life. This is too important to leave up to that one sustainability officer in the company or that sustainability department. We need the principles of sustainability to underlie everything that we do as a society. I mean, look at me. I'm a research scientist. I developed stem cell therapies. And yet here I am talking to you guys about sustainability. Anyone can make positive, sustainable change. But positive change always will come about by advocating for human behavior change. And humans don't like change. In fact, if you ask some students whether they want to stay with their old curriculum or a new curriculum, which involves less coursework and less homework, the students are more likely to stick with their old curriculum. So humans don't like change. So in order to advocate for positive change, you need to use three things. Evidence, tell people why the change is good. Persistence, because humans don't like change. And empathy, to help people to understand where people are coming from and help them overcome the barriers to behaviour change. So I'm going to talk a bit about these three ingredients and how I applied them in a couple of examples as Green Champion in my laboratory at University College London. So here I am, all set up in my personal protective equipment and ready to do my experiments. But I'm going to talk to you about one initiative that I ran to try and make my lab more sustainable. And that was to tackle the overarching problem of plastic waste in the life sciences industry. Now, the life sciences industry is actually responsible for 2% of global plastic waste, and that's as much as 67 cruise liners worth. So anything scientists like me can do to reduce the waste, the plastic waste produced by our labs is really worth doing. Now, the individual problem I decided to try and solve was the large number of ice packs we were receiving with refrigerated deliveries. Now, we couldn't use the ice packs, we didn't have a use for them, and the companies weren't taking them back. And so we were literally throwing away hundreds of ice packs into landfill every year. And the ice packs, of course, are all made of plastic, so adding to our plastic waste, but also they contain toxic chemicals, which could be bad for the environment. So worth doing something about. So I went out and I found one company that was collecting and reusing ice packs from scientists. And so with my colleagues, I started collecting ice packs from the department. And over 3 months, we collected 22 kilograms worth of ice pack. But when I contacted the company doing the collection scheme to ask them to come and collect the ice packs, they said they'd had to cancel the scheme because this was such a big problem and they were receiving so many ice packs from scientists that they just didn't have the capacity to deal with it. So there I was with 22 kilograms of ice pack and nothing to do with them. But I decided I could have just put them in landfill, but the whole point was to keep them out of the bin. So I decided to persist and try and come up with a solution to this new problem. So I discovered this platform called FreeCycle. Now, FreeCycle is a distribution platform where you can put things you don't need anymore, and people who want to reuse them can come and collect them. So through FreeCycle, we distributed all of the ice packs to new homes, including to a martial arts teacher who wanted to use them during his training, and to a couple who ran meditation sessions for the elderly, and they needed the ice packs to cool their livers during the meditation. So from that perspective, this initiative was a success. However, when I left the lab to go write up my thesis, there was no one to take on the really quite heavy administrative burden of using FreeCycle to distribute the ice packs. I mean, everyone in the lab was already very, very busy, so adding this on top of their workload was just too much. So this was not a sustainable solution to the problem. In fact, I think if we need a long-term solution to the problem, we're going to need to get producers to take responsibility for the packaging they send to consumers. And that might require government intervention. In fact, we wrote an article in collaboration with the UCL sustainability team calling for new solutions to the ice pack problem. So that's an example of one initiative, a sustainability initiative. But let's take a step back and think about the general principles of running a project like this wherever you are. So we're going to talk about who's involved in such a project, the different groups of people, the process, the different steps of running a project like this. We'll apply both to my ice pack project, and we'll also apply them to a hypothetical project that could be run in a school or a workplace. So first of all, who makes change happen? Well, once you have evidence of a problem, first of all, you need innovators to develop a solution. So in my case, the innovators were the company that held the ice pack collection and recycling scheme. Secondly, you need champions who will adopt the solution and advocate for it, convincing other people to adopt it. And in my case, I was the champion and some of my colleagues who were helping out as well. Thirdly, you have, and this is the majority of people, you have people who are receptive to change and they're willing to adopt the solutions, but only if it's made easy for them by the champions and the innovator. So in my case, these were the people who were willing to collect the ice packs for me, but not willing to take over the program because using FreeCycle took up too much time. And then finally, you've got a group of people who are resistant to the change. And these people might be resistant because there are barriers still in place that haven't been overcome. So for example, the people who wouldn't adopt the program because using FreeCycle took too much time, or they might be resistant to change because the status quo benefits them. So an example of someone like this might be the producers. At the moment, they don't have to pay to collect the ice packs. They're not responsible for it. So they're currently benefiting from the system. So they'll be resistant to change. And in order to get these resistant people to adopt the solution, it requires intervention from outside bodies such as government. So we'll quickly go through the process. So you start with evidence of a problem, as I said. You need to develop a solution, which the innovators do. Then the innovators and the champions need to lead by example, adopting the solution themselves. And then really important, they need to find evidence that the solution works. No one else is going to adopt a behavior which you haven't proven solves the problem you're trying to solve. And so once you have this evidence, to reach the receptive people, you need to engage with them, tell them about the evidence, and identify barriers by talking to them, identify barriers to them adopting the solution, and then help them to overcome the barriers. And you go through this cycle of finding evidence, engaging, identifying barriers and overcoming them until you've reached and convinced as many receptive people as possible. And then to reach the resistant people, as I mentioned, you need to have incentives and disincentives, perhaps from outside organisations such as the government, or from people higher up in the ladder in the organisation, like the CEO, to make or convince these resistant people to change. So just to quickly apply this flow diagram to my project, first of all, you have the problem, which was that there were too many ice packs and they were going to landfill. And then the solution was the ice pack collection and recycling scheme run by the company. I was the champion, leading by example, collecting the ice packs and measuring the number of them that we were saving from landfill. However, the scheme was cancelled. Although we engaged with people and they were keen to be involved, the scheme was cancelled. That was a barrier that I identified, but I persisted and used FreeCycle, and therefore the ice packs could then be reused by the martial arts teachers and the meditation teachers. However, once I left the lab, people were too busy to have the capacity to continue this ice pack collection system, and there was no way of overcoming this barrier. And therefore, we wrote an article with the UCL sustainability team to call for companies to be incentivised to collect and reuse their ice packs. So I talked to you about how important evidence is, and I mentioned persistence as well. Now I want to talk to you about empathy. So empathy is really important. It means feeling with and understanding people and where they're coming from. And it's essential in this little cycle of finding evidence, engaging and identifying barriers for people and overcoming those barriers. So I can give you an example of where empathy was really important in my work as a green champion in the lab. When I first arrived in the lab and I was exploring how I might be able to make the lab more sustainable and more environmentally friendly, I contacted the lab managers and administrators and asked them what they were doing to make the lab more sustainable. And initially they were quite defensive and a bit unwilling to get involved in any sustainability projects. But when I talked to them about it and empathised with them, I realised that this was because they had such high workloads, they didn't have enough time to take on new projects that weren't to do with the core functions of the lab. And so I took initiative, went to the sustainability team and became a green champion. And I started contributing my own time to making the lab more environmentally friendly. And when they could see that I was leading by example and overcoming their barrier of not having enough time by contributing my own time, they were much more willing to get involved in my initiatives and my projects. So empathy was absolutely fundamental to engaging these people in my initiatives. So let's talk a bit more about what empathy is and the different components of it and how you can practice it. So as I mentioned, empathy is to understand or feel with someone. It's not feeling sorry for someone. That's sympathy. Empathy is about feeling sorry with them. It's like if your friend gets hurt, it makes you feel bad. Not it makes you feel sorry for them, it makes you feel sad. Now, there are two components of empathy. One is cognitive empathy, and this is perspective taking or empathy by thought. And it involves logically putting yourself in the person's place and thinking about what the reasons behind the actions that that person is taking. And the other component is emotional empathy. And this is feeling the emotions alongside someone. So like I said before, if your friend gets hurt and they're feeling sad, you're feeling sad because you're mirroring their emotion. But there are downsides to these two components if they're on their own. So cognitive empathy can be used badly by people to manipulate people I mean, for example, even torturers need to know how to use cognitive empathy because they need to know how their subject is going to respond to a particular torture method. Not ideal. Conversely, emotional empathy on its own has a bad side too. So in the example I gave, your friend gets hurt and you feel sad. If you get so overwhelmed by that empathic emotion of sadness that you start crying, and then your friend has to comfort you, even though they were the one who were originally hurt, then the emotional empathy hasn't been useful at all, because now you have two people who are upset instead of one and someone to help them. So the best kind of empathy is one that combines cognitive and emotional empathy into compassionate empathy. A compassionate empathy is understanding someone's perspective and their emotions and then taking action to help. And this is the most useful empathy in helping people to make sustainable behavior change. So I'm going to give you a few examples about how you can flex your empathy muscles and practice learning how to empathize. There are three things you can do. One is you can read. So reading the stories of other people, whether they're real or fictional people, is a really good way of exploring people's emotions and motivations and perspectives. I mean, books basically give you a window into someone else's mind. So that can be a really good way of practicing your empathy skills, and then you can apply them in real life. The second way is to empathize with yourself. So every so often, just sit down and take an inventory of your own emotions. How are you feeling? Happy, sad, stressed, hungry, joyful, whatever. And why are you feeling that way? Because if you can understand your own emotions and the reason that you're feeling them, it will help you to apply that knowledge to other people and understand their emotions and why they are feeling them. And then the third way is to empathize during conversations. So a lot of people, when they're in a conversation, they're not really listening to the other person. They're actually just thinking about what they want to say next. Now that's fine, but it's really not a great way of empathizing, and you don't tend to learn as much from the other person if you have conversations like this. So to practice empathy during your conversations, you need to really listen to the other person. And the way you can enforce this with yourself is to make yourself ask follow-up questions. So you ask the person a question, and then you actively listen to their answer, such that and then you ask a follow-up question based on their answer. So that's a good way of practicing empathy. So now let's apply these principles of evidence, persistence, and empathy to a hypothetical problem that you might run in a school or a workplace. Now, the overarching problem I've chosen to address is global warming caused by carbon emissions from cars, particularly from people who are commuting to work or school. Now, these are serious amounts of carbon emissions being produced. For example, the emissions from a 500-meter journey in your average car can melt as much as 0.5 kilogram of glacial ice. So it's a problem that's worth addressing. And you may choose to do this by holding a cycle to school campaign to get people out of their cars and onto bikes instead. And the first thing you do, of course, is to lead by example, start cycling to school yourself. And then you would need to gather evidence, perhaps by running a survey of the transport methods people use to get to school. And there are two good reasons for doing this. One is to demonstrate the need for your campaign. I mean, if you're in a school where everyone cycles to school anyway, then you don't need to run a campaign. And then the second reason is to start engaging with students and teachers about the reasons that they do or don't cycle to school. So your survey may bring up the fact that there's a lack of bike storage, and that's stopping people cycling to school. And then you can work with your school, perhaps to install bike racks. And then it's important to return to your survey and run it again to see the impact that installing bike racks has had on the number of people cycling to school. And it's important to have persistence and run this little cycle of overcoming barriers and as many times as you can to overcome as many barriers as you can as a school and as an individual. But while you're engaging with people about the reasons that they do or don't cycle to school, it's really important to have empathy. There may be very good reasons that they don't cycle. They may have a medical condition. Their parents may feel that it's unsafe for them to cycle to school on the road. Or it may be that they don't even have a bike. And so there's no point telling someone who doesn't have a bike how much cycling would reduce their carbon footprint, because it's just not relevant to their situation and they'll disengage. So having empathy is really important to keeping people engaged. And once you and your school have done everything you can to encourage people to cycle, you may choose to engage with outside bodies to incentivize cycling and disincentivize driving. For example, you could get the council to install a traffic controlled area in front of the school to make it safer for cyclists and disincentivize people driving their children to school. So I hope that you will use these principles of evidence, persistence, and empathy to make positive change in the world around you, because we want a world that's changed by empathy and kindness rather than anger. And so I hope that you'll pledge to practice the empathy exercises I've suggested of reading, empathizing with yourself, and empathizing with others during conversations. And let's call world leaders to persist in their fight against climate change, even if interventions don't work first time or don't work as expected. We're going to need to be resilient and innovative to work towards a sustainable society together. It's been a pleasure giving this talk, so thank you for listening.
Our next session is Build Your Own Net Zero Lifestyle with Giki Zero. Do you want to know why net zero matters and what it actually looks like for you? In this session with Joe Hand, co-founder of Giki, find out how you can build your own personal path to net zero and use your voice to help others do the same.
Hi there. I love that video introduction. It's brilliant. Thank you so much. And thank you for having me here today. I'm going to talk to you about what we can do as individuals within our own lifestyles and also within by using our influence to help address broad environmental issues, but in particular climate change. So I set up Giki with my husband James a few years ago, and Giki stands for Get Informed, Know Your Impact. And we want to help everybody in the UK and then eventually all over the world to understand and reduce their carbon footprint so that they can live in a sustainable way that is in harmony with the planet. So I am going to just share some images with you. And what I wanted to start with was talking about, I'm just going to make this so you can actually see it properly. There we go. Start with what the causes are of climate change, and then think about what the impacts of it are in terms of how we can best manage them. So, and what we can do as individuals. Clearly, that's the main focus of the session. So firstly, what causes climate change? There are multiple causes in this period of our time, driven by human activities. Many of them come from the burning of fossil fuels, which have been in the ground for millions of years, things like coal, gas, oil, which we've dug up to fuel our lifestyles and our economy, and which have given us amazing improvements in quality of life over the last 200 years, really since the Industrial Revolution. But what that has also meant is that in burning those fossil fuels, we have pumped a huge amount of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. And that is one of the major causes of heating our planet and changing our climate today. So we can see here at the bottom, power stations burning coal and gas to produce electricity that uses that we all use in our homes. Car transportation and any road travel, the vast majority of road travel requires either petrol or diesel to move the huge pieces of metal around, and with us inside. Likewise, aeroplanes, although they're not particularly inefficient because they're so big and travel such distances and need to get off the ground into the air, require huge amounts of kerosene, which is a fossil fuel effectively, an oil derivative. Another big factor, slightly different, not connected to the burning of fossil fuels, but is deforestation. So our population has grown enormously over the last 200 years, and in particular in the last 50 years, and people need food to eat, and a lot of our food is actually grown in areas that were once forest. So huge swathes of the Amazon and also virgin rainforests in places like Indonesia, but also in the UK and elsewhere over a period of time, huge amounts of trees have been felled to make space for agriculture. So that might be growing wheat, corn, that kind of thing, but also growing food for animals that we eat. And that is one of the reasons why sometimes it's recommended that we eat less meat, because there's a huge amount of land that is needed to grow animal feed. So these are just some of the big causes of climate change. And I think that's really important to understand the causes so that we can think about what we as individuals can do about it. I wanted to show you this graph, which shows how those carbon emissions that I was just talking about have increased over the last 200 years or so. So really since the Industrial Revolution, when man or humans discovered that we could burn fossil fuels to power trains, eventually cars, eventually airplanes, all manner of things, which have really led to us having the mechanized and then automated lifestyles that we now enjoy today. So we can see here this graph has gone up really massively in the last 200 years, showing how carbon emissions have increased hugely, and that additional carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases sits in the atmosphere, and as a result of that is changing the way that the climate behaves. So we can see where we've got to today, and scientists and UN recommendations are that we need to get to this point by 2030, which is about equal with where the level of greenhouse gas emissions before the Second World War. So that's over 80 years ago, that we need to get back to, and then to this point in 2050, which is net zero. Now, what does net zero actually mean? It's a term that's used more and more nowadays, and it can feel a bit overwhelming. Like, what does net zero mean? What's the difference between net zero and zero? So in a nutshell, it's a bit, if you think about a set of scales, and on one side are the carbon emissions that we're creating, and on the other side are the carbon emissions that are being reabsorbed by nature. So, for example, trees play a huge role in reabsorbing of carbon emissions. That's why cutting trees down is so detrimental to the climate. Oceans also absorb a huge amount of carbon, as does soil and grassland, and all sorts of natural mechanisms absorb a lot of carbon dioxide and greenhouse gas emissions. So net zero is where any human carbon emissions on, say, this side of the scale are balanced by taking the same amount out of the atmosphere. And that is what net zero means. But in the long term, we really need to get to zero. We need to find ways to live which don't emit carbon emissions. But that's, several decades into the future. We have time to get there still, and I think it's really, really important to remember that we'll get there through a combination of action from world leaders and policymakers, politicians, who will create laws and regulations that require this transition to lifestyles which don't require us to emit so much carbon. So the role of politicians is crucial in this. Also, businesses need to play a really, really important role. They need to change the way that they operate, change the type of products that they're selling and how they're made, what kind of materials they use, and also us. And I think that the role that we can play is really, really important. And I think sometimes it can feel a bit overwhelming, and it's such a big concept, all the environmental issues that we're facing in the world. It can sometimes feel overwhelming, and what can I personally do about it? And that's what Geeky Zero and Geeky is really all about, helping everybody find what they can do that works for them within their own lifestyle, but also within their budget, so you can find ways to make a difference that fit with whatever's going to work best for you, so that eventually we'll get to zero. So I wanted to talk about, I love this picture, I couldn't help but share it. This is from the youth climate strikes, which were held all over the world 18 months or so ago now. This was in London, in Parliament Square in summer of last year. And I thought this was such a fantastic banner that this guy had put together. I don't know how many of you have read the Lorax book, but it's just a fantastic book which tells the story of how trying to make money was very bad for the environment. It's a wonderful story and worth reading for all age groups. But he epitomizes really what your generation have done so fantastically, is put this issue firmly on the agenda for everybody. Nobody can now say that they're not aware of the challenges that we face, and that making people think about the challenges is a really crucial first step. So I think your generation have done such an amazing job on that so far. From the perspective of what we can actually do as individuals, our starting point at Geeky is all about understanding what our impacts are, what the impacts of all of the decisions that we make are, so that we can then make an informed choice and decisions about what we might want to change. So we start with looking at what everybody's carbon footprint is, and we break this up into 5 main areas. So carbon footprint is in a nutshell the measure of the amount of carbon emissions that are produced by, it could be a person, it could be a country, it could be a product, a type of food, anything. It's just a measure. A carbon footprint is a measure of the amount of carbon that is produced. So for a person, this breaks down into how we get around, transportation, how we live, so our homes, what we eat, another crucial part, what we buy, anything from clothes to books to anything that we might decide to spend our money on. And then this little piggy bank represents services. So that's things like who we bank with, if we have a contract for TV or satellite, that kind of thing. So these are the areas that as an individual we make up our carbon footprint and that we have direct control over. And this pie chart here shows how that looks for an average, for a UK average citizen. So what you can see here is the green, which represents our homes, blue, which represents transport, and red, which represents what we eat, are generally the 3 biggest elements of our carbon footprint. But it was also totally different for everybody. And so you know, your carbon footprint might look totally different to the carbon footprint of the person sitting next to you, or to the people that you live with, or to your brothers and sisters. It really totally depends. So, but this is what a UK average carbon footprint would look like. And these are all areas that we can potentially make changes to if we want to. So I wanted to start by just talking through a few of the changes that we can make within our homes. So I guess that most of you probably still live at home, either with your parents or with a guardian or another, you know, family member. And this, so it's not always difficult. It's not always easy to make changes to some things at home, because they might, you know, not be your responsibility. But there are quite a few things that we can do. So the first one is when we have a shower or when we have a bath. So each time we use hot water, the hot water needs to be heated up by the boiler, which is usually uses gas, which is a fossil fuel. So each time you turn on the hot tap, gas has had to be burnt to heat that water. So in the UK, we usually have a shower, the average is about 8 minutes. But if we cut that to 4 minutes, then that can actually save quite a bit of gas over a year, because you're not having to heat up so much water. So that's a good one to think about. And if to measure the 4 minutes, some people decide to sing their favourite song in the shower, so that by the time they get to the end of the song, they know that that's the 4 minutes up. Another one is turning the lights off. So especially when it's a bit dark and dingy outside at this time of year, actually thinking about turning off lights in rooms that you're not using them, because each time the lights are on, they're using electricity, which is often created by the burning of fossil fuels, which creates carbon emissions. Another one to think about is recycling everything that we can. And I think we're quite good at recycling, generally things like bottles and, you know, maybe some plastic bottles if that's possible. But it's really easy to forget some things like, you know, the inside of the toilet roll holder, or the inside of the toilet roll, or the plastic shampoo bottle in the shower, those kind of things. It's really worth recycling everything that we possibly can, because it requires far less energy to make products from recycled goods than it does to make them from new virgin materials. And it also means that the stuff that we're recycling doesn't then have to go into landfill. It means it gets reused. So there are two benefits there. Another one is thinking about our heating at home. So I think we'd probably all quite like to have the house quite warm, but we actually often overheat our homes. So often they're heated to about 20 degrees, which is thought to be pretty warm. And there's been quite a bit of research that shows actually if we heated them to about 18 degrees, then that would be largely sufficient if you're reasonably active. And actually reducing your heating at home by a degree or so can really make quite a big difference in terms of the amount of gas that your boiler needs to burn to create the heat. And that's maybe one to chat to whoever it is at home who's responsible for paying the bills or looking after the boiler. Maybe we can just turn the heating down a bit, maybe put on an extra jumper. And then this one here is my favorite, and this is just such a good one. This is all about changing all of your electricity to, instead of electricity that's made by burning coal or gas, by using electricity that's made by wind, usually wind in this country, although a little bit of solar. And this is just such a good way to really make a difference in your carbon footprint. So the good news is it's no more expensive than any of the other electricity. So if you fancy talking to whoever it is who pays the bills at home and suggesting that they change to renewable energy, and there's a really good website called Big Clean Switch, which has loads of ideas on what to do, then that's a really good one, and it's quite simple to do. People have done it in about 15 minutes, so it's a really good one to do. Next up, I want to talk about traveling. So popped up there next to the running man is a train. Now trains are probably one of the most efficient in terms of carbon emissions. form of mechanized transport. So it's so, for example, if you took a train to France rather than a flight, it would use a fifth of the amount of carbon than if you were going on an aeroplane. So trains are definitely good news generally on reducing your carbon footprint. Some of the best ones, though, are biking and walking, and it was really good to hear on the last session that that there were lots of suggestions as to how to encourage people to bike and walk. And it's not always possible, but if it is, that's a really good way to get yourself around and not have to use the petrol that's in the car. And then I wanted to talk about what we buy. So there are loads and loads of things that we buy on a regular basis. Often we don't always need them. So there are two things to think about when you buy stuff. The first is, how can I find options that are the best possible options for the environment? And this little badge from Geeky Zero is all about plastic-free periods. And this is such a good thing to get into when you're young, because it will, if you get into it when you're young, it will benefit you for many, many years, and will also obviously benefit the environment and cost a lot less money generally. So over time, it's a good way to save money and help protect the environment as well. And if that's not relevant to you, then just thinking about other stuff in the bathroom. So maybe getting rid of some of the plastic bottles that you tend to buy and trying to change to, for example, a bar of soap. That kind of thing can be a good one as well, just to reduce waste and reduce the amount of stuff that you need to buy. Clothes is another really good one, and I'm going to talk about that in a bit more detail, just to show you some of those impacts. And then the other thing, which is a favorite, which is definitely really good for saving money as well, is checking your little list of, do I actually need this? Because we tend to have a lot of extra stuff that we don't really need and often don't use in this country. And thinking about whether or not you really need something, and thinking about it in terms of, well, have I already got something like that that's really similar? Have I got something that I could maybe repurpose or change or use for something that would help me with what I'm looking for? Or is there somebody I could borrow it from? There are just so many other options, and I think sometimes we're encouraged by companies and marketing and advertising that new is best, but actually new always costs money, and it's definitely not always best. So it's definitely one to think about. Now this graph I wanted to show you around clothing. So in the UK, we buy over 30 pieces of clothing or shoes each every year, and probably very unusual to actually need that many pieces. But the impact of that we can see in this red chart in terms of carbon emissions, which is about well over 1/4 of a ton of carbon emissions, which is it's difficult to it's kind of hard to get your head around what carbon emissions are, but it's enough to say that's a big amount. The other thing about clothes is that they generally use a huge amount of water to produce. So making a pair of jeans uses thousands and thousands of litres of water. And also often pesticides are used in growing cotton, for example, or chemicals are used in dyeing clothes that can be really environmentally destructive. That's before we even get into some of the human rights concerns around people working in the clothing industry who have not been well treated. So there are lots of issues to think about when buying new clothes. And if you decided that instead of the 30 that you were just going to cut that down to 10 new items a year, then that can save a really big chunk of your carbon footprint. Or go secondhand, which is another really good option now. There are lots of apps to do that, and also much cheaper, which is good. So those are some of the changes that we can make in our lifestyles that mean changing what we do on a day-to-day basis, but there are also lots of positive things we can do, and that was what I wanted to talk about now. So protecting nature is really equally important. Planting trees is a really great one, and more trees means that they absorb more carbon dioxide, more greenhouse gases. Also, planting plants that are good for wildlife, flowers that bees like, are really good for improving nature, making nature richer and more plentiful, which is also really important because we've lost so many insects over the last 20-30 years. Helping them come back is really important because we need them as part of nature to function. And there are lots of different ways that you can maybe encourage your council to plant trees, or plant some in your school grounds if that's possible. There are lots of organisations that can help with that as well. But I think doing it wherever you live locally can be really, really fun as well. And then I wanted to talk about how you can use your influence. And I think people are now really listening to your generation in a way that maybe hasn't happened before, and which is amazing. And I think you should really feel confident that if you come together with some of your peers or with other groups, that actually you can really send a strong message to politicians. So writing to your MP, for example, asking them to make changes that you want to see, writing to companies to show them that you would like them to change, maybe highlighting issues that you see around some of the way that they're operating or some of the products that they're selling. Talking to your family, for example, talking to brothers and sisters, parents, friends, anybody really, grandparents, and telling them why this is so important and how we can all really get involved. And I think coming together in groups and trying to encourage others to change and think about what they can do is really, really important. And leading by example can be a good way to get people to understand as well why you're doing what you're doing. And where are we now? Whoops. And the other thing to remember is that it doesn't happen overnight, these things. We find ways that we want to change our life or send a message to people that we want to send, and it does take time. And I think we can only do our best, and our best can often have a really big difference. So I think doing your best and helping spread the word and seeing the benefits, changes that you might make in your own life can actually make you feel really good about things and help stop you worrying about some of these issues. Now, I wanted to just spend a few minutes talking about how Geeky Zero can help you with all of that we've just gone through, because you may have been looking and thinking, well, that's great, but how will I actually know how to do all that? So that's why we've built Geeky Zero, really, to help people find ways that they can make changes within their lives or take action to help protect our environment. So I want to tell you about Scarlett briefly, who made quite a few changes to her life. She was a university graduate from UCL, and she made some big changes like switching to renewable energy, turning her thermostat down, also some smaller changes like turning the power off her appliances when she wasn't using them, or turning the lights off. And she also used her voice as well. She contacted a company to ask them to change something. And what she really enjoyed about this whole process was that it opened her eyes to doing things differently, and I think she really liked that. But she also saved money, which when you're a student is always a good thing. And she cut over a ton off her footprint, which is 1/9 of her footprint in just a couple of months, which is huge to be able to do that. She kept going. Even at half of that pace, she'd be doing fantastically. So I think there are loads of things that we can do, and it's just finding out what they are, really. So that's how Geeky Zero can help you. And there are two main components to it. The first is understanding your footprint. So you can go in and answer as many questions as you like about your lifestyle, put in as much information or as little information as you like. It's totally up to you. So things here about the kind of diet that you have. And then you can go to the steps page where you can find over 120 different steps that you might want to try to reduce your carbon footprint. And you can then filter them as well. You might be able to see here, you can filter them in terms of how difficult they are and in terms of their impact on the environment. And then we give you lots of details and tips in terms of, you know, how you can actually do them. And here's one of them, for example, quite a simple one, just trying a different type of milk for a week, seeing if it works for you. And then there are some more complicated ones around, or more, not complicated, more challenging around thinking about, for example, well, the renewable energy one is an easy one, a big impact one, but there are so many to choose from. I think it's just finding the ones that are right for you and that you feel comfortable with. And I wanted to just include this because I wanted to show you a video shortly from a lady who works at the UN with Nigel Topping, who's this guy here on the left, who's the UK climate champion. So he's hugely involved in working towards the COP26 event, which was due to be held this month, but is now being held in Glasgow next year. And he and his team are using Geeky Zero and recommending Geeky Zero as a way to get towards this net zero lifestyle. And I wanted to play you a message from our one of our friends at the UN, whose name is Shio. Now I just need to make sure that I am, there we go, okay. Now this is Shio and she has a message for you.
So you probably know that the climate is changing and that it's going to impact the way we live. But what you might not know is that all over the world, people and communities are coming together to take action. Because we can do something about climate change if we work together and if we play our part. So I'm part of a campaign called The Race to Zero, which is working with people and organizations to really change the way we move, the way we eat, the way we power our homes, so that we can do all of those things in a way that is healthier for us and healthier for the planet. And you can be a big part of that. And Geeky Zero can help you figure out how. Whether it's walking and cycling more or switching to a more plant-based diet, there is a step for everyone. So you should join me and thousands of others who are figuring out what step is right for them so that you can figure out what step is right for you. And then once you do that, you should tell your brothers and sisters, your mums and dads, your teachers and your schools so that they can do the same. Because together we can make a real difference.
So there we have it. I just wanted to finish the session by sharing with you our vision for what a better future could look like. And I'm going to share properly with you. Sorry about this. So let's try again. Here we go. So what is our vision for the future? And I'm sure this would probably be shared by many of you, but a world where we care for nature and live with zero carbon emissions. And we can get there. The technology exists already or is nearly in existence, and people know what to do. We just have to get everybody to do it. And in terms of what we'd love world leaders to do at the COP26 is lead us to that zero carbon, fairer world, because it will be better for everybody, for the whole of humanity in the future. And if there's one thing that I wanted to invite you to do after this session is join the Race to Zero. And you can do that through Geeky Zero by pledging to the Pledge to Net Zero step, and we have a number of years to get there. It takes time. It can bring some wonderful changes actually to our lifestyle. I have to say most of the changes that I've made, I feel, have been better for me, better for my family, and can be fun and really educational along the way. So I really hope you'll join us. I'm going to share the link in the chat, and I hope you've enjoyed this session, and please do get in touch with us if you want to find out anything more. We'd always love to help in any way. So thank you so much for joining, and I am going to just share in the chat how you can log into Geeky Zero, and I hope you have fun with it, and I hope you've really enjoyed this amazing Youth Climate Summit for the last week, which has just had so many fantastic sessions, and it's been a privilege to be part of it. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. And I think I can get started. Hello, everyone. My name is Tracy Ritchie, and I am Director of Education for Earth Day Network. I am so excited to be joining you where for me it is morning, but for many of you, I believe is afternoon. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen to start my presentation. and we will get started. And I know this will be a really quick session, so I'm so excited to just have a few moments to talk with you all. Again, my name is Tracy Ritchie, and I'm Director of Education for EarthDay.org. Many of you might have known us as Earth Day Network, and we still do the same exact work. We're just transitioning our name to EarthDay.org. And I'm joining you today from Washington, D.C., across the pond a bit, and very grateful to be on the native land of the Nacotchtank people, and coming to you from a very interesting government right now, but we're in some transitions and hope to be making some strides soon to be joining you all back in sustainability and the Paris Climate Accord and making huge actions for climate action. So giving you just a little bit of history about the first Earth Day and where we came from and where we are today. The first Earth Day was in 1970 here in the United States, and it started from an idea from Senator Nelson from Wisconsin. And he wanted to take the energy and the passion and the movement of the anti-war and civil rights movement happening in the United States in the 1960s and harness that energy for the environment and to do major things to protect our environment. In the late 60s, the United States was seeing massive smog issues. The air was very unhealthy to breathe in urban cities across the country. You could barely see a few feet ahead of you. There was a major oil spill out in California in Santa Barbara. The Cuyahoga River in Ohio was so polluted with chemicals, it caught on fire. So all of these environmental issues were very visible, very in your face, and very scary to a lot of Americans. So they wanted to address those issues. And so they held the first Earth Day in April 1970, and 20 million Americans came out onto the street to say, we demand a better environment, a cleaner environment, a safer environment. And we really bring that passion to the environmental movement every day. There's a lot of talk that, you know, Earth Day is great and we celebrate this in April, but we want to make sure that Earth Day, the spirit of Earth Day, the spirit of conservation and sustainability lasts all year long. It's not just one day in April. So we work very hard year round. I wish I only worked one day in April, but we work year round to make sure that the environmental movement is moving forward. It's growing, it's diversifying, and it's not just this one day in the US that we celebrate. So Earth Day Network coordinates tons of resources and educational resources for students and educators around the world. You'll see in this really fun GIF that we have over 2,000 schools registered as Earth Day schools, and that's actually not counting 3,000 additional schools we have just in Mexico alone. So we are growing this network of students, educators, and schools around the world who are passionate about making a difference for their environment and who see that they're not the only ones. There's a huge network of groups of schools doing this together that are passionate about the same things and are working to make a difference. And so that's the network we try to show, that there's support for you there and that there's other people working on this as well. And so for those schools and for anyone who comes to our website, we've got tons of resources to help you think about different environmental issues and how you can be a change agent in those issues. We have toolkits, we have lesson plans, we have timelines, we have all kinds of content that live on our website that are also translatable into multiple different languages. So all of these resources are there for you for free to check out and to learn from. And again, year round, not just in April. So these are some of the resources you'll see here. We have tons of content around pollinators and just how important they are and how to promote pollinators no matter where you live. And we also have this really fun timeline where we've looked at the history of the environmental movement and how far we've come, but to recognize also how much more work there is to do. And so you'll see some blank boxes at the end of it. This year we celebrated our 50th anniversary. It was 50 years since the first Earth Day, but there's so much more to do. So how can you be part of that timeline and join us in the environmental movement? We also have a really exciting citizen science app for your smartphone. It's available on both Apple and Android. And this is a super exciting partnership with the US State Department and the Wilson Center here in the United States. But this app is available globally, and we're actually working to get more global data from around the world. Within the app, so it's one app, but it has 6 different widgets within the app. And you can talk about air quality, plastic pollution, food supply, and I always forget the last one, insects I think I already said insects. Anyway, so you'll have all these different kinds of data collection opportunities. So if you are identifying pollinators in your garden or out your back door or on your commute to school, you can take a picture of that pollinator and tell us where it is. You can also take pictures of air quality, just looking out your window or your door. We want to make sure that everyone is safe during this time of COVID. We're not sure how far or how many people we can join while doing citizen science. So citizen science is a great safe thing to do while you're even alone or with your family. So the air quality widget lets you take pictures of your air quality and understand how your local air quality changes over time and even throughout the day. Plastic pollution, again, it's hard. We usually coordinate tons of cleanups around the world, especially around Earth Day, but we just weren't ready to encourage people to go outside and touch stuff over this pandemic. So there are very safe ways where you can clean up your local communities, from wearing gloves to having grabbers to making sure you never actually touch it, and then being extra special careful that you wash your hands and sanitize everything afterwards. But maybe just not having a huge school group of doing a cleanup, but you're still very welcome to collect plastic pollution that you see anywhere in your community and then report that data to our Citizen Science app. And then we also have a really fun app around food supply and really understanding where is our food grown, where does it come from, and where does that exist around the world? And if our food is grown somewhere else, how does that relate to where we are today? So I definitely encourage you to download it's called Earth Challenge 2020, and you can find it on either your Android or Apple smartphone. We also have a really fun series of webinars, not quite to the extent of this amazing summit that you all had this week, but Earth Day Live are just 1-hour seminars about different environmental topics that we really encourage people to come, join, learn, and share. So we did one back in September on this very topic of climate literacy, and we had an amazing panel with speakers from Qatar and Dubai and Pakistan and Peru and the United States. And so really bringing together a global conversation of how do we each address climate education, climate literacy in our schools, and how can we do more? And if you're interested, we have one coming up next week on November 19th, all about plastic pollution. And again, a really impressive global panel and what you can learn about that and what we can all do to address those issues. So the main thing I wanted to talk to you about today is our Global Climate and Environmental Literacy campaign. So much of what you all have been talking about this week is so critical for students around the world. We want to make sure that everyone has access to this kind of education and can ask these hard questions and to really critically think about our role in this and what we can do together. But we also want to make sure that you know, especially for students and teachers, this is not your responsibility alone. This is not you all to figure this out and make it happen yourself. There are so many groups around the world that are making sure that we get this education for you, that we get the tools for you, that we get the resources for you to make sure that you can incorporate this learning into your schools and into your daily lives to make a better, safer, more sustainable future for everybody. So when we talk about this campaign, we like to say that we are looking for every school in the world to have compulsory, assessed, climate and environmental education with a strong civic engagement component. And I want to unpack that a little bit because some of those terms are a little scary or intimidating or perhaps not something you wanted to hear. So I wanted to explain why we've chosen these terms. So when I say compulsory, it's not mandating a specific curriculum. It's not mandating a specific kind of learning. It's making sure that every student and every teacher has equitable access to this kind of education. There's so many amazing stories over the years of teachers and students working together to make this happen, either in an after-school club or the Eco Schools program that you have so prominently across the UK, or individual star teachers and students that make this happen. But we want to make sure that everybody, absolutely everybody, gets this kind of education. So the compulsory is just meant to say that everyone everywhere gets this, and it's mandated for them to get that. The assessed part is, I promise students, I am not making sure that you have another standardized test to take at the end of the school year. I just mean to say assessed in that we are looking to demonstrate that this is working and it's important. So us doing the work and understanding, you know, from looking at other assessments that you have, or, you know, looking at the work that you do over the course of the academic year, how can we show that this new learning and this new kind of learning is helping you grow as individual, as citizens, and that it's making a difference, just to demonstrate that it helps. And we also want to make sure that there's a strong civic engagement component to all the work that we do. So climate and environmental education is beautifully and inherently interdisciplinary. So that means that when we talk about science, when we talk about the environment or climate, it's not just a subject within science. And a lot of science teachers feel that responsibility, but really the environment and climate is every subject, it's every discipline. And we really need to make sure that we incorporate it into everything. So whether you are in social studies and learning about the history of your country, or how you formed, or what is the evolution of your government, the environment plays a big part in that. Or if you're talking about arts or literature or poetry or dance or math, there's always a way to bring in the environment and climate into those subjects. So we want to make sure that it's not just this one subject or this one elective on the side, that the climate and environment is built into everything that we talk about. And it's not just for older students, it's for younger students too. So as early as, you know, 5-6 years old, we can be building that care ethic, that appreciation, and that wonder for the environment. And then we can get more into complicated topics about climate change, carbon sequestration, resource use as we get older. But we want to make sure that everyone has this, and that it's across all subjects and disciplines at all grade levels. And then the civic engagement part is, let's use that knowledge, let's build those skills, and let's actually implement things. The way you can retain knowledge and make it more real is to do something about it. And we've heard so many great sessions today and across the week of, what does this knowledge mean? If I want to reduce my carbon footprint, how do I do that? Let's practice that. How does that look over time? Things about our daily behavior changes, or understanding how our community works and our local government works, and how do we have a meaningful voice maybe before we're old enough to vote. What does civic engagement and community engagement look like before we're at voting age? So the civic engagement part is just that practical application of this knowledge. And I think we can all agree that project-based learning, where we're out in our community or we're out in the schoolyard and we're actually implementing what we're learning, is so much more fun than just staying in the classroom all day. And so for this campaign, we've created a sign-on letter where we're looking for organizations around the world to support us in this effort, and to join us in this effort as we bring this to the climate meeting in Glasgow next year, COP26. And I think a lot of you have been talking about what the COP is and what it does and how we work together. So we are bringing this as a request to COP in Glasgow next November to say, this is the kind of education we need. This is the kind of education we're demanding. And all of these groups around the world are agreeing with us and are there to support it. So these are just a few of the logos of the groups that we've had sign on really early on. We just launched this campaign in September, but now we are over 350 different global organizations who support this effort and are there to support you as students and educators in this. These are the kind of groups that will help with the content, that will help with professional development, that will help with outdoor learning experiences, and will make this process possible. So if any other nonprofits or non-formal organizations are on this meeting today, we'd love to have you join us. And I'm happy to supply some links after that. And I'll also have my contact information at the end slide. So anyone has any questions, you're welcome to contact me. So I want to talk a little bit more about what we can all do together to make this happen, and what steps can we take now as we work to some of these goals at COP26 next year. So one thing I forgot to mention at the beginning of the presentation is that first Earth Day, when Senator Nelson brought all of these people together and they had 20 million Americans come out into the streets, the first Earth Day was actually called an environmental teach-in. And so that really means it's a way for communities to come together to talk about these issues together and decide together, what are we going to do? What is our our action plan, and how do we do that together? And how do we make sure all the voices are included at the table to make sure we're being really inclusive as we talk about the solutions to these environmental problems that are happening to us locally. I think the coolest part about the first Earth Day is that Senator Nelson hired college students to put this on. So Dennis Hayes, who was a college student at Harvard at the time, worked with several other organizers to coordinate this and made it happen across college campuses across the country. And think about, you know, the late 1960s and the early 1970s, there was no internet, there was no social media, there was no, you know, all the things that we could do to get these messages far and wide now. They literally called people, they put ads in newspapers, they sent snail mail across the country to get people organized. So think about the power that we have now with social media to do events like this virtually across the world and share that louder and wider. So when Earth Day 2020 and the 50th anniversary had to pivot to be a completely virtual event to keep everyone safe from COVID, we learned all kinds of new ways to be more inclusive and to broaden our audience for a teach-in. So a teach-in doesn't have to be just a group of people in one location talking about something. It could be people around the world. It could be someone from each continent talking about what they want to do. So a teach-in is just a really great way to come together, talk about an issue, hear from experts, talk about your experiences and your feelings, and decide together how you're going to move forward. And we have tons of resources on our website to help you facilitate a teach-in. What does it look like? How does it function? What's an agenda? So all of that stuff is on our website. I've heard it a couple of times this week, and I'm so glad that this is entering the conversation, but adjusting your diet ever so slightly to dramatically can really make a difference for the environment. So our team in India put together a really fun cookbook where they talked about all the different scraps that you have after cooking and all the different leftover pieces to help eliminate food waste. How can you repurpose those pieces to make more food and more delicious food? So this was an example of a thin crust pizza that is happening, but there's all kinds of recipes from cookies and cakes to marmalades to tons of great recipes of thinking about how we're more careful about our food waste and how we repurpose it, but also having that conversation about adjusting to a more plant-based diet and the huge impacts that has. That we're not asking everyone to go vegan overnight. It's very, very difficult, but adjusting one meal a week or one day a week to be more plant-based or incorporate more plant-based options and try to cut down on your meat and dairy just makes a huge difference. So just something to consider, all the different flavorful, delicious recipes you can have that have a more plant-based focus. Again, citizen science, we talked about Earth Challenge 2020, and there are so many different citizen science apps and programs across the world. So doing your part to be part of the process, understand the scientific method, help scientists around the world collect data. They can't be everywhere at once. So the more people that help collect data and understand that data and what to do with that data is hugely impactful. And the last thing I'll say is talk to others and share and listen. This summit was phenomenal all week long of all the different stories, all the different topics. What are we doing together? Hearing from people your own age, but hearing people from across the world and different communities, but your same community too. Talking people from your faith community or your family. It's just such a huge way to work together, to listen, to act, and to learn. So I've been so excited to hear all the different presentations. It gives me so much hope that you all are doing so much good in this world and are passionate about making a difference. And earthday.org is just here to help support that. So anything we can do to help support you as a student or an educator, that's our job. So I know we're getting really close to the end of the program here, so I just want to leave our website and my contact information. I'm here to help, so please send me an email if there's anything I could do to connect you to our resources. And I'm just so excited to be here today. So thank you so much. I know you guys are wrapping up and are going to have a great closing session next. So thank you so very much for your time today. And I think there might be questions. I saw something pop up, but I'll stop sharing my screen here. And 3-minute warning. Okay, thank you. And I think we're at about 1 minute now. So thank you everybody for your time today. I really appreciate it. Please enjoy the closing session coming up next and have a wonderful day.
Hello, can you hear me okay? Amazing. Hi guys. Welcome to the live closing panel of the Youth Climate Summit. I am Clover Hogan. I've already had the privilege of meeting a lot of you over the course of the week. I'm a 21-year-old climate activist, trustee to Global Action Plan, and the founder and executive director of Force of Nature. I am going to be your host for this action-packed final session. So thank you all so much for tuning in. We are here to celebrate a brilliant week of climate action. We have seen thousands of students from across the UK joining in with over 163 online sessions across 5 themed days. From green operas to seashore safaris to singing trees, it has truly been a full-on week, and it has been an absolute privilege to connect with so many incredible, impassioned young people who are just taking action, getting on with it. What we've really seen is the power of individuals in collective choosing to step up rather than shut down in the face of climate change. When we come together in collective and bring together the energy of youth with the knowledge of experience, that is when we can make magic happen. Today, we are joined by our host schools, an expert panel, 5 of our youth ambassadors, and all of you watching at home and at school to celebrate this week that was. We'll also be voting on the Youth Climate Calls for Action, the commitments young people are expecting of business and government. But before we forge ahead, I'd love us to take a minute to look at a video that captures the week that was, all of the highlights, and celebrates the real achievements of the Youth Climate Summit.
This is an SOS from the kids. All the grown-ups take note of this. We're finding our voice, calling you out. You can't leave the world in fire and drought. This is an SOS from the kids. Please change the story, rewrite the plot. This beautiful love cannot be lost. Stop hurting our planet like you don't care. There's only one world for us to share. This is an SOS from the kids. All the grown-ups take note of this. Wake up and see that you must make a change. The riches you seek will all be washed away. This is an SOS from the kids.
Awesome, thank you for that. That was very wholesome, a beautiful video. So in a moment, I am going to be introducing you to our brilliant youth ambassadors. But before we do, we have a message from someone very special, the man, the myth, the legend. We'll take it away now. I think you all know who this is going to be.
My name is David Attenborough, and I am 94 years old. When I was a boy, the world was much wilder than it is today. I worry about the legacy that my generation is passing on to yours. The destruction of nature that I've witnessed in my lifetime is starting to erode all the things we rely upon for society to function: clean air, water, food, and a stable climate. When you look at the scale of the problems that we face, it's easy to become downhearted. But do you know what gives me the greatest hope? It's you, young people. Your actions are already making people sit up and listen. And the choices you make now and in the future are key to putting us back on the path to recovery. Start today in your community, your school, your home. Together, we can create a wilder world. Just imagine that.
Thank you, David. So now we are going to be introducing our 5 fantastic youth climate ambassadors who've worked really, really hard to support and promote the summit and make it possible. We have Ardash, Andra, Ema, Rihanna, and Hannah. To start, I'd like to ask if any of you want to share your thoughts on either of the videos or in reflection of the summit.
Hi, I'm Andra. Thanks, Clover, for that. That was really inspirational video from Sir David Attenborough. So as we have seen, it's been an exciting and busy week with over 130 individual sessions over the course of the summit. Each sessions were provided by almost 90 different organizations, including individuals, charities, and schools, where they shared their knowledge and passion and action about the environment. They inspired everyone watching at home and at school to get involved. Importantly, they asked and answered some of the big questions about climate change. So how we can best protect nature, oceans and water, how we can best address travel, pollution and waste. What about food, farming and forests, fashion and consumption, and how we can create a suitable future. But most importantly, they asked what do those in charge in business and in government need to do? And as you can imagine, it was quite a list of actions, but that's where we come in. And working with Global Action Plan team over the week, we went over all the issues that emerged across the 5 days of the summit and have narrowed it down to a list of 10 asks to governments and businesses, which I'm going to tell you was quite the task. And we are going to use this session to work with a panel and those watching at home to refine this list of 10 asks to 5. So the Sustainable Innovation Forum has been used by the United Nations, heads of states, government minister, climate experts, and the chief executive to communicate leadership, raise ambition, and forge stronger relationships between the public and private sectors. And this is where our asks are going to go. And we will also be sending them to mock COP and making noise about them on social media. So we need everybody to join us.
Awesome. Thanks, Andra. So this is a really exciting opportunity, everyone. As Andra's just highlighted, we have these 10 asks, and the goal today is to really narrow them down. And what's super exciting is that each and every person dialing in has an opportunity to really have their voice heard. So right now we have the Slido. So if you go to SLI_DO, Slido, and enter YCS 2020B. That's where you're going to find your place to actually input your suggestions and really enter your votes as we dive in. And as a reminder, these are then going to be presented to the Sustainable Innovation Forum and also be integrated to Mock COP. SIF is a gathering of business leaders and policymakers from around the world. So this is a really, really exciting opportunity to get some intergenerational dialogue going and to have young voices heard. So without further ado, let's dive right into it with our first panel introduction. So we have a really stacked lineup of incredible experts, thought leaders, change makers, who we're going to be drawing on the expertise of today. So first off, I'd love to hear from each of you who you are, what you do, and how this really relates to climate change and the climate agenda. So I think if we kick off with you, Nigel. Nigel Topping is the UN High-Level Climate Champion for the UK.
Well, thanks, Clover. So it's a funny title, right? High-level climate champion. So my job, it was created in Paris at the same time as the Paris Agreement, because the agreement is between countries, it's between governments, but they realize that it's going to take all of us to tackle the climate crisis: businesses, investors, cities, states and regions, schools, universities, sports clubs, the whole of society. So my job is to work with everyone who's not a government. So I work to drive ambition and accelerate action. I work with my colleague Gonzalo Munoz, who's the Chilean high-level champion, and basically that's what we do. And we're in the middle this week of 2 weeks of the Race to Zero dialogues, because what we're doing is trying to get everybody to commit to net zero as soon as possible and the concrete actions they take. So I'm really excited actually to hear about progress on the Let's Go Zero program for schools, and I'm really looking forward to the ideas and see how many of them we can build into our work in the next 12 months to make them part of the success of Glasgow. Thanks, Clover.
Awesome, thank you so much, Nigel. Now I would love to introduce Maya Rose Craig, also known as Bird Girl, if you want to take it away.
Yeah, of course, I'll be quick. So I'm Maya Rose. I'm actually only 18. I left school a few months ago, and I am an environmental and climate change activist. So one of the coolest things I've done recently is I went up to the Arctic with Greenpeace for the Youth Strikes for Climate event in September. But I do all sorts of things to fight against climate change. And I also do lots of work to make sure that nature, the outdoors, the environmental movement is accessible for everyone, so that everyone feels able to go and get involved, which I think is going to be super important in the future.
Thank you, Maya. And if you don't already, please go follow Maya on Twitter. She has an awesome presence over there, big fan. Don't worry, I'll keep the fangirling in check. To pass over to Daniel. Daniel is the Senior Vice President of the National Education Union. I'd love to hear from you, Daniel.
Hi, Clover, and thank you very much for having me here this afternoon. I am very much looking forward to the discussion. So I am Daniel Kebede. I am the Senior Vice President of the National Education Union, but first and foremost, I'm a teacher. So I teach around climate change, normally through using philosophy for children and try and create some dialogue in the classroom around such issues. But not only that, also as the Vice President of the National Education Union, I represent nearly 500,000 educators. So my hope is to hear everything that is discussed this afternoon and then mobilize our educators, our teachers and teaching assistants around your demands. So thank you very much. Take care.
Awesome. Thank you, Daniel. And now over to Tim Brooks, who is the Vice President of Environmental Sustainability at LEGO. If you want to take it away.
Hi there. Yeah, thanks for having me. So I guess I represent big business or big toy business at least. I look after all of our environmental programs here at LEGO. So we have two areas we focus on, one on sustainable materials. So ensuring our products continue to be durable and reusable as they already are, but also have a good end of life, and also making products from recycled materials and bio-based materials. You can see some examples behind me and some plants made from Lego here. But also on our climate work as well, we spent just under $1 billion on direct investment in renewables. Here's a model of one of our wind farms off the coast of Germany. We have another one off the coast of Liverpool as well, and solar across pretty much all of our manufacturing facilities. So I drive those two parts of our work, both on climate and both on materials. The ultimate goal for our company is to make zero impact products. And so that the main thing we do as a company stands purely for learning through play and creativity. And what we want to do is engage with children and young people, hear what they want, hear their challenges, hear the challenges they want to give us as a company and business in general, and also do our part in inspiring people as well. It's a two-way conversation between us and children and young people. So super excited to be here.
Thank you, Tim. I know what my 6-year-old cousin is now going to be asking for Christmas. Cool. And if we hand over to Dr. Emily Grossman, who is a brilliant science communicator and educator. Love to hear from you.
Hi, thanks, Clover. Nice to see everyone. So yeah, I'm a science communicator, recently turned climate science communicator. I'm also a scientist myself, and one of the founders of the group Scientists for Extinction Rebellion. Over the last year and a half, my science communication has become almost entirely focused on activism and raising awareness about the climate and ecological crisis. And I do that for young people, primary, secondary school age, and for adults, through writing books and articles about what's going on in the world, trying to help people understand what's going on in the world, and through giving talks, online talks on different platforms, just trying to help people to understand the truth, help people to understand what action needs to be taken, and and how we as individuals can do what's necessary to help.
Thank you, Emily. I think that's been so clear the past week of the Youth Climate Summit, the importance of really being able to make this science accessible. And I think having this kind of intergenerational dialogue is such a powerful way of doing that. So thank you so much for joining us today. Next, we have Jemima, who is an activist and a UK Mock COP26 delegate. I'll hand you the floor.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be here. Yeah, my name is Jemima Longcake. I'm a representative for Mock COP26, which starts next week. But as well as that, I'm an activist, creator, performer, and public speaker. So like Maya, I just finished school, but I'm currently, before going off to uni to study HSBS, I'm currently on a gap year, which is weird in the current climate, but I've been filling my time with some exciting international internships and projects, including one that's very exciting for me because I just founded it a couple of weeks ago. But we're basically creating the first TED Talks that are Cumbria-wide and are focused all around climate change, inspired by the first town-led climate change citizens jury that went on in Kendal, my hometown, recently. So yes, that's something that's really exciting, and I really love it as my work because I get to see the amazing impact that community can have on an issue like this.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jemima. Pleasure to have you. And last, but of course not least, my friend Graham Frost, who is head teacher of Robert Ferguson Primary School in Carlisle.
Thank you, Clover. Great to see you and everyone taking part today. So I'm a head teacher of a primary school in Carlisle in Cumbria, and I've been campaigning for some time to ensure that school leaders are very much engaged in not only teaching about climate education, but also paving the way for young people, such as we've already been hearing from, such as Clover and Jemima and many others, who are speaking out very, very powerfully and trying to be a conduit to allow those voices to be heard from young people at school. So that's my big passion. I'm delighted with the pledges that are being made and the priorities that are being put forward in this wonderful summit. But I'm very, very excited about the prospect of schools enabling more young people like we're hearing from really speaking out, because when you speak to people in power, they really listen, and they are starting to make signs of movement and change, but yet not yet really signalling that this is an emergency in the way that we want to hear them do so. And I do think that we need to keep on opening the way for young people to be the voices that really bring that about.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Graham. And thank you to our brilliant panel. It's just awesome to see such diversity of voices here today. So without further ado, let's dive straight in. On Monday, we discussed nature, oceans, and water. Quick shout out to our 2 host schools for making the day possible. We had Ditcham Park in Hampshire and Brinteg CP School in Wales. I'd love to invite our first youth ambassador to introduce the first 2 youth climate calls before we open them up for discussion.
Hello again. So our first, our 2 asks for nature, oceans and water. First of all, currently the UK has 207 marine protected areas, but we want them to set a more ambitious target of protecting 60% of the ocean by 2030 by creating highly protected marine areas and improving sustainable fishing practices around the UK. Around the UK coastline. And this is important because as many human activities and climate change are damaging and causing disturbance to marine life, putting vital marine species such as common stakes and basking sharks on the red list. So that is our first ask. Our second ask is carbon sinks. They are deposits of land which absorb and store carbon from the atmosphere, helping reduce the greenhouse effect. And not only do they help reverse climate change, but they're also hugely important for flora and fauna. For example, the loss of its peat swamp, habitat has led to a 60% reduction in Burundian orangutan population. So what we want is for the government to set up special protection areas for all carbon sinks, such as peatlands, wetlands, forests, with a fund or tax on polluting businesses which negatively impact these areas.
Thank you so much, Andra. 2 hugely important areas and issues, and I can see it's already going to be very difficult to try and vote or choose between the 2. But I think this is really an opportunity to hear more from our expert panel, hear their thoughts and perspectives on what we should really be prioritizing by way of an agenda of commitments and asks to those in decision-making positions of power. So is there anyone from the panel who would like to dive in and reflect on what they've just heard? We'll take about 5 minutes before we put the vote to everyone listening in. And if there's no one, I'll just start picking on you. It'll be really annoying. Emily, yeah, do you want to jump in? Oh, I think you're still muted.
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
You're good.
Yeah, I'd just like to dive in sort of with my scientist hat on, to say that both of those are such crucially important things in terms of supporting and restoring both the oceans and the soils and forests. And I just want to talk particularly for a second about carbon sinks. So wetlands and soils in general, and particularly peat soils, store around 70% of the Earth's carbon. So it's really important that we actually not just stop destroying, but actually restore the soils, and then of course the trees as well. So people always talk about trees as being an important carbon sink. So that's something that holds, as has been brilliantly described, holds on to the carbon and stops it being released back into the atmosphere as carbon dioxide. The more we destroy those forests, the more that we not only stop absorbing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, but actually when we burn those forests, more carbon gets released back into the atmosphere. But actually even more important than the forests, which are crucially important, are our soils, and particularly peat soils, because so much carbon is trapped and stored in the actual soils themselves in terms of the root systems of plants and dead animals, and that's really kept healthy by the small creatures, bacteria and earthworms and other small creatures that live in the soils. But through combined actions of climate change, so soils drying out, of erosion due to extreme weather events, of ploughing up the soils due to intensive agriculture, of compacting soils, soils due to heavy machinery and the grazing of cattle, and due to draining of wetlands in order to create more land for building and for more further intensive agriculture. Due to a combination of all these facts and more plus pollution, we're destroying an enormous amount of our soils. About a third of all of our soils across the globe are already now damaged or destroyed. About half of our wetlands we've already lost. We've lost half of our trees since the start of agriculture. You know, we're really at a crisis here. So restoring and stopping damaging and restoring these important carbon sinks is an absolutely crucial way that we can limit not only the impacts of climate change being extreme weather, rising seas, melting ice, lack of food resources, but also, as has been said, that we can restore biodiversity and restore wildlife to these crucial areas that are the homes to many, many creatures.
Thank you so much, Emily. Maya, do you want to dive in?
Yeah, I was just going to say, yeah, it's a brilliant question. Like Emily said, it's very difficult. But without getting too political about it, I do think that something that's been a really big problem, at least in, you know, the period that I've been doing environmental activism, which is like about 7 years now, isn't even necessarily that we're struggling to decide which of the most important environmental issues, but more that the people who are in charge, who are sort of deciding which things that we care about the most, which things we're going to put all our money into, environmental issues aren't very often the thing that comes first for them. So, for example, we do have massive issues with soil and land degradation and things like that. And, you know, just our wildlife is really struggling in the UK. But we also have projects like HS2, which is basically chopping down loads of massive, beautiful, really important woodlands to build a train track there. And I think, you know, if we don't even necessarily have to decide which is the most important thing, because they're all so important and it's really difficult. But I do think we need to stop paying for things that are damaging the environment more and more, because we're sort of at the point where we can't afford to do that anymore because we have so little wildlife and proper countryside left.
Thank you, Maya. Yeah, and I think that raises a very good point. All of the issues are intersectional, so too are the solutions. And so everything requires, you know, two hands clapping, a combined approach. We do need to move on to the next one in the interest of time. But I believe the people have had their say. Should we need to prioritize one effort over another? If you haven't already, please do contribute your votes to the Slido and vote for the climate call that you feel is most important, that really resonates with you personally. And as a reminder, the youth ambassadors will be taking these calls to the Youth Climate Agenda at the Sustainable Innovation Forum on Wednesday. With that, I'm going to ask the GAP team, do we have a final vote, a final count? Let's have a look. Okay, we do. So with 59%, we have set up specialist protection areas for all carbon sinks, such as peatlands, forests, with a fund that businesses ... didn't get to read the end of that sentence, but that is our winner for this segment. And again, drawing back to that point that we need both hands clapping, we need to take a combined approach. But I think particularly considering what's been happening in the climate environmental space in the UK, I think our land and our wildlife feels particularly pertinent at this point in time. Brilliant. So another thanks again to our host schools for Monday, so Ditcham Park in Hampshire and Bryn Teg CP School in Wales. We're now going to be moving on in the interest of time to Tuesday, where we discussed travel, pollution and waste. So our host schools for the day were Damer's Primary School in Devon and Wells Secondary School in Somerset. So I would love to ask Damer's Primary School, if we do have them on the line, what their highlight was and what as a result they have been catalysed or inspired to do as a result of Monday.
Our highlight was when Beth Ford from Buscombe Beach Busters talked about how we can look after our beaches and oceans. We loved Brothers Make, who used a sandwich maker to melt plastic bottle tops to make into items like spoons, cup holders, and a chopping board. Going forwards, we will look for a more sustainable uniform, but will keep on encouraging parents to reuse uniforms from our second-hand shop. We will reduce the amount of stationery we use and look into closing the road outside our school once a month to have a clean air day.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I love to see the sustainable development goals up behind you as well. I think we should have a huge version of those printed out in every school across the country. Awesome. And then I would love to hear as well from Wells Secondary School, if we have you on the line, what your highlight was and what your commitments are going forward. What have you been inspired to do as a result of the Youth Climate Summit?
Hi, ask if can you hear us?
Yes.
You can. Okay, good. So at our school we've got a climate justice revolution to try and make our school more eco-friendly. And so far this year and last year, of what we have of it, we have got electric car charging points. We've got solar panels on the roof, and now managed to go to a plastic-free restaurant. And our inspiration for the outdoors was Bird Girl, and we have put bird houses, bat houses, and started to plant out some wildflower and some trees. Yeah, we're getting some trees delivering soon that we're going to have all across our school site.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. That sounds absolutely brilliant. So I'd now like to hand over to our next youth ambassador, who is going to introduce the first two youth calls on this particular theme. And just to reiterate again, we have 10 youth calls that we're really distilling down to 5 today so that we can create a list of priorities for the youth agenda. So handing over to our youth ambassador now.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Rihanna. So our first call for travel, pollution and waste was for all new schools to be carbon zero, and for inspections and financial grants from the government and businesses to help all existing schools to achieve the goal of being carbon zero by 2030, such as installing solar panels. And the second ask is that all products that contain environmentally harmful substances that are clearly labelled as such, especially ones that contain microplastics and fibres, because these are in all sorts of products, including beauty products and clothes, and they're really harmful and they can get into the oceans and our food and drinking water.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Rihanna. So once again, we are going to open up the discussion to our expert panel. And I might ask that, yes, perfect, Nigel, you go first.
I love both ideas. I think the first idea is much more powerful because it will provide a kind of it means that I think there's 32,000 schools in the UK. It means that every school can really become a laboratory for speeding up action on climate change. It means every student in every school in the country in the next 10 years is going to have a sort of a physical experience of it. I think the second idea is a really good idea, but I think it'll probably be taken care of anyway, and it's more generic. So I would go for the first idea.
Awesome. A compelling argument from Nigel. Would anyone like to either support or challenge this statement? I will start with Graham because you had your hand up, and then Jemima if you want to go next.
Yeah, I totally agree with Nigel on that. We're just awaiting planning permission to get our panels put on the school roof, and they're going to dramatically reduce the amount of energy that we're getting from other sources. So there's a saving in the long run, and I think it's invest to save. We've got to convince the people that hold the purse strings that this is invest to save. If they can make sure that not just school buildings, but every public building, every new house built existing housing, if we get those just completely covered in solar panels, what a huge difference that will make to our energy generation and reduce our carbon footprint massively.
Thank you, Graham. I'm convinced. I'm not sure about the rest of you. Now let's turn to someone who has just emerged from the education system, Jemima, if you want to share your perspective.
Thanks. Yeah, I completely agree with Graham and Nigel. I think one of the most powerful things about putting the action in place in schools as well is that you're then just educating the next generation, and it's not bombarding them with facts of what's going to happen and the terrifying things that are going on, but it's filling them with hope of actually we can make this difference in our own school, we can make this difference elsewhere. So I think it's got a lot of power to not only implement change but also encourage new change to be implemented in the future.
Thank you, Jemima. Now, Tim, as a company that creates largely disposable plastic en masse, I would love to hear your thoughts on this particular one.
I wouldn't say it was disposable. That's I think what is interesting, and I think that the plastic is a really nuanced debate, but I think it's very important. Plastic is a very, very valid material and important material, but it's the way we treat it, it's the context in which we use it, and making it more circular. Of course, you could say, yeah, you would say that, you work for Lego, but without plastic, there are thousands of things we can't do. We can't build wind turbine blades, just as one example, without plastic. We can't build solar panels without plastic. So I think as a material, it is an absolutely fantastic material, but it's about the way we treat it. And I think, any commitment where we can be more circular. And I think microplastics, particularly from garments, is a massive issue. And the challenge we have is, of course, these garments perform really, really well, and they also are often a lower carbon alternative. And that's the challenge we have, is that plastic can often be a lower carbon alternative. So we're in this tension between climate and plastic, and it makes none of it easy. So I think the other, where I wanted to go as well on the zero carbon schools point, I think what you're doing in making a very clear statement is very, very important. Having a target and a date is very, very important to mobilize effort, and a very simple target, not maybe simple to do, but simple to understand. And that visual point that I think both Nigel and Graham talked about as well, to inspire other people. We've put solar panels across nearly all of our factories. They're only contributing sometimes to about 20% of the factory's requirements, because it's quite an energy intensive process. But, one of the really important things they do is inspire all of our employees about what solar panels can do, what renewable energy can do, and then combined with offshore renewables, which is the other part of the puzzle for us. So that visual symbol is not to be underestimated, and that understanding, I think, that's super powerful if you can build schools that are exemplars for low carbon design, and innovate and iterate as you go along, and improve them over time, and have those discussions. I think that's super powerful.
Thank you, Tim. Yeah, definitely hear your point about the change needing to happen on that system level. So we're looking at the structures that are in place that are perpetuating these problems, whether that is, yes, Nigel.
Can I just two really quick other thoughts? I think it's also worth remembering that we're in a deep economic crisis because of COVID, and something like this would generate a lot of jobs. Right, there'd be a lot of work to do all that retrofitting of schools, so that would be another reason for doing it. And finally, I'm really inspired by this Let's Go Zero campaign, and with Gonzalo, we've already talked about maybe trying to make that go viral, go to Chile next, and then imagine if every country adopted that. That'd be pretty amazing.
Absolutely. I was lucky to go to a school in the jungle in Indonesia, so we were pretty low carbon over there. I'd love to see more of that over here in the UK. Awesome. So if you haven't already, please do put your votes into the Slido, although I think we have a bit of a landslide on this one. Drum roll. We have 92%. With all new schools to be carbon zero, government and businesses to help all existing schools achieve carbon zero by 2030. Awesome. Well, that one was much easier, wasn't it? Awesome. So now we're going to be transitioning to our next conversation. I'm so impressed, guys. We're keeping right on time. Just once again, a quick thank you to the host schools, Damer's Primary School and Wells Secondary School. Loved your contributions as well, guys. So thank you for tuning in. Now we're going to be looking at Wednesday, a personal passion subject for me, food, farming, and forest. So once again, big thanks to the host schools, Robert Ferguson Primary School, Graham School, and South Hunsley School in Yorkshire for making the day possible. So I'd first love to hear from our representatives from Robert Ferguson School, what your highlight was and what commitments you have been inspired to make following this Youth Climate Summit.
At Robert Ferguson Primary School, we are committed to transforming our world on a global and local level, and we are really inspired by Pangea Finn and the orangutan gang. We have been inspired to educate ourselves and raise awareness of the palm oil issue and help to save rainforests and endangered animals in the way we can.
Thank you so much. Oh, go for it.
We also enjoyed the Greenpeace programme on protecting the rainforest from our plate. We got lots of ideas about small changes we can make that will make a huge difference. We will be starting by writing a letter to Tesco to encourage them to stop selling food that causes deforestation. At home, we will be encouraging our parents to plan meat-free meal options at home. Here at Robert Ferguson Primary School, we have also pledged to plant even more trees, including apple trees. We are allowing more of our school grounds to grow well to provide more habitats for animals and honeybees. We grow vegetables in our garden, including a broad range of different vegetables like we use to cook our delicious school dinners. We also have meat-free days in our school dinner menu. We will sow wildflower seeds to help maintain a healthy ecosystem. We plan to put solar panels on our school roof as a source of clean, sustainable energy. At home, my family and I have plastic-free July. We are trying to persuade the national and local government to take the necessary steps to quickly work towards a carbon-neutral UK. They need to act like it's an emergency.
We are also persuading local businesses to become more sustainable, less waste, more recycling and less carbon dioxide. Remember, small changes make a big difference.
Hear to that. Robert Ferguson putting the rest of us to shame with Graham's lineup of overachievers and absolute environmental trailblazers. I'm so impressed that the changes that you guys put forward both reflected what you're doing within your school and also within your home environments as well. So big round of applause for that. Thank you so much. Awesome. And now I would love to hear from South Hunsley about what your highlight was and what you have been inspired to do.
We are very proud to take part in the summit. As a member of the Eco Committee, we have sometimes felt a little isolated, but the summit has really raised the profile of our sustainable work. Our head teacher has said that this will make a real difference in our community.
We enjoyed the challenge of taking part in the live sessions, and although we could not see anyone from our screen, it was uplifting to know that we were connecting to other students who were keen to act now in response to climate change.
We watched the session about fast fashion in one of our lessons and we were shocked by what we found out. Students in our class pledged not to buy impulsively, and now we're also thinking of organising a clothes swap event when restrictions are eased.
We know that a lot of new students in Year 7 felt inspired by Pangea's passion and energy in their video about orangutans and the palm oil industry. We think that the summit will have encouraged students to become activists.
The summit made us realise how much of an emergency there is and how many of our own actions can change and can make a difference. We are very keen to build momentum. We are going to write to both our head teacher and the CEO of MAT to convince them to sign up to the Let's Go Zero campaign.
Nigel loves to hear it. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Brilliant. So we're now going to dive straight into our two climate calls. If our youth ambassador would like to introduce them now.
Hi, I'm Adarsh, and I'm going to introduce our climate calls. So the first one was to stop subsidizing farming that harms the planet and instead subsidize regenerative farming and polycultures. What we mean is that we want governments to financially support more sustainable farming practices. Polycultures not only yield more crops, but they also support the biodiversity of an ecosystem, adding nutrients to the soil and making it a better carbon storage. This leads on to something that we touched on before, regenerative farming, which utilizes nature's own technology to store up to 15 tons of carbon dioxide per acre per year in the soil. Pesticides disrupt this cycle, turning fertile soil, which can lock up carbon, into dirt. Therefore, we want to see a specific cap on pesticides in individual proportions, allowing the soil to recover and effectively lock up carbon. And our second call is that supermarkets reduce food waste by choosing more sustainable supply chains, improving waste and recycling practices, such as reducing single-use plastic packaging, and finally, to donate food within reason. An example of a supermarket that is really leading the way here is Asda, who opened up a concept store last month, intending to completely banish plastic packaging. Making use of newer technologies and ideas, such as product refill stations and reverse vending machines, would allow supermarkets to have a more positive impact on the environment.
Thank you so much, Adarsh. Amazing. So we have stopping the subsidization of farming that harms the planet, and then we have supermarkets taking on food waste, both of which we know are huge challenges. Would anyone like to kick us off from the panel? Daniel, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, I'll come in. I mean, these are both really important things, aren't they? And it's really difficult to pick between them. But I think I would probably push for to stop subsidizing farming that harms the planet, and it's a really key issue, particularly at the time of COVID-19. If we shouldn't really look at these sorts of pandemics separate from the intensive farming of animals, particularly livestock. You know, the United Nations says that most pandemics that have come around in the past decade have come through livestock, the intensive farming of pigs and poultry. So I would push for the subsidizing and stop subsidizing farming.
Thanks, Daniel. Emily, do you want to dive in?
Yeah, I think I'd like to agree that, I mean, both of them are such important issues. I mean, about 5 million tons of food is wasted every year in the UK. And if we tackled that, it could go an enormous way to solving some of the world's problems, not just in terms of feeding the world's growing population, but also in terms of not pumping out extra amounts of greenhouse gases from the farming industry, from methane, from the burps and farts of cows, to carbon dioxide from the ploughing up of the fields. So, you know, food waste is a really big issue that absolutely has to be tackled. The issue of regenerative farming and stopping subsidizing big agriculture and moving towards more regenerative farming, I think for me has the very tiny margin on that, because this type of big agriculture and intensive farming practices are so damaging to the planet in a variety of different ways. As we've heard, it's not just about the greenhouse gases that end up in the atmosphere as a result, but it's also about the cutting back of forests, the cutting back of animals' habitats. It's also about damaging and destroying biodiversity because of the pesticides that are used, which has been mentioned, which is really important. So I just think as an all-round and as a big picture, yeah, absolutely we need to cut back on food waste. But if we can convince the subsidies on regenerative farming to go down, then that's going to make a huge difference. About a third of our greenhouse gases on our planet are because of the food industry. And if we can bring that down through polycultures and also make more biodiverse wildlife at the same time, then that's going to make a huge difference.
Thank you, Emily. Yeah, I know that Project Drawdown, with its most recent modelling, shows that reduction of food waste is by far one of the best solutions that we have, but I do know that that is within a global context. So I'd love to hear from you, Nigel, within the context of the UK, what do you feel is the most urgent action that we need to be taking?
I mean, I agree with the rest of the panelists that these are both really big levers. So if we could choose both, then we would. I tend to go for the sort of farming practices one. I think I've actually been really inspired talking to farmers. You know, we must be careful not to make farmers the enemy. You know, farmers are mostly people who've worked for generations on the land. They have a real, you know, my brother-in-law is a farmer in East Yorkshire. The National Farmers Union have got a Net Zero 2040 program. The US Farmers and Ranchers Alliance have done a beautiful video called 30 Harvests. They're like, we've got 30 harvests left to save the soil, and farmers are natural stewards of the land, but they've been kind of forced by us demanding cheaper and cheaper and cheaper food to do things in a kind of way that we now know is crazy. So I go for backing our farmers' ability to love the land back into productivity and health, and change the regulatory framework so we subsidize what's good, not subsidize what's bad.
Awesome. Thank you. In the interest of time, we are going to keep forging ahead, and fortunately we do have a winner, although it was a close one. So in first place, we do have Stop Subsidizing Farming. So thank you all for your thoughts and perspectives on that one. And the good news is both of these changes are things that we can reflect in our own lifestyles, whether that's ensuring that we're not chucking food out from the fridge that is perfectly good, or we're using great kind of crowd sharing apps, or also reducing our intake of meat as well, moving to more plant-rich, locally sourced diets. All right, so we are now going to be going to fashion and consumption, which was yesterday's focus. So big thanks to host schools, Ullswater Secondary in Cumbria and Shorehead Primary School in Scotland. I'm sorry if my Australian accent butchered either of those, but I'd love to kick off with you, Shorehead Primary, to hear from you about your highlight and what you have been inspired to do.
We really enjoyed the Youth Climate Summit this week. It has inspired us to take action. We were astonished when we watched who makes our clothes and where do they come from. From fair trade work we have done, we were already aware of the child labour problem in poor countries. However, we did not realise the huge environmental impact that cotton farming creates.
It was awful to learn that mass deforestation happens to make way for cotton plantations. Also, the cotton plants need a huge supply of water, which is drying up the nearby rivers. This is detrimental to local communities and wildlife. It was devastating to find out that cotton travelled from India to China, then Bangladesh, then Turkey, before it comes to us. That's so much pollution just for one cheap t-shirt.
We feel the need to make people aware of this. We need to encourage people to check where their clothes come from and also to recycle their clothes. Our school wants to start a project, Our Old Clothes. We really want to contact manufacturers so they know the facts and hear our point of view. Hopefully this will make a change quicker to help the change to come quicker so we can protect our environment.
Thank you so much, Shorehead Primary, for that powerful and impassioned presentation. I would now like to hand the floor to Ullswater Secondary to hear about your highlight and the commitment that you have been catalysed to make. Do we have Ullswater? Maybe I'm just mispronouncing it. Oh, yes, we do. Hi, guys. I don't think we can hear you. All right. I think you're on mute again. Do you want to try unmuting yourself and then?
Hello, can you hear us?
Perfect. Yeah. Go for it.
Thank you. Thank you. So here at Ullswater Community College, one of our aims and aspirations is currently our uniform is mostly made out of plastic bottles, but we are hoping to extend that further and continue. So all of our uniform is then made out of plastic bottles, and to also just teach people about the dangers of fast fashion and how much damage it actually does to our environment, because I think so many people just don't understand the damage it does. Our highlights have been watching the fashion events with the Miss England pageant and seeing all the beautiful designs they created and helping inspire us to create some of our own designs. And I'd like to thank every one of them that submitted an entry to that to help us be inspired. A shocking moment was when we found out that one dump truck every minute gets dumped due to fast fashion. And we need to take action now, and we must boycott these big companies that are only interested in personal profit rather than the wonderful world we live in. So if you take anything from what I've said, I hope you take this. Even the smallest changes that you make will have a massive difference to the world that we live in. And if we all stand united, then we can all beat the climate crisis. Thank you from everyone here at Ullswater Community College. Thank you.
Thank you, Ullswater, our representative for Prime Minister. Woo. All right. I'd love to now hear from our next youth ambassador on the two calls that we are going to be debating with our panel.
Yeah, so hi everyone, I'm Emer, and I'm going to be telling you our youth calls for Day 4, Fashion and Consumption. So Ask 1 is for business and governments to accelerate the circular economy through legislation. So the circular economy is an alternative to a traditional linear economy, make, use, dispose, in which we keep resources in use for as long as possible, extract the maximum value from them whilst in use, then recover and regenerate products and materials at the end of each service life. So basically, it's a move from an economy based on extraction and consumption to one of regeneration and restoration. And Ask 2 is to improve transparency of environmental and social impact of products through mandatory labelling schemes. So this is really important because it gives consumers the information they need to make an informed decision on the products they buy. And for example, cigarette packaging, you have the health risks from that. Let's have the environmental risks from other products. And for example, Amazon launched a climate pledge friendly program to help make it easy to discover and shop for more sustainable products. So this is something that could really help our economy become more sustainable.
Thank you so much. Two excellent concepts and initiatives. Tim, I would love to hear from you on this one.
I had a feeling that was going to happen. Yeah, and I think like all of them, both of them are really, really great objectives. I think the circular economy one is really, really interesting because I think more and more we're learning it's not where our things come from, although that is very, very important. You know, the supply chains that provide all our products. But it's about where they go to at the end of their life. And I think the school uniform was a great example that it's made from plastic bottles is absolutely wonderful. But then there's a consideration of what happens to it at the end of its life. How many mixed fibers are in there? How easy are they to pull apart, etc. And how are those fibers being dispersed? So, but I think the circular economy has got some great policy instruments behind it, or at least they're coming through the European Union as well, and some of the circular economy packages. So I actually like the labeling one better. And why I like that is it's actually a resurgence in labeling of products. When I was involved probably 15 years ago in carbon labeling, it was kind of rejected. It wasn't easy to understand. It was hard to compare product with product. You know, you can label a pint of milk, but if you really wanted a pint of water, what you know, comparing apples with apples, etc., it was very difficult. But I think as the urgency of the climate challenges has come more up in our face. I think there's a renewed interest in whether labeling could help. The one caveat there is to make sure we get some consistent and globally appropriate labeling. And that's one of the challenges we have at LEGO, is we want to put labeling on about what's in our materials and how to recycle them and recycle the boxes. But it's really, really hard to find a label that works in more than one country. And that's where, one of the pushes we want to make is how do we make more globally appropriate labels. So my bet is on the labeling, because I think it's time for that to come back around again and get some more focus, because I already think the circular economy has some good legislative packages coming down the track.
Thanks, Tim. Jemima or Maya, I'd love to hear from you on this point, especially around the kind of conversation of putting the onus on regulation versus on the individual consumer. Where do you guys fall on that one?
Yeah, I don't know if this is cheating slightly, because I think they're both brilliant ideas, and I think that they're both super relevant at the moment. And for me, I can see a bit of a journey going on here where I think personally a circular economy where we're not just buying and consuming and binning things basically is going to be so important if we care about the environment in the future. But it's so different from the way that we consume things at the moment that it's really difficult. So I think it's great as a long-term goal, and it's going to be so important. But I do think currently we're almost not at that point, and we can't make that leap. And I think this process of going and very clearly labeling the environmental impact that what you're buying has is a great sort of bridge between that, where it really makes people sit down and think about the true impact of what they're buying, I suppose.
Thanks, Maya. Jemima, did you want to jump in quickly?
Yeah, I think I agree with Maya and Tim that they're both really powerful statements, and it's really difficult to choose between the two because they both have so many good qualities. I usually don't agree with putting all the sort of emphasis on the individual, but I think in this instance there's a lot of power that through labeling we can educate and actually empower the individual, so that not only can they make their own personal decisions, but if they see something and it's not fitting to those standards that they want to conform to themselves, then they can actually talk about it and they can raise their voice about it. So I think in this instance, empowering the individual through labeling where they can make an informed decision is very powerful in also supporting continued work and continued changes that can go on. And in the end, maybe it can lead to a circular economy because people are actually making the decisions because they have that understanding.
Thank you, Jemima. So most of the votes are in, but I'm going to give one final window for input. And I'm going to have to give it to Emily. Sorry, Nigel.
I just want to say quickly that I think that's a very powerful argument in terms of why labelling is important, but I want to come down on the side of disagreeing with the other three panellists.
Oh no.
I think Nigel is also giving a
Thank you, Emily. Good counter argument. We need one.
Because I think it's hugely important that we counter this idea that this is about an individual taking action and that we can do this ourselves, because that is a smokescreen, and it is something that is done deliberately by governments and by businesses to make us think that it's up to us, that we're the problem, that we need to change our habits. Actually, that's complete rubbish. It has to come top down. It has to come from the governments. It has to come from businesses. You can educate people as much as you want, but they might not know what these labels mean. They might not know why it's so important. Why don't they know? Because the truth and the information hasn't been gotten out there, because the governments and the businesses are not giving people the truth. So actually the changes, we have to believe and we have to know that the changes have to be made top down, that we can do what we can set a good example, we can show the governments that we're willing to listen and make changes, but at the end of the day, they can't keep telling us that it's our responsibility to make change. They need to actually do the change top down, and a circular economy is what's needed in order to do that.
Thank you, Emily. I know I'm probably meant to be an objective spectator, but I'm going to have to agree with you on that one as well. And I think the people have also spoken. So in first place is regulation and pushing businesses and government to a circular economy. So thank you all for contributing to that one. Love that impassioned plea, Emily. Got us over the line. Okay, cool. So now we're going to be going to day 5. So that is today, where we were looking at sustainable futures. To kick us off, I know we have a whole cohort from Nelson Primary School who we'd love to hear from now. So take it away, guys.
Hello, we are Nelson Primary School, and I liked the Greenpeace Ocean video as it raised awareness of what our actions are doing to our oceans, and it's also raising the awareness that we need to protect the wildlife in the oceans a lot more.
Why Not Now, Kit Rackley's poem. I really liked Kit Rackley's poem because he had a passionate voice and it was really amazing. And it was really entertaining for people to watch. And it feels like you can watch it forever.
I like that he said that you're a star and you can make a difference, which is very inspiring, saying that you have the power to really help oceans and how you will see yourself in the future, and it was very inspiring.
I like the fast fashion video. The reason I liked it was because it was spreading awareness about how bad when they're making your clothes, how bad for the environment it is. I was also shocked when it takes just one clothes from different countries to just make it. I also liked when you can make ties out of masks.
What I liked was that Kit Rackley said it from a child's perspective. So like he said that you're the future and we are the ones who can make a big permanent change.
Amazing. Is that everyone from Nelson Primary? Yes. Amazing. Thank you so much. And I love the signs in the background. We're going to have to get some photos of those ones taken as well. And now we would love to hear from Woodbridge High School. What was your highlight and what have you been inspired to do as a result of Youth Climate Summit?
Hi, my name's Jeff.
I'm Elijah.
And hi, I'm Chloe, and all three of us are climate activists and sociologists from Woodbridge High School. So our favourite talk today was by the Marine Conservation Society in Change in Policy for Good. We liked it because it talked about turning ideas into action.
It's so important that we recognise that the climate crisis is a social issue. So the solutions must come from the government, but also they must acknowledge what people think as well.
The changes we're going to make is to increase outreach for our Climate Crisis Committee to push student voice. We're also going to continue to build wildflower meadows, which is increasing our school's biodiversity.
And our schools will continue to support the weekly and monthly climate strikes.
Thank you so much, Woodbridge High School. So I'm now handing over to our final youth ambassador for our last two climate calls.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and our ask for today's themes, A Sustainable Future, are businesses to give a voice to and actually protect underrepresented communities within their supply chains, including workers' rights. Listening to individuals, communities surrounding their factories and such is so much more important as it gets individual perspectives. Our second ask is governments and businesses to make good on the green recovery they keep talking about. We are presented with a unique opportunity to rebuild the economy in a more eco-friendly way, such as creating more green jobs and to redesign many systems towards carbon neutrality.
Awesome, thank you. I suspect this might be one that Nigel wants to kick off.
Well, I love both ideas. In fact, it's a subset of the first idea, but one of my favorite ideas I would actually love to see, maybe it's unrealistic, is that every publicly listed company have a youth representative on the board. You know, in some countries there's I just think it would change you might not have enough power to vote, but it would change the conversation. Like, so somebody who's maybe under 30, you know, who's maybe you know, who's got enough experience to contribute to the conversation, but has a very different perspective than someone who's like normal person on a board who's like my age. But actually, I think the second idea is the one that I would back, because as I said, we have an economic crisis now and we have a climate crisis, and we've got to tackle them at the same time. So as we talked about with the schools idea, investing in retrofitting, accelerating renewable energy build out, accelerating the transition to electric cars, which means we have to build the charging infrastructure. So yeah, I think I'd go for the second one. Let's really double down and make sure the recovery is green.
Brilliant. Thank you, Nigel. Would anyone else like to dive into this one?
Jump into it on the youth board, because I think that's super important. I think it's a great idea, and I would say for Lego, maybe watch this space about how we involve children and boards, and there's a few complexities to iron out. But you know, one thing I would say is I think your voice as a child or a young person is super powerful. You know, writing to companies, writing to MPs, the letters I get personally, the letters we get as a company, it makes a difference. You know, it's made a difference in our company. We've transitioned from single-use plastic bags in our products to paper bags. Now there's some complexity with that. Paper bags have a slightly higher carbon footprint, and there's a lot of things we need to iron out and invest in some regeneration as well of forestry around that. But the point is that we were able to achieve that change because I was able to go into the CEO's office, my big boss's office, with a stack of letters from kids and said, this is what people want to happen. You know, let's look at the costs, let's look at the impact. It's a huge project to change that packaging, but your voice, it really does count and it matters. And I think that's one of the themes throughout these 2 points that I want to get across. I think the other one is, again, linking the two themes, is more awareness of sustainable careers and options. Sustainability is a super exciting field to be in. I've been doing it for 20 plus years. When I started, there weren't that many sustainable jobs out there. There are loads more. There need to be even more. But I tell you, my job is one of the most interesting, I'd say the most interesting in my company. I get to work with Lego designers, the manufacturers, architects, all across the company. And I think though jobs like mine, which in an office or out on an offshore wind platform or installing solar panels on a school or designing sustainable buildings or helping fashion companies be more sustainable or working at an activist level, there's so many exciting jobs out there. And I think we have an obligation to lift the lid on those and show people what careers are possible. Because if you don't know what's possible, you don't know what you should be in the future. And I have a very strong passion around that.
Thank you, Tim. Graham, I know you were waving your hand. Do you want to dive in? Yeah,
well, going back to the solar panels on the roof, you know, it frustrates me that there have been in the past subsidies or buyback for excess, you know, if you generate more electricity than you use, and those kind of subsidies have gone. So there's so many things that, I mean, picking up Emily's theme, there's so many things that policymakers could do that would incentivize. And so we need to educate our young people to understand what would make a difference and what would open the door to these green jobs, and to make the people that are entrepreneurs, business people, invest in those things. Because at the moment, you know, I just sense that there's this great big wave of green jobs just waiting to get going, and it's up to the government to green light that and make sure it happens, to create that fertile bed of subsidies and incentives that make that really get going.
Thank you, Graham. And I think finally, if we hear from you, Emily.
So I'd just like to agree with Nigel again that these are both really important points. And yes, it's really important, as Tim says, that everybody watching and listening, it's the power that we do have as individuals to write to industries, companies, businesses, to send those letters, to form those communities in your schools, to talk to your MPs, to talk to businesses, that you do have a voice, you really do, and it makes all the difference. And that again, the actual change, the big change, has to come top down, and it has to come from where the government, what the governments are doing right now. And actually right now, given the crisis that we're in financially, you know, governments are currently pouring money into things that are going to just take us even worse in terms of the climate crisis. So what's absolutely crucial, it's happening in real time right now, is that we recover as and when we're able to start to recover from the current crash, that we're able to recover in a way that prioritizes prioritised the green and sustainable recovery. And that's something where we need to put all our focus right now, or everything else is just pointless.
Thank you, Emily. So I think the final vote is in and irrefutable. We have with 91% government and business to make good on the green recovery that they keep talking about. Amazing. So we now have our top 5 calls, which are super, super exciting. As a reminder, the youth ambassadors will be taking these calls to the Youth Climate Agenda at the Sustainable Innovation Forum on Wednesday. And Jemima will also be taking these to Mock COP. So we do have just a little bit of time to hear any final reflections from our panel at large. We'd really love to hear from you how you might be taking some of these calls forward on behalf of the young people who have spoken today. Floor is open. Jemima, go for it.
So I just want to say it's been wonderful to be part of this event and to see all the amazing work that's been going on. I know I mentioned earlier that I'm running these TED Talks in Cumbria, and one of the things that I'm wanting to do on the back of that is not just have people talking about these issues, but actually have a response coming out of that. So every single day we'll have a pledge like these ones coming out of it, and I'd like to couple up the pledges that we come up with and the ones that have come out of this event and take them to relevant businesses and groups, because like we've been saying today, like Emily supported, we have to work from the top down. You know, businesses and governments, those with the main power, with the biggest power, those who are actually contributing to this in the worst way, need to make the changes first, because whilst individuals can do a lot, it needs to come from them alongside the individual work. So what I'd like to do is be able to take these alongside the ones that we come up with through the TED events, and take those up to the relevant people and try and get some actual change coming through there.
Thank you, Jemima. And as you highlighted, it's a two-way exchange, isn't it? I think the thing that I've been really astounded by working with lots of business leaders and policymakers is that consistently when I ask them what their catalyst moment was or what their aha was, it is always their young person coming home at the end of the day and asking, Mum, Dad, what are you doing about climate change? So this role of intergenerational exchange is absolutely critical. And I think we've seen today the real power of inviting in a diversity of voices. Nigel, with your role as UN climate champion for the UK, we'd love to hear from you as well about how you'll be carrying this agenda forward.
Yeah, I mean, I'm appointed by the UK because the UK is the president of the COP, but my role's global, right? So I'm working with activists and businesses and investors all around the world. So these 5 ideas really resonate with the work that we're doing with the team. We're publishing a series of pathways which try and define what do businesses, governments, investors, and civil society need to do to get to zero carbon, fashion, shipping, you know, everything, right? Because we've got to get to zero. So we'll be publishing those. You can find a lot of that stuff on the, just go to racetozero.org. So I just want to thank Youth Climate Summit and all the organizers. You know, most of the time my job is to try and inspire or cajole or maybe bully sometimes other people to be more ambitious, but this has been so inspiring for me. I think really shows the power of education, right? I mean, such eloquent voices from primary and secondary school, you know, just the power of some focused education so people understand just how serious the situation is and have hope that we know what to do. We just got to speed it up. So I take away real inspiration. This is like oxygen to me. I feel like I'm giving out energy all the time now. I'm going to end the week on a real high. And thanks to my fellow panelists as well. It's been really fun. And the other thing I like to say is it's great not to always have to agree, right? Like this is complicated, and so we don't always agree with each other, but we have to learn to disagree respectfully and not just run off into a polarized corner. So I love the fact that we have different takes on what the priorities are, because it is complicated, right? So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Nigel. And we are going to have to move ahead in the interest of time. But obviously, we've talked about the role of business, we've talked about government, and Nigel, as you so eloquently expressed just then, the real importance of education. So I would love to hand over to a couple of our youth ambassadors now on presenting their ideas to our two education specialists on the panel for how to carry this forward within the education system.
Hi again. So there are a few things that school watching can all do. The first is to declare a climate emergency. This is really important because obviously the more schools that do this, the more people realise that we need to listen to young people. And obviously the more people are talking about it, the more people listen. The second is to teach about the climate crisis in school, irrespective of broader curriculum changes. Only 4% of students feel that they know a lot about climate change, but 68% of students want to learn more about the environment. But only 75% of teachers feel they haven't received adequate training to educate students about climate change. And obviously, all the people who will have power in the future as adults are in school at the moment. People in England and Scotland can support the Teach the Future's English Climate Emergency Education Bill and the Scottish Climate and Biodiversity Emergency Bill. Third is to sign up to Let's Go Zero, which was mentioned earlier and is an aspiration for schools to be carbon zero by 2030 and a call for the government to help them.
Thank you, Rihanna. Do we have any other contributions there? No? Okay, brilliant. So that brings an almost conclusion to our Youth Climate Summit. I think spinning off what you just mentioned there, Rihanna, about lots of young people across the UK feeling really poorly equipped to take action on climate change and a lack of knowledge around climate. The work that we do at Force of Nature is all about eco-anxiety and understanding how young people are responding in real time to the threat of climate change. And I know that research published last year from Friends of the Earth showed that over 70% of 18 to 24-year-olds were experiencing eco-anxiety. And the same is reflected in our global research that we've been conducting, with over 70% of young people saying that climate change negatively contributes to their mental health and also creates a feeling of hopelessness. So I think a huge part of this conversation is really about how we teach climate change in a way that ignites agency rather than anxiety and really supports young people. A lot of that eco-anxiety stems not so much from the challenge so much as seeing inaction in the face of it, not feeling supported by communities and networks around them. So it's critical that we create these spaces. And this week with the Youth Climate Summit, I had the real privilege of facilitating a session every morning on shifting from eco-anxiety to real agency. And what was fascinating was at the start of the week, a lot of the feelings that came up in the chat were around anxiety, despair, overwhelm. And by Friday, that had completely reversed. And I was hearing about hope and optimism and determination. So this really, we can't underestimate the power of coming together in collective and creating spaces where we're not just focusing our energy on the problems that we're reacting against, but we're really channeling our energy into the solutions that exist, that are myriad, and all of the individuals, such as those we've been joined today on the panel with, who are driving those initiatives forward as well. So really big thanks to Global Action Plan, all of the organisers who have made this possible. Huge thanks to our youth ambassadors, to our experts. And as a final call, I'm going to be handing over to Sonia, co-CEO of Global Action Plan, for some parting words. But thank you so much all.
Oh, well, thank you, Clover. Wow, what an incredible final event and what an incredible week it has been. From sessions on the life of bees to hearing Nisreen talk about her job as the UN Secretary General Youth Advisor on Climate Change. I hope I got that right. To Green Opera with Fairies and a virtual eco rave. I mean, it's been fantastic and a lot of fun to take part in. And I've learned a huge amount despite running an environmental charity. So thank you very much. This week has only happened because of an incredible collective effort by so many people, and so many people, in fact, that if I were to name all of them, we would be here all weekend. So please have a look at the credits at the end of the session to see quite how many people made this happen. Having said that, I do want to say a few thank yous. Please clap, whoop, drum your tables in your schools and homes. So a massive thank you to, firstly, our amazing host schools. In particular, all of the young people who've been introducing and moderating the sessions this week. It can be a super scary job speaking to camera in front of hundreds of people you don't know. So just to see them handle it like pros was pretty amazing. I'd also like to thank our incredible youth ambassadors for all their work in promoting, interviewing, planning, and just generally injecting energy into everything they touched. You are absolutely amazing. Please keep doing what you are doing. I'd like to thank the fabulous NGOs, organisations, teachers and individuals who put on events for free. We know how busy everyone is and deeply appreciate all of your time. Clover, thank you to some excellent comparing today. It was a super engaging event, and our panellists were wonderful. So thank you, Daniel, Emily, Graham, Jemima, Maya, Nigel, Tim, for taking the time to reflect on these rightly ambitious calls from the summit. And of course, I'd like to thank the one and only Dr. Jess Tipton, who I'm sure many of you know. You'll have to imagine I'm sort of virtually handing her over a bunch of sustainably sourced flowers right now. She had the vision back in May, I think it was, of creating this summit, and then had the dedication to really follow it through with a group of amazing teachers on our design committee. So thank you very much for everything you've done and continue to do. I have secret suspicions that she might actually be a time traveller because I don't know how she fits it all in. So amazing, thank you, Jess. And then a big thank you to the people behind the scenes. So both in the Teacher Design Committee, who've been plotting this for 6 months, but also those at Global Action Plan. So the mysterious voices on Zoom who've miraculously coordinated 163 events across 5 days and dealt with internet failures and download fails and all sorts very calmly. So quite incredible to see it all come together. I hope you'll all agree that the end result has been pretty amazing and something that we should all be incredibly proud of. And although I know that this is the end of the Youth Climate Summit, it is just the start of what is a pivotal year for climate action ahead of COP26. And we'll be continuing to work with all of you to, through the Transform Our World community, make sure that we get as many of you incredible young people as possible in front of those who are in power. So please keep working with us. Clover and others have mentioned the many upcoming events over the next few weeks that our youth ambassadors will be taking the climate cause to. But we also have big plans as part of the Let's Go Zero campaign to continue to rally school communities across the country to join in. So if you want to stay involved, please follow Transform Our World on socials or sign up to the site, it's free. All of the brilliant sessions that happened this week, if you missed them, I imagine most people didn't get to watch all 163. So you can still get them on Transform Our World and will over the long term. They're not just there for a week. So please do use them as part of lessons or after school, wherever you fancy, or have a little eco rave in your lunch break. Thank you. Well done all. Keep up the incredible work. And I'll end with the wise words of Maya from earlier this week, which is, however small and young we might feel, if you push hard enough, people can't ignore you. So please keep pushing. Thanks very much. Happy Diwali for tomorrow. Stay safe.